play for me. I play for fun. I play for real. I play for friends and Friday nights. We play for all. This is a new age of play. Play your way.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm saying? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on the mission of changing my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been late. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete, well get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt, so show them my work, I'm the best.
Oh, I didn't see you there. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, back to the MPLI show. Here, accompanied today by Mirko, and also we have the wonderful Eterna right here.
Hi guys, it's going to be an exciting day ahead of us because we're going to have a lot of guest speakers as well as a lot of fun games.
Hey, speaking of guest stars, we have a very special guest that we're going to be introducing right now. He's one of the first imports. He comes from Malaysia, and he's one of the best XP laners that I know.
Got to be someone that I know as well, right?
Has to be.
So without further ado, let's invite him in. We have our own personal taunt king here with us today from Bigetron Alpha. It is Repo.
Hello.
Repo, man, how you doing, buddy?
I'm doing fine, bro.
All right, but you know, since you've been working so hard, the entire team, Bigetron Alpha in general, for a long time, right?
Yeah.
This season was the season where you guys got a Filipino import. This season, you got Marky, you got Coach Brendini. Unfortunately, though, you were knocked out by Aura Fire in the lower brackets, and I want to ask for you, Repo, What do you think about the team's performance this season?
From the early, the team like not that good from the start. So we take our time like build our chemistry together with Marquee. So a little bit longer, then we get better. So yeah, until the playoff. But suddenly at the playoff, I don't know what happened because I'm watching from backstage. So I don't even know what happened. So yeah.
Because, like, in the beginning, it was quite shaky, right? But towards the end of the regular season, they really seems like they found their identity, right? But it could seem like it's a different type of identity. So, from Repo in particular, what do you think changed between Bigetron Alpha last season in terms of playstyle, perhaps?
Maybe late game playstyle. Like after we have Marquee, our late game is been improving a lot since he play with us.
What impact does he bring to the team? Is it more macro or is it that gold lane presence?
Gold lane and macro.
Gold lane
Also
and
both.
macro.
Yeah.
Okay. So does he shot call as a gold laner?
Yeah, a little bit, but not that too much because he still speak English. So if he want to talk Indo, so a little bit hard.
I do have a question, right? Because right now, there's a lot of Filipino imports. There's a lot of imports in general in Indonesia. But you were one of the first imports, and you were from Malaysia coming over. And for you, what do you think about the import scene? Do you think this is a good thing that's happening in the MLBB esports scene?
For me, it's good thing because after I import here, also a good thing. Yeah, like for example, MPL season 7 reached until top 2, if I'm not wrong, right? Top 2. That's the impact of import player outsider into the Indonesia. So that's the impact for Marquee. Like after he joining us, the result is not that good, but top 4 is good, also already good. I
An
think.
improvement from last season.
Yeah.
Even when you lose, you sometimes come back, right? And you take games back very easily. But you know what? There's something that I want to ask. Now that you brought up the topic of mentality, hey, this is a taunt king himself, right? And speaking of taunting, why do you taunt? Is it just to bring the mentality of the enemy team down? Is it for entertainment? How do you see your taunts?
My taunt is for like entertainment, or like when someone win, you need to like celebrate their winning. So that's for my taunting for it.
You're so creative with these taunts, right? Every single team, every single win, it's always different. It's never the same. Maybe EVOS, that's the only thing that's usually the same, but you always add new things into the mix. How are you so creative? What's the secret here into making these taunts?
The secret is winning the game first. Later, then I will think about it.
MPL playoffs, season 10, done and dusted. For you personally, what's your next goal that you want to achieve?
We try our best in MPLI. Not that good next season, season 11, because season 11 will be a surprise.
Season 11, something special from Bigetron Alpha and from Repo.
We are now in a call with 2 teams from Malaysia, the top 2, and surprisingly enough, we are going to invite Todak as well as Team Hak.
Hello guys, how are you doing?
Hi. Good. Hi.
Man, all right, top 2 teams, especially Hawk, who just came from the qualifiers and they won the entire thing. But, for both of these teams, you guys are notorious. Malaysia, in general, is notorious for the crazy strategies, the crazy picks. We saw the Mia, we saw the Lunox in the jungle for Todak, Phobius mid, Minotaur mid, and even for Hawk, we saw that final Diggy pick against Todak in the grand finals. We also saw the Eudora. So this is a question for both of you guys. Is this just the style of Malaysia, going for crazy picks?
Actually, I think we want to create our meta.
That's actually interesting, right?
Very.
Because in their region, it seems to be effective.
Yeah.
The out-of-meta picks, we've seen it a lot across the regions as well. But coming into MPLI 2022, do you think that's going to be effective?
Is this style going to be effective in international tournaments such as MPLI 2022?
I think it will be effective because another region from Indonesia, from Philippines, also looking from our meta. Like we can see like RQ vs ONIC, the last pick for Albert is direct jungle, as that. So this is effective, but from the side of us, we need to improvise the meta and try to bring a surprise at MPLI.
In the game, you have to adapt to whatever is given to you, and it really is going to come down to that final moment whether or not they're going to be able to bring that and the relevance of it, right, in the picks. So perhaps you have the next question.
Yeah, obviously. This one is for Todak. You've been in the game for so long. You've been representing Malaysia, all the international tournaments for such a long time now, right? And honestly, I just want to ask you guys, because a lot of people look at you and think you're always the dark horse of the tournament. Do you think you're one of the favorites this time for MPLI 2022?
I think we are not favorite for the all people because not all people and not all team likes to meet us in earlier round. So I think we'll be dark horse in this MPLI, M4 and the Bali tournament.
Now for Team Hawk. Now this is interesting, right? Man, such a Cinderella story from your respective region, and we gotta ask, and we gotta say congratulations as well to you guys for winning it out this season. Now our question is, how do you think your championship performance in MPL MY is going to affect your performance at MPLI 2022?
Mainly, it showed that we never stop. It may look like we gonna lose, but after the championship match, it show we can do it. And that perform we really show in MPLI as well.
Min, you want to add anything to that as well? Maybe for you, maybe the momentum from MPL Malaysia can help you in MPLI?
Actually, from MPL MY, we got momentum. We will go strong in MPL.
All right. We'll see the momentum, right? But hey, fun fact, Todak, Team Hawk, you guys are all the way there in Malaysia. We have imported a Malaysian as well back in the day in Bigetron Alpha. Here he is, Repo. Your fellow countrymen are on the screen. Do you have any questions to them or maybe a message?
I want to say that to Team Hawk that congratulations because winning the MPL Season 10, just like, wow, surprise. The new team just come from MPL, then champion this season. It's a surprise. I'm really amazed.
Any words to Todak?
To Todak, every season they also improve a lot. So I see maybe this season is not their time to be the champion. So that's why maybe next season can be the champion also.
You know, I have a fun little question here. Who do you think is better? Is BTR better than both these teams?
Sure is.
What about you guys? Do you think you guys are better than BTR?
Yeah, I think so.
What do you think are the advantages of the Malaysian teams right now compared to other regions, right? Malaysia as a region, you guys, Team Hawk and Todak, what do you have that other teams or other regions don't? Let's start with, let's start with Todak.
For me, the advantage of being from Malaysian region, which is we always being called by a dark horse region. So none of the region from Philippines or Indonesia feel like we can give any challenge or fight to them. So we think this is our advantage to prove that them wrong.
All right. What about the twins, Min, Man? What do you think?
I think advantage from Team Hawk because we are first team on international. So maybe another team cannot study our meta or gameplay. So I think we can.
That's a true point, right?
Very solid point.
Not much info on them just yet as well, so there's not much to study on them. So they definitely have the advantage in that sense, whereas all these other teams, a lot of people know and have a lot of samples to check out their gameplay, their hero pool, and so it is going to be a little bit harder for them to bring out something new to the table. Are there any two teams in particular that both of you guys want to particularly meet in MPLI 2022? Let's start with Hawk this time around.
Blacklist and ONIC, I think.
Any reason? Any particular reason?
Because I think when Kyrie come to ONIC more strong.
You agree?
Yeah, I agree. Kyrie buff.
What about Todak?
Omega from the Philippines and then Aura from Indonesia.
Oh, sorry, we did a big O because that was the first time that they mentioned, anyone mentioned Aura.
Aura.
Yeah, because this is the last region that we're
Aura
talking
fanboy.
to. Oh my god, I love Aura. Okay.
I'm a BTR fan, so it's okay. We
It's
have
okay, it's
representatives
okay.
here. Okay, it's fine, it's fine.
Fine.
Unfortunately, it's a bitter pill to swallow. Again, Omega and Aura, right?
Yes.
For Todak, which is interesting because again, this is what they're notorious for. They go for crazy picks, and I really like their picks for top two teams. Here though, there's an interesting meta from Team Hawk and from Bigetron. I think it started first with Bigetron, with the twins, right? Matt and Max. Here we have Min and Man, and both of the twins start with an M. Which twin is better? Which twin?
Our
roster is
twins,
better?
Bigetron
Your twins.
twins.
Why?
Yeah.
Why?
Because their combo is tank and support, if I'm not wrong.
Yes, dual
But
mid.
our twins is Hyper and Golden. Hyper Golden carry the game, but the other twos just control the game.
What? Man, you have something to say about that. He just dissed you.
I want to say, and our pick one girl is more better than our carry. So carry can control it, so but do double comp. Yeah. Say that lah.
That's fair. I think we talked. Who did we talk about it with? Right, the mid.
Mid
how,
control.
Yeah, how mid control is so important, and without mid control, what are the side lanes?
Hey man, hey, he's a side laner, all right? He knows how it is to get ganked.
That's true.
He knows how it is to get ganked. But obviously now,
We have one last question for both of you guys. Let's start with Todak, perhaps. Do you have a message to your fans?
Untuk para peminat Todak, teruskan support Todak. Untuk para haters, teruskan hit Todak.
Okay.
they love the hate. It's still exposure, right?
Motivation
Motivation.
to prove them wrong. We're the dark horse.
Exactly. Well, for
Says-
Team Hawk, here, the twins, once again, you have any messages to your fans?
Pada fans-fans Team Hawk, teruskan support kami kat MLBB dan M4.
Team Hawk supporters are pretty crazy as well.
Really?
I saw in the venue, yeah, they were like yelling and screaming. So the fans
Oh.
passionate, Todak as well. They built a following. We'll see though, because both of them are going to be competing for something very special.
Oh, and right now as well, because we are gonna head to a fun game after this. So, guys, don't go anywhere because you guys are gonna be competing as well with Repo too.
Alright.
See who's the better team in this upcoming fun match. So let's just go ahead and get started. So now we're going straight into the fun match here where we will see Team Todak versus Team Hawk versus Team Repo, who is all alone here. But that just shows how impressive he is of a human being. He doesn't need anyone else.
I got you though, it's fine, man.
He's too smart. But now we're gonna explain a little bit about the game before we head into it, right? So the thing about this game is that we are going to show you a picture and you guys have to guess what item it is.
Oh.
Okay, so the first team to raise their hands and answer it correctly is going to be the team who gets that first point. And so forth.
We're gonna keep on going, and remember, guys, all right, there needs to be 100% correct words, okay? So let's say win of nature. You only say win nature, no of, that's wrong. We're passing it over to the other guy. So be careful with your words, okay? But without further ado, I think the contestants are ready. We're gonna give them a count right after. So once it gets to 3, 1, 2, 3, you guys raise your hands, okay?
First item, 3, 2, 1, go!
Oh, super fast, super fast. Repo, all right,
That
Repo.
was
What is it? What is the item you see?
Oracle.
It is the Oracle. Repo, 1-0-0 right now. We're gonna see first though, okay? Because it's just the first point. We're gonna move over to our second one, okay? 1, 2, 3.
BTR.
Okay, we'll give it to Min, all right? We'll give it to Min. Min, go.
Blade of Despair.
Blade of Despair.
It's right. It's Blade of Despair. Congratulations. First point. So 1-1-0. We're heading to the third item. Again, countdown. 3, 2, 1.
BTR.
Yeah.
I think they delay.
Yeah, there's a little bit of a delay. Which one? Which one do we go for? Producer, we go for
Todak.
Todak. What is this?
Dominant Ice.
Dominance Ice. Is it correct, Eterna?
It is.
It is 1-1-1. It's all equal on the board. Okay, then. We're gonna move on to the next item. 1, 2, 3.
BTR.
Todak.
Oh my God, everyone went in the same time.
That was
Oh, man.
literally the same
That
time.
was. What do we go for?
I gotta
here?
say that Repo raised his hand first.
All right,
though.
Repo.
Demon Hunter sword.
Demon Hunter Sword.
Is
Is
it
it
right?
correct?
Is it correct?
It is the Demon Hunter Sword. So it's 2-1. Okay? On the count of 3. 1, 2, 3.
Todak.
Oh, that was definitely. Was
No,
that
that was
Todak?
Hawk.
Was
Sorry.
Hawk? Okay.
It was the twins.
Min and Man.
Arcane boot.
Arcane Boots.
Yeah.
Is it correct? Yes,
Right.
it is.
It's right.
Arcane
It's right.
Boots.
They're so good at these items.
Repo, you don't know?
I'm as a offlaner, I didn't build this, so I don't know.
So you don't know it.
Yeah, I don't know.
Move on over to the next one.
Oh,
You know this one.
I know this one. 3, 2, 1.
BTR.
Okay.
Maybe this.
Producer, who was that?
I think the loudest was Todak. I heard Todak, the loudest.
Todak's the loudest.
Yeah.
Okay, I think we gotta give it to Todak.
Todak.
Necklace of Durance.
Then. Perfect.
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 Man, you guys know your items, man. Come on.
Perfect.
Why do you read your items? Just come
How
on,
do you
man.
know this item?
Because I chase this item before, like for example, if I in a match, but my support didn't build this item,
you get angry.
I get angry.
How do you get
because-
angry?
Because enemy have like lifesteal hero, so I'm very angry. So that's why I please build this item, necklace of Durance. I always say that.
As a mage player, that's been done to me several times.
You've played with a lot of repos before.
I have. But let's go into the next item, shall we?
All right. 1,
Okay, let's go.
2, 3.
Oh,
Oh my God. Team Hawk, what is this item?
Immortality.
Oh man, the roamer. Min said it, right? So he knows the immortality, he knows the tank items, man. But right now, that means the score is 2-3-2. Is it?
Yeah.
2-3-2. All right.
Let's head on to our next item, please. 3, 2, 1.
BTR.
Okay. I think Repo got that
Yeah,
one.
I got that one.
What is this, Repo?
Retribution.
Retribution.
Yeah, retribution.
Oh, no, we gotta throw it. What retribution, right? Okay,
We were
unfortunately.
talking. We said specifics, Repo.
Specifics. It's fine. though.
Specifics.
Which one got next, though?
I felt like it was Todak.
All right, Todak. What retribution?
Retribution.
What?
Flame Retribution.
Yeah, they're right.
Oh,
Flame
counter.
retribution.
Yes, it's flame retribution.
I thought
There you
just
go.
only the retribution, so that's why.
It's unfortunate, man.
I mean, technically, he's not wrong.
He's not wrong. It
But
is
wasn't-
a retribution. but It's not
Exactly.
the flame retribution. So it's fine. It's fine.
fine.
Now though, Repo, you're 2. They're 3 and 3 right now. Man, you gotta catch up.
Yeah, I try my best. I try my
There's
best.
2 more chances for you to catch up. All right,
Right.
and we're gonna go to the next item right here. 1, 2, 3.
BTR.
Okay. Was that Repo?
It was Repo. though.
Okay, we'll give it to Repo.
Vengeance.
Vengeance. Are you sure? Not flame
Are you
vengeance.
sure?
Ice
No,
vengeance.
no, because I'm using this spell, so
Okay.
I know this spell.
Okay, it's just vengeance. What does it do?
Taking the damage reduction.
Oh, okay. Is it correct? Yes, it is. It's vengeance.
It's vengeance. Okay, so now everyone's 3-3-3.
3-3-3.
That means we have the last item here, and that's gonna show us who's gonna win this.
Oh my
So
god.
everyone needs to pay close attention,
All
as
right.
this is a very interesting one as well.
The loudest, okay, guys? The loudest. We need to take the loudest.
The loudest.
Let's do it together on the count of 3. 1,
1,
2,
2, 3.
Okay, I think we give it over to Todak. Oh my god. Yo, be careful. Your neighbors are gonna get mad, man. Todak, what is this?
Retribution.
Just retribution.
Yes.
Are you
Sure.
sure?
Double sure.
You want to call a friend first?
Nah.
Okay. Congratulations, Todak. They won here. Congratulations to Todak. It is retribution. Unfortunate for Repo, for Man and Min. I think it's because of the numbers advantage. They have 3 people, right?
Yeah.
Right? No.
Yeah.
But man, what a fun game that we
It
just
was.
played. It was close too. 4-3-3 to the end.
It was very close.
You still went even with
Yeah.
2 with the twins.
You don't wanna
So, hey, you
honor
said
us with the taunts?
No, Eterna, he just said that his twins, BTR's twins, are better. So, do you have any message maybe to Hawk right now?
So maybe if like a message for them, yeah, just if in MPL I don't too soon.
Oh. Don't too soon. Okay, so you want to meet them later?
No,
No.
I want to meet Todak.
Oh, so you don't want to meet Hawk?
No one.
Why? Because you think Todak is better, or because you think Hawk is better?
Because remember MSC 2019? The second? I meet Todak, I send them home.
Oh! Okay.
Things are getting heated.
Okay.
And I'm wondering if Todak has a little revenge ploy as well against Repo in particular, perhaps later.
Any message back? You want to fire back at Repo?
Don't have to fire back because he's not even playing. So yeah.
Can I leave?
Oh my God.
Can I leave?
Oh my God,
I need to
Repo.
hide.
Oh.
That was so... Oh my God.
But for me, I know I'm not playing, but I'm not playing for this season. But before I met them, I playing. Two time playing, 2 times send them home.
Okay.
But maybe if this MPL I play again and I meet them again and I send them home again.
Okay, man. All right. We gotta stop it here. It's getting too spicy. It's getting too heated here. Before you start fist fighting, we're gonna stop it. All right. So thank you guys so much, Repo, Todak, and Team Hawk for joining us today. Every single one of you guys, thank you so much. And Eterna, before we go to the next segment, obviously, there's something you want to tell everyone.
Of course, we would like to remind you that if you guys want some action, especially in the community tournaments, you can go ahead and find your squad and register at battlefy.com/oneesports because participation is free.
Completely free. And with that, today's fun, unfortunately, is over. It's sad, but it's over, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much once again to every single guest star we had here, Minman, Repo, and everyone, Mokes and Iwan. There you go. Good luck for MPLI 2022.
Wants to re-engage Emelin's quite alone here in the front side. He gets taken down. Hissa. Casualty here from the side of Bren. Take a look at Hissa. Orange Esports finding the claim, finding the lead after half an hour game. Orange Esports, congratulations. You're moving on to the next round. Malaysian, congratulations.
What a game, ladies and gentlemen. The same amount, maybe even more. Oh my goodness, Malloy!
Oh, the timing. Their Warlord is a very, very good target. Alter plays, silence as well. But now take a look at the Lord. Jana QT gets his crossbow attack pops 1 by 1. But it's not enough confirmed. Jana QT. Geek fam, welcome to the next round. RRQ, nice try. 2-1.
As they recover in game number 3. It's going to be the Colt Ulcer coming in from RSGPH. The damage comes through once again by the final blow towards that back line. Kara still holding on to that Blazing Duet as Renzio holds Nats off. Still able to sustain for now. Irad going in, but the Colt Ulcer is beautifully placed down. Now the Blazing Duet to the back line right now with the hell of the final blow as they take the Colt Ulcer HP. Kara's massive, but not as massive as Nats, who's in that back line, getting the turret as well. Look at the damage coming in as the way the Dragon locks down Kill BJ.
Because Lord right now is the main target, but the base.
It's wide open. Nat's already onto it. Irad as well joining in. But look at Kelra dealing out so much damage with Blazing Duet. The Lord's on it. Everyone's on it. Smart Omega knocked out in the first round. lay low, but there you go, another penalty zone by the IMU. The damage coming from Kids as he goes in and he steals the Lord away from Rebellion Zion. It is Janarko with ejector once again, Circling Eagle connecting with the penalty zone, but look at the damage from Kids. It's a double for Kids as he's looking for more right now. Dyrwin gonna go wild onto the back line, but will be gunned down by Nino. Look at that, Kids is massive. Oh my goodness gracious. Right down, looking for the base right now as they just collapse all two highs, who's still able to flicker back to the base right now, but look at that, the base is gonna be targeted, still alive, not for long, as Alter Ego have done it. They progressed to the next stage in MPLI, and they've knocked the Blue Bulls out from MPLI 2022.
Yesterday it was 20 teams, now 16. Yesterday it was 5 teams and now 4. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to MPLI 2022. Back in the English desk with Goni and as well as Mirko. Mirko, how are you feeling?
Doing good, buddy, as usual. Coming back at it for day number 2 right now. We've got some stellar matches. And honestly, if day 1 was the opening to this show, day 2 is going to be another crazy, crazy day. Because, hey, yesterday we saw 3 matches go all the way to 3 games. Today, with EVOS and Echo to start us off, this is going to be a massive game.
The Battle of Ease will begin soon, but MPLI here, ladies and gentlemen, is being held in private and with limited guests. All of the production team casters and as well as players that attend the venue have undergone a mandatory COVID-19 test and are practicing a very, very strict health protocol. So you are still battling with COVID-19. Stay at home, watch MPLI, and order McDonald's.
Ooh, all right. Instantly, we're going with that. But ladies and gentlemen, exactly, stay home, right?
Yeah.
Because, hey, stay safe, ladies and gentlemen. We've got you covered for 5 days for MLBB Glory with MPL Invitational 2022. That's just been amazing and awesome, obviously because of the help of our official partners and sponsors, HSBC, Samsung Galaxy, Omne by FWD, McDelivery, and Logitech G.
Adding one more there, Omne, but yeah, welcome to MPLI 2022. Without them, of course, without our sponsor and partners, MPLI would not be here.
No.
And to add to that, Mirko, day 2, a new start perhaps from bracket C and D, but they gotta show their level of farming. Level up your coin farming as well with HSBC to, of course, improve your finance game here in real life.
Yeah, you guys can go and check it out right now. You guys can watch the How to Farm and Spend Gold in MLBB videos to elevate your financial game in-game and also in real life. Because if you have a lot of money in real life, when you've got that financial stability, that financial status with HSBC, Gani, you got a lot of money to spend, right? Now, with that money that you've saved up, with the money that you've gotten value with, there's another thing that you might find very, very valuable. If you guys want to get the unrivaled gaming experience, go ahead and fold your opponents and fold your phone while you're at it with the Galaxy Z Fold 4 5G by Samsung. Because, Gani, the specs on this phone is absolutely insane. With the Qualcomm Snapdragon 8 Plus Gen 1 and 12 gigabytes of RAM, you can say goodbye to any sort of lag. And you guys can also take your mobile gaming to the next level with the display. It's a big display, Gani, 7.6-inch dynamic AMOLED.
Wow.
120 hertz refresh rate.
That is literally unrivaled gaming experience. But I do have one more thing here.
All right.
Not one more thing. I have a couple of things. This thing right here is what kept me just energized and focused all day long. And that is Omne here. Be energized like a winner with Omne every day. Just your way. Download it free at Google Play Store or Apple App Store. Anywhere. It's just free. Omne. Stay energized and be the winner.
Every day, your way, right? That's the most important. You take every single day and you do it your way. And you guys can also play your way too
the easy victories in-game with the new Aurora collection from Logitech G, the official partner of ONE Esports MPL Invitational 2022. Look at this design.
Couldn't have said it better. But yeah, very clean design, very cool.
It's so slick, right?
Slick,
the word is clean, slick,
sharp,
and we're going to see a clean, slick game as well today, Gani. And we've also seen a lot of clean, slick games yesterday. If you guys missed out, you guys can obviously follow ONE Esports right now on Twitter, TikTok, Instagram, and Facebook to get all of the latest news in the esports world, even memes, Gani.
That's funny. I mean, yeah,
Funny.
follow our platforms here, Twitter, Instagram, any information you might miss. And of course, there's another campaign here that you can register and win a chance of Venom skin collection. OneEsports.gg/MPLI-win to register and perhaps win it.
Man, that's insane, right? You get the Venom skin collection, but personally for me, I've been playing Harley a lot, Gani. I really wonder if maybe I am Harley, right?
You are.
And maybe I have the personal traits of Harley.
Maybe.
But I wouldn't know. I wouldn't know until I take the quiz, and you guys can do the same as well. If you guys want to know what type of MLBB hero you guys are, you guys can go use the link oneesports.gg/quiz-MLBB to know, to find out
Who you really are.
who you really are. Gani, who are you?
I think I am Zask.
You are Zask.
Maybe.
Why? Why are you Zask?
Because, well, you better check it out.
Are you
yourself.
Zask or
Maybe.
are you the
I am
Johnny Boy?
The Johnny Boy. I think I'm the Johnny Boy. But we have another campaign for you. Perhaps you are an extroverted person. I don't know.
No, even if you're an introverted person,
perhaps
hey, you guys can
MPLI
now
watch party.
join an MPLI
Exactly.
watch party with everyone with the same interests as you. You guys like MLBB, you like MPL Invitational, go ahead and watch it together. Register now because, hey, this is presented to you by HSBC, so you already know there's going to be a lot of good prizes, Gani. $500 US.
That's a very, very good bargain. Nothing to lose.
Nothing.
Check it out. MPLI Watch Party with your friends, without your friends. Come alone. Join in because if you come alone, you can find your new squad perhaps. Find your squad at battlefy.com/OneEsports. Community tournaments are there. Perhaps you can enter and win prizes there as well. Again, nothing to lose.
Go and show your glory, show what your team and what you are made of in the community tournaments by ONE Esports. But Albert, Seraphine, Gani.
Yes, Federico Hanzilo.
We've got something. We've got something for all the viewers right now.
We got the largest annual sale here, the Double 11 Mega Sale that is coming very, very soon. Join the promo carnival event that will start in 26 of started right now and win loads of promo diamonds. From 10th of November, you are able to use the promo diamonds to purchase skins and heroes for just 1 diamond. So
one diamond?
Exactly, just 1 diamond for skins. The exclusive Double 11 skin will be released on 8th of November alongside the return of previous Double 11 skins. So don't miss that out. Hashtag Mobile Legends Bang Bang. Hashtag MLBB 1111. Hashtag Mega Sale.
Go ahead and check it out, ladies and gentlemen. Man, that is insane, right? The discounts that you guys can get right now. Well, what are you doing? Just check it out, ladies and gentlemen, to get the most value out of your MLBB gameplay right now. But it's time to take a look at today's schedule, Gani, where, again, like you mentioned, it's the Battle of E's and then the Battle of B's for the first match and the second of the day. EVOS Legends takes on the first runner-up of MPL Philippines Season 10, Echo PH. Then we're going to be followed through by Bren Esports versus Bigetron Alpha.
You can see here, after that, we still have Slate, Esports, and Todak from Malaysia. And for our fourth and final match today, we have the Philippines from ONIC PH from the Philippines and Aura Fire from Indonesia.
There's going to be a lot of crazy matchups here. Honestly, here, as we are going to take a look at the bracket, we're going to see the updated brackets going from yesterday's matches. Orange Esports and Geek Fam have progressed to the next stage of the tournament with RSGPH and Alter Ego as well. Here, we're going to see the 4 teams that will qualify to the next stage. And 4 teams will unfortunately be knocked out as well. It is a single elimination bracket that we have for MPL Invitational 2022.
Same like yesterday, we have to say bye-bye to 4 teams. But let's support the teams that remains here in MPLI 2022. But I just can't wait to see the first match here. EVOS and as well as Echo. The Battle of the E's. It's a dolphin, right? Echo is a dolphin.
Echo is an orca.
Orca. Okay, my bad. Orca will take on
whale.
the tiger here in the first match. I can't wait to...
See, it depends, right? For this matchup, Gani, it really depends on where they're fighting. If it's in the ocean, then obviously the orcas will have an advantage.
Yeah.
If it's on land, can the orcas even breathe?
That's the very, very good question. So let's take a look at the team profile for our first match.
There you go, ladies and gentlemen. Both of the rosters full here as we are going to take a look at the Tigers first from Indonesia. EVOS Legends, they ended up 7th place in MPL Indonesia Season 10, but this is a new roster with Hijime, Psychots, Brands, Fairsick, and Dreams in the lineup. They're looking to get a successful MPL Invitational run here with their main man. I think right now it has to be Brands. This man is the king of the marksman in Indonesia for a reason. He's the most versatile when it comes down to the gold lane as a marksman. But thing is though, for this team, we have seen them somewhat perform together in a lot of different tournaments here. I think personally for me, EVOS Legends with this lineup, they have a lot of potential to work with Fairsick as well in that jungle and Dreams being that main playmaker. But they're up against a very, very scary team. I think a very scary team will be an understatement just to describe this team right here. Echo PH, Curtains, Sanford, Benny QT, Carl TZ, and Yaoi. So they're not going to be using Sanji, their main mid laner, back in MPL PH Season 10. It's going to be Curtains here, who is going to be stepping in. But if we're talking about this team, we need to put our eyes on Yaoi. In the drafts, in the game, this man, if you let him play his flashy heroes, his comfort heroes, like the Cho, like the Atlas, he absolutely performs and he takes the game into his own hands.
Well, let's take a look at the lane prediction here, Mirko. I mean, personally for me, I gotta say, the junglers here, Carl TZ and as well as Fairsick, I gotta watch that head-to-head lane because Carl TZ, a living legend and still performs.
A world champion as well.
A world champion as well. But Fairsick, I mean, his assassins are not too shabby. So I gotta say, head-to-head jungler-wise, it's gonna be a very, very interesting lane to watch. But of course, Brands against Benny QT. The gold laners are gonna be the focus in this current match as well.
Benny QT is such an underrated gold laner. Not a lot of people are rating him as one of the best, even though right now I do feel like in terms of versatility, Benny QT is also just such a solid member in the team. One of the most consistent member in Echo PH throughout the regular season and even throughout the playoffs of Season 10. Brands has experience as well, though. He's a veteran in the MPL game, in Mobile Legends, as he was in Bigetron Alpha for the previous seasons, as a jungle and a gold laner.
Indeed, so the flexibility, but then again, I feel like his professionalism comes out. Like, okay, gold lane marksman, he just thrives in that lane. He thrives on that role as well. So I'm actually interested to see the new lineup of EVOS because sure, in MPL Season 10, doesn't really work with their the results, their current lineup. But now they change it, and so perhaps they are looking for a new outcome.
Well, definitely, right? They do not want to be knocked out in the first day, but Echo also want. These two teams are going to be fighting all out right now, and we're going to have to see how they both perform in MPL Invitational 2022. Echo PH, a roster that they've stuck with, aside from not playing Sanji, they've stuck with throughout the regular season of Season 10. But for EVOS Legends, again, they've been changing the rosters, mix and matching, and this is a combination of the best from EVOS Icon and EVOS Legends.
I just can't wait. I want to jump straight ahead to the Land of Dawn. But of course here, let's talk about the drafts here. Because personally for me, you gotta tell me how the drafts usually go for the side of Echo.
Well, if you're looking at Echo PH, there's going to be a lot of bans towards Echo PH from EVOS Legends on Yaoi, right? You have to take Cho seriously and Atlas as well. Yaoi is a beast. Even if you go for the Diggy, he will still be able to find those openings on the Atlas, on the Cho. That's how lethal he is. And he has that killer instinct in him, Gani. Maybe it's an inner Orca in him, but whenever he uses that Cho, he really is able to target down the priority members like it's nothing. We saw this happen to Kelra. We saw this happen to even Oheb in the regular season of MPLPH. But their main way to win games usually is from Yaoi making plays on the map with the mid control and then transitioning over to either a snowball with Carl Tizzy or that late game carry in Benny Cutesy.
Very dynamic team, it seems like. A very adaptive team as well. They are able to somehow just fill their roles, know their job description, and execute it to perfection. So we talked a little about the Orcas here, Miracle.
Yeah.
I want to ask you about EVOS Legends as well. I want to give you another insight, perhaps. Your Psychots. An underrated name, I feel like. Sure, his performance has been somehow shaky in the first coming debut, but I feel like he has repaired a lot of
mistakes, a lot of holes in his game, and I agree. I honestly agree, right? Psychots, it really depends where you watched him last. If it was in the MPL, yeah, you're right. He had a shaky performance, very shaky performance. But if you watch the NDL, if you've been watching other tournaments as well, Psychots has been one of, if not the main carry actually for EVOS Legends in some of their games. This is a very dynamic team, right? Hijume is a little bit of a utility mid laner. He likes to just provide the team, enable the team to get a lot of these victories around the map. But their main win condition is through the side laners, either Psychots getting the Paquito to carry, or they can play with Brands. But obviously, if they snowball from the early stages of the game, you want to see Fairsick perform on his signature assassins. He's a very well-rounded jungler. He likes to play the utility. He's good on the fighters too, but he shines the brightest on the assassins.
Couldn't agree with you more here, but I gotta say I'm intrigued to see Hijume's performance as well here. I think this is his debut in international scene. It is. So I want to see how he handled that in this particular match.
There's a big, I guess, right now the pressure is definitely on Echo PH, right? If I'm looking at it right now, as the first runner-up, you're up against number 7 in MPL Indonesia Season 10. So the pressure's definitely got to be on Echo to beat EVOS Legends. For EVOS Legends, they've got nothing to lose, right? Even if they lose here, hey, we're 7th in MPL Indonesia. But for Echo, again, there's going to be a lot of pressure on them right now to perform and to win against EVOS Legends as we jump into the draft first. Echo PH, look, they're already setting up for Yaoi playing those flashy heroes. But as predicted, EVOS Legends not going to let that Cho slide.
So Echo here again, also playing around Yaoi, banning out that Diggy here. So it's quite clear the game plan from both Echo and as well as EVOS. Meanwhile now, we are seeing a very interesting set of bans here from both teams. Banning out the Roamer, it seems like here, Diggy, Cho, as well as now Fanny comes through. So perhaps we might see Valentina and as well as Fermis trade, but then again, I might spoke too soon. Speak too soon.
I think the Valentina Faramis is just a little bit too expensive here, and for EVOS Legends, they might actually want to go for something like a 1-1 ban here early on as well. They've gotten rid of the Cho, that's just a respect ban over to Yaoi. We know how crazy he is on that Cho, but I expect a 1-1 next or a Valentina, or maybe just both, but they said go for a Mathilda, so they're trying to force that Valentina Faramis trade-off, but I think they're going to go for the 1-1 ban. I think it's a bit too expensive to leave it out.
We'll see though, but again, EVOS here, again, suffocating the roamer position. Remember, Dreams can play the Kadita, so perhaps that is going to be the approach from the side of EVOS Legends, but Echo says no to the Faramis and Valentina trade. They want the 1-1 here. EVOS has the option here to let go both of the heroes or banning out one. I say let go both of the heroes. 1-1 and Valentina.
You know, it's a risky move knowing that Benny QT really performs on that 1-1, right? Valentina for Hijume, kind of supportive mid laner here who usually enables the other members of the team. It might work off as well, but they're gonna have to think about this really well. Do they want to actually leave the 1-1 open for Benny QT? No, there you go. Too much respect given over to Benny QT. We all know how good Benny is on this 1-1. So, Echo, they're gonna go for him. No, I expected Valentina, but they've left off the Gusion open, and now it's that flex potential for Echo PH. They can use this Gusion in the jungle, they can also flex it over into the mid lane.
Very interesting approach here. I forgot about the Gusion, but yeah, Gusion very prio in this current patch. Very hard to catch, but personally, even if you build Athena and Radiant, it just shatters your hero, so I guess it's kind of broken. EVOS Legends here, 2 heroes. I gotta say Valentina and perhaps a hero for Dreams. They might secure the Kadita early here.
They might, honestly, right? Dreams has found a whole lot of success on that Kadita, and they do. That's his signature pick for a reason, and they also secured Valentina for Hijume in the mid lane. Echo now with response coming in. They can just utilize this flex pick towards that second phase to make EVOS Legends think twice before they go for the bans. I think Atlas becomes a good choice for Echo PH here. Up against this comp though, I don't see the Atlas working that well for now. They might actually just save it for the later stages, and they might just pick up something like the Grok, a little bit more engage.
Versatility?
But yeah, more versatility when it comes down to the engage, not as one-dimensional as an Atlas that wants to go just for that Fatal Links, right? With the Grok, you can use your barriers, you can use your Wild Charge to actually disengage as well. And with that Benedetta, again, they're just playing with the flex picks that they have.
Very good approach here coming into the second phase. Now EVOS, what are they going to go for here with 2 mages already in their comp? So I guess they can balance it out with a physical hero here. Perhaps
Claude.
They might secure either Claude or I guess, yeah, Claude works well here. Brands is really comfortable in that hero, and I guess again, against a Grok, why not go for the Claude here? EVOS, no. They secure the XP later here, physical hero, as expected, but on that Masha. Perhaps that Masha, the purpose is again to invade the jungles of Echo here. Perhaps, presumably here, it might be Gusion, so you gotta be careful.
That's a very interesting pick, right? Because usually when you pick up the Masha, alright, the first reason as to why you go for the Masha is obviously that lane dominance that you're looking for. That's what EVOS Legends are trying to do here, picking up a counter towards the Benedetta. Masha does pretty well up against that Benedetta in a 1v1 matchup in the XP lane. But usually a second reason as to why you go for the Masha is usually to just lock one person down in the back line. With your Thunderclap in the later stages of the game, even in the mid stage, you do so much damage, and usually it's to target down the gold lane. And I think that's what EVOS Legends are utilizing here in the bans as well. They pick up the Masha, they banned out a Claude, and now we're seeing a Melissa ban as well. So EVOS want Echo to play a marksman with low mobility.
EVOS Legends here, very smart approach here in the bans. Again, EVOS Legends, they might pick up at this point Bruno might work actually here for side of EVOS Legends, but we'll have to see here the last ban. It might again target Benny QT as they have yet to pick up a marksman. But I gotta say, both composition looks well. It's pretty solid.
It does. For Echo PH, they have a solid dive composition. For EVOS Legends, hey, technically they do have the same. Kadira, Masha. It's all going to come down to who they pick up to really wrap their drafts up here. The gold laners for both of the teams still up for grabs. EVOS Legends decide to take Carl TZ's Akai away. Even though Carl TZ, again, finds most of his success around the Assassins, I would say. I don't even want to say Assassins here. He's actually a very well-rounded player in MPL PH. He's played the Julian, the Assassins, and even the Akai really well. But very flexible. With the Brody ban, EVOS Legends, they're baited into picking a Beatrix here, right? If they go for Beatrix up against this composition, it's going to be very vulnerable to that dive.
I like Bruno more, that's why.
Bruno?
I like Bruno more. For side of EVOS Legends here.
I actually would still say the Beatrix works better with the versatility, with the amount of weapons they have. The Bruno is just, you have one weapon, right? The only way you deal damage is through your basic attacks, and that's about it. You don't really have the flexibility of the Beatrix, and no, they don't go for the Beatrix, they don't go for the Bruno. They instead opted for a hero with more mobility to escape the dive threat from Echo PH. The Irithel gets picked up, another hero that we've seen Brands perform on.
Very good hero
Give me a target.
picked up. And of course, Echo has answered with their marksmen themselves here. Leslie, a very popular hero here after the revamp. Both Gushin and as well as Leslie, one last hero here. What is Carl TZ going to go for here? The Gushin or another hero?
They might, if they want to actually use their flex potential, they can go for the Atlas now. It's a bit risky. They can flex the Benedetta into the XP lane, and then, they can flex the Grok into the XP lane. Sanford's going to be XP, and Bene is going to go to the gold lane, but no, they pick up the Martis for Carl TZ.
So it's confirmed then. Curtains will definitely play that Gushin, and Carl TZ will play that Martis in the jungle. Now, EVOS Legends, one last hero here. They have DPS, they have burst in physical and as well as magical. So perhaps what they need is another frontliner here for that jungler. I gotta say, they need a fighter jungler.
Karina,
yeah.
But up against the Gushin, that's the only concern I have if they actually do want to go for the Karina, right? I think if they actually just, you know what? Ling can work as well. If you want to go guns blazing here, the Ling can work. We've seen Fiersick on that Ling. If not, safer pick would be the Karina, or you could just go for the Paquito, a hero that unfortunately we haven't actually seen that much of in day number 1. It was played twice by Dyron and then by Nats. And it's still sitting at a 100% win rate, Gani.
So let's see here, will it stay at 100% or will the Orcas reduce the win rate? But ladies and gentlemen, the first game will begin soon here. The 10 heroes that will enter the Land of Dawn for our first game has been set. ONIC Esports MPLI 2022, the first match, the first game of day 2 is going to start now.
Ladies and gentlemen, with the draft set right here, you can see already a mix for both of the teams. EVOS Legends, I feel like, in the draft, their composition, when they actually dive in together, everyone works properly, right? But for Echo, they're gonna have to be very, very careful with the Leslie, because if they dive and the Leslie is vulnerable to one of these dives from the side of EVOS, like the Masha, that Leslie can be taken out.
Gotta say here, let's just jump. I can't wait. So let's just jump to the Land of Dawn for our first game. The Orcas, and as well as the Tigers, going up close and personal. I gotta say though, the composition from EVOS is quite brisk, but oh my god, Cyclops already disturbing and harassing Martis there. First blood though will fall into the hands of Echo in the first 35 seconds.
Now the big question is that worth it? Was that worth it for Psychots, right? Because Carl TZ is low, but Masha is going to lose out a lot in that XP lane. We'll see how it happens. We'll see how it goes here as we enter the first minute of the game. Carl TZ's clear has been distracted a bit, right? So he's going to have a little bit more of a tougher time compared to Fiersick on the Paquito.
But for the Lethal Wanderer, it should actually just be EVOS Legends with more mid control and obviously with the damage that he placed on Carl TZ.
Yeah, please do note though the distinction of the emblem.
Carl
TZ with the steal there. Very good retribution, a perfect timing. Again, please do note of the emblems here. First Sec using that killing spree. A very deadly Paquito, but objective-wise, Carl TZ has a slight edge. So we'll see again the clash of styles here in our first game.
And even clearing, right? In terms of rotations, I think you might actually be able to say that, yeah, Carl TZ is going to have a better time because with faster clears equals to just more rotations on the map, the more active you are on the map, the more pressure you're going to be placing there. And right now, it's definitely not worth it for Psychots, that trade he made early on to gank or to invade the Martis in the jungle.
Very good awareness as well, I gotta say, from the side of Echo. It was 3 members on Masha, but now focus on towards the turtle here. Carl TZ already somehow poking this turtle, but First Sec is in that vicinity. We'll see. Can and will they open fight? Seems like no. EVOS Legends see no opening and lets the turtle go.
Echo PH with just the better setup there, rotating the members into that bottom side, clearing it out to just create some space on the turtle. And even when they went for the turtle, they, again, opened up the space first. They saw every single bush, they opened it up, and it just gave Carl TZ such a good moment to secure the turtle. And EVOS Legends, knowing that, they did not want to risk taking a fight this early on and giving that death ball over to Echo. But you can already see Carl TZ, he doesn't care, he wants to go for it. First Sec actually takes it with the retry.
Very good timing there put out from First Sec. No engages occurred after that first blood. So now, seems like EVOS Legends, they are controlling their tempo, so they do not want to go overzealous, they do not want to take risk. But top side here, Benny QT with half HP opening up the ultimate spike here on towards Brands. Yawi is also there to give some sort of a cover. But oh my god, in the mid side, again, First Sec losing out that lethal battle.
Carl TZ gets it again. This time he did use the Retribution though, right? First Sec now finally has his Retribution back, but you could expect Echo PH to again play it slowly. They are a very momentum-based team. They like to play the fast tempo game, but if they already have the lead early on and there's no objectives for them to take, they take a chill pill. They don't go too aggressive on the map. They don't rotate unnecessarily, right? Now, they're already setting up for a gank up top with the help of the Gushin, and we'll see if EVOS Legends sniffs this out.
Very, very sneaky Dita here setting up, but it seems like Yawi and Curtains here already with also the setup here. Curtains showing in the map, but no engages whatsoever just yet here. Ultimate Snipe hasn't been popped here. It's not active yet, but now Yawi comes in with a wild charge flicker and Curtains claiming a kill again. Very good awareness here, it seems like, and Dreams caught snoozing there in that bush. But now, Turtle is up. Seems like Echo still with the lead in rotation.
That was such a good engage, man. You could tell Yawi, just that instinct to go for the flicker wild charge combo as Echo PH have set up again for the turtle take.
Yeah, it seems like, again, the second time. Oh, Hijome manages to catch it. Now it seems like a war is gonna brew up. Yawi low, but in the front side, Curtains get caught. Sanford, Yawi, all retreating EVOS Legends, finding a slight compensation from that, not compensation, they won the turtle, and they won a life as well. Top side, Benny Cutie manages to poke Brands down to a very low HP. Dreams, in first sec,
Benny.
Catch. You need to be careful here, Benny. Very awkward positioning. Dreams, First Sec looking for Benny, flickers away, and Carl TZ is there to cover him up. First Sec, Dreams, they might be in trouble now as they are just retreating. They do not want business.
Good escape and good mobility movement from Benny QT there. You guys can level up your coin farming skills with HSBC if you guys want to play like Benny right now. Still 0 deaths on the board for both of the gold laners. So for both of the gold laners, they have been farming really, really well. And the gold lead that Echo had early on was 1.1k. Now it's down again to 800, and EVOS Legends are able to equalize just for a bit here. But you could expect them again to just play it slow. They don't really need to go for anything too crazy because, hey, they already have the unrivaled gaming experience on the Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 4 5G. Just wait for those openings, man.
Gotta wait, you gotta wait, and of course, you gotta have the best equipment for your gaming here again.
Sheesh!
Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 4 5G. But now in the mid-side, 3 members of Echo. They are hunting for a member perhaps, but no, never mind. It's just for it clear to funnel on towards Benny QT. So technically, Benny QT is farming 2 lanes.
There's a fun fact though, right? Yeah, I agree. The BenQT, really good rotations here. Helped obviously by the team as well to actually rotate across the map to get more farm than Brans. But look at the engage.
T-Reams catches 1. It is going to be Petrify as well coming through towards Riawi. But Benny QT finds a member. 1 for 1, 2 for 1 for now. First take looking for another kill on towards Yawi. Hijumi Dreams does not find the connection. But at the end of the day, it is going to be 2 for 1 here for inside of EVOS Legends. Brans though got caught as well. Now they want the top side. They are a little bit too greedy here perhaps, but Carl TZ is there for the clear. But of course, another objective finds here in the Land of Dawn. Carl TZ looks for the contest. Sanford is also trying to poke Kijome down. We'll see the battle of distribution here. Indo versus PH. And right now it seems like Carl TZ, no, Versik gets it. EVOS Legends again winning the trade.
Man, what a good chain of plays from EVOS Legends. From the topside gank that they were able to mirror from Echo, and even translating over the objectives. Right after the team fight, they push in and shove in that top side to, again, open up and enable the turtle take. They take the turtle, and hey, guess what? They've already baited so many Echo members to rotate towards that top side that Psychots can just take that bottom side turret with no contest, with no defensive maneuvers from the side of Echo. As Hijime.
Oh my god, with the wall charge. Copied. Finds Curtains and Versik with the execute there. Comes in, of course, and assassination on towards Curtain in mid-side might fall here very soon. Dreams and Friends, they are able to take control in the mid-game. Beautiful performance up to this point. 3 members of Echo, though, jumps in on towards Dreams, and Dreams was caught. Echo seems to want to respawn in the mid-side as well as EVOS desperately here trying to find Psychots, trying to find Benny QT. Gets it here. Benny QT forced to use the flicker, and now Carl Tease is going to be the main target of a Psychots. Will they be taken down by the backside? First they get shut down, Curtains fall as well as now Sanford and Friends, they are able to respawn back. Take a look at the gold shifting on towards Echo. It's now equalizing. Brands now dealing damage on towards Benny QT. Gets it as well. Yawi might be next. He gets taken down as EVOS Legends steps on full throttle here in minute number 8.
It's a messy skirmish across the map. That was such a drawn out fight, but EVOS Legends somehow were able to come out ahead of that one. And it comes down to, again, how they were able to utilize the positioning they had on their carries. Benny, sure, he was able to get the kill in the end with the help of the engage coming in from Echo PH, but look at that positioning. Benny was so vulnerable again to the pick, that Masha, that was so brilliant by EVOS Legends that we mentioned in the draft for EVOS.
Very good engage there by both teams. Good effort by Echo, but EVOS Legends was just too clean with it. And now, here the First Lord already spawned in the Land of Dawn. For now, it's still equal, I gotta say. Sure, EVOS Legends, they managed to grab more turrets, but I gotta say, they can't sit and wait too comfortable around this map.
EVOS have the edge when it comes down to map control now because they do have more turret takes. Topside as well, going to be taken down. That's going to be more map pressure to play with for EVOS Legends. But you're right, I still feel like, again, this can be anyone's game at this point. EVOS have a 1.5k gold lead, but we saw how easy it is to turn around a 1,000 gold lead just early on when Echo had it, and EVOS were able to turn it around. Psychots, though, here, 1v3, Gani.
1v3. Will he survive? Oh my god, he needs to be careful here. Petrify comes through as well. Sanford going in, but Psychots here will not be able to find the escape. And now EVOS with 4, they might go for the Lord here. Is this the right call? Brand very low, they need to disengage. Hijome got caught, and now it seems like Dreams in the backside finding Benny QT, a very crucial kill indeed. Now we can see Versik and as well as Carl TZ go again for the retribution. Versik gets it once again. They might look for the kill. Gets the double here instantly. Carl TZ might be next. Echo, they are now in shambles. Versik still wants to assassinate one. Dreams catching that still, but EVOS Legends with a 3,000 gold lead plus the Lord.
Versik and Dreams just took that fight into their own hands. Gee,
Wow.
it was a 2v5 in that position right there. First, it was able to take the Lord and slay everyone in his sights there. And with that, it's EVOS Legends who've actually gone the gold lead. 4,000 gold lead. EVOS Legends up against the tournament favorites in Echo PH.
My God, Lord marching top side here. This is an enhanced Lord, ladies and gentlemen. So Echo will definitely take care of that effortlessly. But EVOS Legends establishing a very healthy lead now. 5,000 gold lead. And of course, adding more turret takes here with now 5. EVOS Legends, they need to stay disciplined if they want to win this game. They need to stay proactive, it seems like. But of course, with calculation, they need Omni. Energize like a winner here. Every day, your way.
I'm just so surprised by EVOS Legends' performance currently. 4.7 thousand gold lead. A lot of people just wrote them off, me included, in this matchup up against Echo PH. You can already see the different styles, right, for both of the teams. Where Echo PH, their draft is more of that burst-centric team fight. They want to go for an all-in, and they want to use all their abilities to just burst EVOS Legends down in a fast team fight. But for EVOS Legends, it's all about that survivability and dishing out continuous damage, not just about the burst. If they go for a prolonged team fight, it will be EVOS Legends who have the upper edge, and here you go, Conceal.
Oh my God, Conceal play 5 members is in the jungle. Yowie the Sanford and Curtains finding 2 in the backside. And now Browns might be in trouble, but Dreams finds 1 as not finds 2. Psychos and friends manage to equalize and perhaps win the exchange here. Yowie being the only survivor from the Orcas. White Tigers, they are not messing around here in this game as they have managed to find 4 members of Echo.
What? EVOS Legends, again, just as I say that EVOS Legends wants to go for that prolonged team fight, they go straight head-on first into Echo PH, and they take the team fight. At this point, this is really, they're trying to nail the confidence of Echo PH down. With their gold lead, they're actually able to not even play with their winning condition. Again, like we mentioned, the winning condition is for them to play in a prolonged team fight. But with that gold lead that they've already built up for the last 13 minutes of the game, they can actually just go and hard hit Echo PH and still win as well with just the item advantages that they have.
They managed to extract the burst potential from Dreams and as well as First Seeker. Remember, combined, it's both magical and as well as physical here, so the burst power is definitely there. To add to that, of course, the defensive items from the side of Echo, realizing that they are behind in gold, it's gonna be lacking. So they managed to capitalize on that fact, and we can see now EVOS Legends really in control of this game. The question now is, this Lord now is an enhanced one. So Echo, they have a decision to make. Will they contest or will they let it go? Realizing that they are behind 5,000, what do you think?
Let's see though. I mean, look at the damage coming in. Carl TC is waiting in that bush. Nobody notices him. He's gonna go for the steal, Gani.
11,000.
Oh my God.
Take a look at the burst damage from Erithel. He instead deleted. Psychos in the backside. We're trying to find Curtains. But oh my God, the cover is just there. He finds 1 though. Hijome finding Galtizi as well. 4 on 2. Benny QT is next. Sanford is looking to survive here, but he cannot go anywhere. It's a wipes out in our first match. EVOS Legends, the White Tigers looks for the end here. Bot side. Can they do it? 5 seconds till Yowie responds. This is going to be a very crucial timing here. He will go for the wild charge. Can Yowie defend? 4-on-1.
He won't be able to.
Oh, we can see here, Hijome, everything. The base is too exposed, and the White Tigers strike first in our first opening match of day 2.
EVOS Legends 1-0 up against Echo PH currently with match point. A good start for this team, and a start that no one predicted.
My goodness. A very strong display by the White Tigers here in our opening game. Echo, we're stunned. Using that composition after the mid-game, it was very tough to find the right opening for the Orcas to strike back at the White Tigers. But then again, EVOS Legends played a beautiful game, realizing, again, staying proactive, even though they are ahead. They do not just wait, sit around for the Lord. They are still staying proactive.
And again, we need to talk a little bit about that Lord fight, right? The one that EVOS Legends started with Fairsick on the Lord. They played that really well. So they had Brands on the side. They were always, they never stuck together, right? Brands and Fairsick, they were always split up. When Fairsick was on the Lord, Brands was actually a bit further in the bush in front of the Lord. So with that positioning there, it just made Yawi's time a bit too hard. When he wanted to go for an engage to open up the space for Carl TZ to look for that steal, Paquito went back. He actually threatened the Lord reset while Brands just kept on hitting. And in the end, when Yawi had to make a decision to either move, to fall back, or to engage, he was already a bit too low from the poke coming in from Brands. Coming down and into that fight as well, Psychots, while all that was happening in the Lord pit, was going and flanking with the help of Dreams, with that conceal as well. At the end of it, once they took Yawi down, Kurt was too low, was 1 HP. Benny QT was full HP, but hey, when you have your frontliner taken down already so early on, and even your mage with Petrify, Benny's going to be a free target for the rest of the members to really collapse on, and that's exactly what we saw.
Very amazing decision-making throughout the exchange. It seems like very good, showing Echo a slight hesitation, but let's dissect it more to Arashi here. Bookman, Book Boy, what happened? Game numero uno.
Welcome back to the analytical section, guys. Arashi here, breaking down that game, and that was an insane performance from EVOS Legends. A lot of doubts are overshadowing them because they haven't been having the best of times. But right now, with the quote-unquote new roster, with Fairsick back, it's a nostalgic feeling, and boy, they cannot disappoint on that Paquito. He was just absolutely lethal, and despite the best efforts from Echo, they were unable to match their aggression, and combined with the rest of the team, the power picks, the mobility that EVOS has in that game, it's just a bit too difficult for EVOS to try and maybe bring it to the late game, where Benny Cutie on that Leslie maybe would have a better time. But of course, later on even, he'll still have to contend with being hunted by both Dreams and Fairsick, both very difficult to deal with when your team doesn't really have a lot of defensive crowd control. You can see from the items here, it's pretty one-sided, but Dreams is absolutely crazy. He has the Genius one already, so a lot more cooldown reduction, and that is how he's able to one-shot any squishy member on the back line. Because Benny Cutie, as well as Curtains, they don't really have any magic defense just yet, so it makes it quite difficult. Whereas for, and if you compare Benny Cutie's situation to Brand's, Benny has damage, but he's still way off from that late game full build Leslie that we've come to fear with the 1.5k crit true damage. But for Brand's on the Irrital, as you can see, Kartizi as well as Yawi were trying to actually make a play, maybe try and go for a fight or a steal, but when you're a full damage Irrital, just hitting again and again, that's way too much damage to contend with in the late game. And I think Echo should really try and play around that. I mean, off the bat in the beginning, you already see that that combination in the mid lane is just lethal. The Valentina, the Paquito, as well as the Kadira, that is a lot of kill pressure. And wow, if you look at the cards right here, 3 cards by Brands alone, that Irrital was doing a lot of damage, having a lot of assists as well. And of course, Brands in true fashion gets all that juicy GPM. And so far, it's a dominant performance from EVOS Legends, and Echo, the highest damage dealt comes from that Benedetta. So clearly not the ideal situation. If they want to actually match EVOS, I think they have to go for something a bit stronger in the early game. They do have a lot of crowd control immunity on the Grok and the Martis, but that aside, if they can survive the initial pick-off attempt, the damage is still difficult for them to deal with. As you can see, Fairsick was just out of control in that game, and let's say Sanford wants to try and do something similar, he can't really have the same resources and tools in his kit to try and do something like that. So I think it's just very smart from EVOS. Use that aggression, what they're used to. And game MVP right here in day number 2 is going to be Fairsick, 6-2 and 6, 60% kill participation. But this is Fairsick, man. Great farming, good rotation, and very aggressive playstyle, being able to actually burst down members coming in from Echo. And with the help of Dreams, Benny Cutie was just having such a difficult time. He does not do burst damage, he doesn't have his own self-peel, and he doesn't really have that kind of any way to deter Fairsick as well as Dreams from going into that back line. So if Echo wants to go for someone that glass cannon, quote unquote, they need to offer some kind of protection because otherwise EVOS is going to absolutely take advantage of that. And as we can see, this is what the results are going to be. Soon we'll take a look at some highlights, and there were very notable moments here. For instance, the flicker wild charge play from Yawi early game, that was pretty insane. But afterwards, of course, the crazy plays coming in from Fersik and Dreams also finding ways to sneak into the backline. We'll take a look right here as we talk about that wild charge. A bit of a read. I wonder if the information was available, but afterwards, this is what happens, man. The crowd controlled the burst damage. It doesn't matter if you survive the initial knockup, the initial stun. Afterwards, Fersik just hunts you down, and everyone is just so fast at the in those chaotic team fights. And the retributions from Fersik is absolutely solid. Of course, being a Martis, you can't really contest with the burst damage coming from Paquito. But Fersik's Paquito, man, we need to actually talk about it a bit more, and I think Echo might want to respect it. And it's also a very good flex pick in the roster for EVOS. And as you can see here, Echo, they tried to make that counterplay with the wild charge, but afterwards, Dreams is just able to find that insane pickoff in the backline, taking out both the main carries of Echo, and that is the end of the fight. So they require some aggressive playmaking, but then they don't have enough to actually ration for defensive purposes. And as you can see, once EVOS pull away in that gold lead, it's just so brutal because they slowly but surely just suffocate you and then take you out, especially using the neutral objectives to pressure as much as possible. So that's a very clean, calculated game plan from EVOS. But now Echo has had a taste of it. Now it's their turn to adjust and try and see if they can find a solution that works. More crowd control, more targeted bans perhaps. It is a best of 3 after all, and we have seen a lot of games go all the way, the full distance. And now we go straight back to Mirko and Goni to take us to the second game.
Amazing stuff, Arashi. Thank you so much for your analysis for Game 1 between the Echo and as well as EVOS Legends. Again, the Orcas against the White Tigers, but the White Tigers strike first here for our first game. Can Echo find Game 2 is the question, but let's talk a little about Game 1, right? Because I feel like the drafts for EVOS Legends is very complete. They have burst for physical, they have burst for magical as well, and they have heroes that can withstand the damage from the opponents. Like Masha can soak a lot of damage. Remember, he had 2 Guardian helmets, almost 3, so that's a lot of HP.
Agreed, right? It's a very well-rounded draft from the side of EVOS Legends. All the way, like you mentioned, from the frontliners. Let's talk a little bit about that. They had the Masha to soak in so much damage. They also had the Kadita. Even though Kadita isn't really that tank, but the pressure that Kadita has is enough to be that frontliner, right? You don't soak in a lot of damage, but you deal so much damage that you actually zone the enemy frontline and away because they need to protect their backline. So it acts as a very good frontline, and that's why Dreams has been able to find so much success on that hero in every tournament. Then they obviously have so much damage output in that backline from the Valentina, from the Irithel, and from the Paquito. And again, Hijume here is someone that we didn't really talk about, but I want to give a massive shout out to, because with now Hijume constantly being together, sticking with the Irithel, Brands wouldn't have been able to deal that much damage, wouldn't have been able to put his impact down as he was able to in that game. Hijume was constantly using his fear, his terrify to peel and cover for the Irithel. That's why Yawi found it super difficult to actually jump in towards that Irithel to try to nullify this backline presence. And hey, even if Yawi does that, the Paquito is snowballed enough to the point where you cannot ignore the Paquito.
I completely agree. I mean, the positioning from Brands is very good, but then again, the cover from Hijume, from Fersik, is impeccable, making Brands always seems like he is preheating. But in the talk of Game 2, let's now focus on the drafts for Game 2. In the talk of Game 1, I meant, but Echo, Kadita Fanny panned out. The the instant respect from Echo here. EVOS, though, opted for the Cho ban. Perhaps they might go for the same approach here.
Well, right now, EVOS Legends have opted, or maybe Echo PH actually, have opted to stay on the first pick here. Cho gonna be banned, the same ban coming in from EVOS Legends, but from Echo, like you mentioned, there's already that respect towards the Kadira. And now, you're actually gonna see the Gushin banned out from EVOS. So, not just adaptations from Echo, but adaptations from EVOS Legends, respecting Kurt there, who played the Gushin. Even though they didn't find success, it was very annoying, especially early on, but the Faramis will still be the choice for Echo PH. Now for EVOS, it's down to that question once again. Valentina and 1-1, both open. Do they want to leave open to Valentina or the 1-1?
Well, realizing that in game 1 they opted for that Gushin and now it's banned out, perhaps if EVOS Legends now ban out that 1-1, Echo might pick up the Valentina here. So EVOS Legends need to think of that scenario and think again, what are they going to pick if Echo decides to go for that Valentina pick? So they really need to take their time, and it seems like now they are really taking their time here to the last second to think and decide what to ban last in the first phase. Seems like they are now gonna prio that 1-1 still. So Echo, I feel like they should just pick up that Valentina. There you go, the instant lock.
Valentina.
EVOS, 2 heroes here.
Let's see, with the 2 heroes, they can just go for the Paquito instantly right now. We know that both Psycons and Fairsick are really good on their roles in with this hero. So if they go for the Paquito here, they can actually also pick up a hero that they banned earlier in game number 1, the Mathilda. That was a hero that we didn't see, and it might just be picked up here. The Akai becomes a solid choice as well, but because the Diggy is up for grabs, you know what?
Pick up the both.
Akai Diggy in the first phase. I don't know. Honestly, for me, if I was EVOS Legends right now, I wouldn't go for the Akai Diggy. I would just pick the Akai and leave the Diggy open. Yaoi, we haven't seen him play that Diggy, right? He's not comfortable on the Diggy. He's comfortable on the heroes that go in like crazy. And they, exactly, there you go. They go for the Mathilda and the Akai, leaving the Diggy open for Echo, saying, hey, if you want to play the Diggy, go ahead. But we know Yaoi likes those flashy heroes, those engage heroes, and those playmakers.
We'll see here again the response from Echo. Very good, solid picks from the side of EVOS Legends, though, with Mathilda and as well as Akai. The neutral objective takes here might be 100%, but then again, Echo, again, a very solid retribution player as well. But Echo will go for the same approach here.
Yeah.
Brock and as well as Benedetta to close out the first phase. So I feel like their winning condition and objective is more or less the same from game 1.
Now though, the fact that they've already picked up the Mathilda and the Akai means that maybe, for EVOS Legends right now, we saw the third pick. It was the Masha in game number 1. But here, honestly, EVOS Legends might actually look to pick a gold laner and to shut Benny QT down into the second phase, similarly to how they were able to do exactly that in the second phase of game 1. They don't need that Masha anymore now, going up against the Valentina. They might actually need someone to shred that Valentina, to shred down the Valentina, and to shred down everyone here with a team fight. Melissa could work as well up against this composition. They go for the Masha still, so they still prioritize the Masha. Why? Even though they have seen the differences already, the adaptations from Echo, but the Masha was just super good in lane. Again, like I said, against the Benedetta, that bully lane, that winning lane, played such a massive role for EVOS Legends in game 1.
I mean, it's evident to see that in game 1, especially that the Masha was just so active, even though from the early minutes. Meanwhile, the Benedetta was always busy focusing on clearing lanes. Masha was always in just the jungles of Echo, so perhaps in game 2, they would like to replicate that fact, and we'll see, will it work again? Because Echo, I'm quite sure, now seeing the game performance from Psychots in game 1, they will definitely repair it in game 2. You can see here, the second phase, more variety, more respect from game 1. Martis and Erithel, who were played from each other teams, was banned. It's gonna be banned.
Let's see. With the Martis ban and the Irithel, again, both teams are just given over respect towards one another, right? With the respect given, though, it leaves a few heroes open. The Claude, the Melissa. that was both banned out in the second phase of game number 1 now are up for grabs. And for Echo, they need to get rid of the Melissa next, right? The Melissa provides such a good disengage tool, such a good, peel, cover tool for the side of EVOS Legends here. And with the Melissa here up against Echo's draft, that dive comp can be completely nullified, and EVOS knows it. They want Echo to go for the Melissa ban. They want Echo to go for the Claude ban. Any marksman, because hey, they'll pick it up first.
Exactly. There you go, Irthel and Claude, and I feel like you're right. I mean, we talked about Melissa in the first phase, and I feel like EVOS Legends should definitely pick up that Melissa. Remember, it has the go away, so again, to negate the power, dive power from the Benedetta, from that Grok, Melissa is somehow the perfect hero to complete the drafts of EVOS Legends. Remember, they already have the Matilda, someone to cover MPL as well, and of course the Akai, that heavy spin, can just protect Melissa more, making it harder for Benedetta, for Grok, for any hero that wants to dive the gold lane. But there you go, the Melissa pick comes through. Echo though, the two heroes that they need is someone that can, again, burst the front lines here.
Firstly, you need to look at it like this. Sure, you need someone to burst the front line, but it doesn't matter if you pick up something like a carry that can melt the front lines down, but will lose in lane against the Melissa. You need to pick up someone who does well against the Melissa, and Bruno becomes an option for Echo PH. Benny QT picking up that Bruno. So far in this tournament, we've seen Bruno once, still sitting at a 0% win rate, but Benny QT is trying to change, to revert that win rate. As they pick their final hero, it's the Farsa, so it's Valentina Jungle for Echo PH, learning from their opponents in the grand finals. Interesting choice.
Valentina Jungler will go to the land of Dawn here, it seems like. And with that Farsa here, gotta say, it might be a juicy target though for Masha, for Akai as well.
Exactly.
We'll have to see here how he will handle that. But now, one last hero. You were saying that it's going to be Lilia.
Or, if they actually want to just go crazy,
Kagura.
Kagura could work, but I'm thinking more Lunox, right? They go for Eve, which is interesting because again, alright, so they're really just trying to play with the Akai being that it's a full front to back composition, right? So for EVOS Legends, they want to put that go away together with Hijume, as they have played together so much in game number 1. The way they play, remember, Hijume is always sticking with Brands, and Akai is going to be that menace in that front line together with Masha. Matilda's going to be able to cover up for all of them.
It's going to be very interesting to see how both teams go about this in game 2. In case you missed it, game 1 falls to the hands of EVOS Legends. But now, Echo looks to strike back here and force a game 3. Ladies and gentlemen, still us here in the English desk. But now we are about to enter the land of Dawn. With 10 heroes being set for game 2, let's see. Can EVOS Legends make it a clean sweep against the runner-ups from the Philippines, or can Echo again force a game 3 in the series?
Based on the draft, it's the same exact playstyle for both of the teams. EVOS Legends with survivability and Echo PH with burst.
Land of Dawn we go. Game 2.
Whoa,
you can see here already action from minute number 1 already. Called TZ.
What?
Wow, Cyclops diving in again. First blood falls to the hands of Echo. Remember last time in game 1, even though Cyclops got killed, they won the game, so perhaps a little deja vu here we might see here. Call TZ already picking up a kill though with that orange buff secured as well. EVOS Legends here still needs to be very, very careful.
I guess if it ain't broke, don't fix it, right? And here as well, Gani, what I want to really point out is the fact that, you know, on the Grok, usually we always see the barrier being leveled up as the first skill. Yeah. Early on to stop the wave from actually coming in and to actually freeze it near the turret. But here is where EVOS Legends were actually able to utilize that to punish Echo by using the mini waves that was frozen to actually go for that invade. But Brands,
3 members, a little bit too much there. Benny QT finds the kill. Dreams a little bit late to cover his gold laner. But take a look at bot side. Versick here taking a lot of damage from Sanford. Now, it's still safe. 20 seconds to the first turtle. Seems like EVOS Legends a little behind on rotation.
very behind when we're looking at it, right? Because Brands has already lost his life early on. It's not exactly the same as what happened in game number 1. In game 1, sure, EVOS Legends lost a few kills. They were actually picked off in the map, but it wasn't their core carries. It wasn't Hijume, nor was it Brands. Now with Brands taken down so early on, it's definitely going to be Benny with an advantage. And now we're going to see the turtle take.
Real world manipulation cancelled away, and Wild Charge connects it on towards Hijume. He will not survive this. Oh, I might be wrong. With the guiding wing and Flicker, he survives. But Echo, with the clear plan, they want the turtle. They managed to just give pressure and zone the members. EVOS Legends will go behind on the turtle take here. And as we can see, here's Yaoi just giving the information of first pick. So again, Echo leading here in the first 2 minutes. They have managed to level their coin farming skills with, of course, HSBC.
You can already see, again, deja vu to game 1. 1.1k gold lead, now 1.2k gold lead for Echo PH. But the differences being, it's Brands who's so far behind now compared to the Bruno. It's Brands who's getting bullied in that gold lane, where in game 1 he was able to actually stay pretty equal up against Benny QT, and that in the end was the reason as to why he was able to deal so much damage. Here though, he might get folded, but you guys can fold your phones, which is even crazier with the Samsung Galaxy Z Fold for 5G. Get your unrivaled gaming experience now. As you can see, Hijume is just getting zoned away, poked down by the far side.
Outside here, a little bit of action. Sandford trying to deal damage onto a Psychots. Petrify connects as well here. Psychots running away with the sprint. Manages to do so as well here. 1 HP. Echo still in the lead. 1,500 gold lead here, and it seems like kill-wise as well, they are ahead. So Echo, with this control, they are looking to focus on the gold lane now. Brands struggling here to find the farm that he needs. But then again, this is still the early phase.
Brands needs to be enabled by the team, and I think EVOS Legends have finally understood that now. They know that also Echo PH have adapted from game 1. They know now to actually go for the ganks towards Brands, to put that kill pressure down. And not only are they doing it towards that gold lane, but now that the Bruno has already won that lane, they're doing it just to stop EVOS Legends from rotating across the map. Playing in the bushes more than using the wings by wings to rotate and to look for those ganks.
Well, take a look at Masha, the head-to-head against Benedetta. Sandford here, taking a lot of damage. And now the second turtle take. First take is already in that vicinity. Oh, we'll see. Oh, Kaltizi still winning out the retribution there. Akai, his heavy spin impacts we haven't seen because 2 turtles already secured to the hands of Echo. So now they have established a 2,000 gold lead, but it seems like now EVOS, they are also do not want to take a risk to go force a team fight.
It's too risky, way too risky. Looking at Echo's composition, again, it's a burst dive composition. If they actually get the snowball rolling, which they are doing right now, 2,000 gold lead already, it's going to be very tough for EVOS Legends, and you can see the damage.
Feather Airstrike here popped as well, circling Eagle onto his skirts and force him to flicker away. The backside though, first take here, trying to pop that heavy spin, does not find the right engage, and he escapes. Echo with a very good maintaining pressure. And now let's take a look at the items here. It seems like that Benny QT already farmed to that Berserker Fury, so that critical damage percentage increased. Of course, Brands on the other side, only Twin Talkers, so again, the damage output isn't really there for this marksman.
He's going to have to scale up, and I think it's a good move by EVOS Legends to let that top side be taken. But this gives the opportunity over to Echo to, again, push that snowball even further by rotating Benny into the mid lane with a goal lead that he already has. He's building towards that endless battle, and once he does get that endless battle with the Berserker's Fury, he's going to be able to do so much damage with the Feathered Airstrike with just a few hits from Benny. It was, oh my god, Hijume!
Sandford with the flanks finding one there. Of course, Hijume used the flicker earlier. With that information, Sandford just gambled in, finding that play, and a very good decision making there. Once again, from the EXP laner from the Philippines. EVOS Legends, they are now behind almost 3,000, almost. Psychots, 3v1 situation here. Guardian Helmet though, just secure, and take a look at the damage towards curtains. forced to use that wings by wings, but that feather airstrike will not be able to take him down. But Carl TZ with the right positioning manages to catch him red-handed. He gets taken down. Turtle now, we are going to see.
Definitely a mistake there from Psychots. He could have actually rotated over to Dreams and Fairsick, who were there to help him escape, to help him retreat. But let's see, Fairsick.
Heavy spin pops, Carl TZ, and Fairsick go at it for the third time. Does not get it though this time. Carl TZ finds the kill, guiding win to save him. Feather airstrike does not really connect. A very good disengage, but a very good execution for Echo. They managed to find the Lord, find the turtle rather, and created more space here in the map.
Yeah, they're using Benny so well here with the lead that he has to siege turrets down. Bottom side tier 1 was taken down, and the tier 2 has already been chunked so low. They're basically forcing Brands to actually rotate down below as well, and the movement that Brands is using right now to rotate across the map from top side to bottom side is going to cost them a bit of XP and gold. Fairsick there, looking for a cheeky steal onto the Litho, but again, Carl TZ with a solid retribution was able to take it. You guys can be energized like Echo PH in game number 2 right now, like a winner with Omne. Every day, your way.
Oh, wild charge here on towards Dreams. Forced to use that guiding win. Perhaps a waste resource, I must say, but now Echo still maintaining that pressure. Concealed play does not really find the connection there. EVOS Legends also a very good awareness that they did not gamble and risk any team fight there in the mid side.
There's so much damage from Echo PH currently. Even Carl TZ is able to melt Psychots down in a 1v1. Echo right now are playing their way, and you guys can do the same with the Aurora collection, so go ahead and check it out right now because Echo, 4.6k gold lead. EVOS Legends are going to have to play the stalling game as Carl is looking to sandwich Brands or Dreams right now.
Oh, seems like Echo. The pressure from this comp is just so powerful that EVOS Legends, they are struggling to find the right opening. I mean, Hijume has yet to create any impact here with that Eve 0-1-0. Even though real world manipulation pops multiple times, but it seems like it's really hard to find the right opening. Lord is up. We'll see here. EVOS Legends.
At the moment, it's not just Hijume, but everyone. Yaoi, though, right now is going to be chunked very low. And this actually might be an opening for EVOS Legends to look for something. They are 4,000 gold behind, though, so they cannot make a mistake. One mistake can be disastrous for EVOS Legends.
We are seeing now, Lord is low. Battle of Retribution, who will get it? Carl TZ 4-0 in this game. Real world manipulation and as well as feather airstrike was spots, but no casualties. Brands here jumps in with the go away on towards Sanford here. Sanford a little too tanky there to be taken down, but now the Lord will fall to the Orcas. We'll see what will they grab with this Lord. EVOS Legends struggling here in game 2, 10 minutes in.
All right, let's see. EVOS Legends here early on. It was a snowball from Echo PH. So let's see what they do. 6,000 gold lead. Can they come back from this is my question right now. Because Echo PH's draft, right? The way that they are able to actually play around this with the damage they have and the snowball potential of this composition might just be too much for EVOS Legends to handle.
We're now seeing here again Echo still trying to find taking down more turrets, creating more space. Fairsick here taking a lot of damage. Heavy spin with pops forcefully for a defense. As a defense, mid turret falls. Tier 2 now is going to be the focus of EVOS Legends, of Echo again. We're now seeing here EVOS Legends, no casualties just yet. Multiple resources were popped. Circle Eagle connecting onto Sanford. Sanford trying to clear the bot side here. Go away with spots. He gets taken down finally. But now it seems like with 4 members, Echo will not somehow release the pressure as well. Tier 2 mid side falls. Now EVOS Legends still on the defense. Tier 2 top side is very low. So practically all of the tier 1s and 2s from side of EVOS Legends are collapsed.
That was still such a brilliant play, though, from Sanford. Even though he was taken down in the end, he bought so much time, and he forced so many resources to be used from the side of EVOS Legends for Echo PH to take the rest of the Tier 2 turrets in the mid lane and in that top side. Now, we are going to take a look at the items once again, where Benny QT is already building towards a win of nature, I think, right now. Meanwhile, for Brands, he's still actually going to go for some damage here. Again, he's going... Yeah, he wants to go for damage. He wants to go for the Scarlet Phantom next, so no defensive items whatsoever from Brands. EVOS Legends were finally able to get a kill on the board, but in terms of gold here, the longer the game goes, the more irrelevant that gold lead's going to be. So Echo PH, I am expecting Echo PH to go guns blazing, all in the next Lord fight, and in the, well, before the 14th minute. They need to really look for that end before 14.
Please do note as well here, Mirko, the Psychot's built already that Twilight Arbor, so that Thunderclap will have
a lot of damage.
More damage on towards perhaps the right targets. Curtains being that Curtains and as well as many QT. Their positioning needs to be on point, that it's going to be hard for Psychots to create an impact. But now, the Lord, Enhanced Lord, has spawned, so that's going to be the main focus for Echo. Specifically, EVOS, will they try to contest if the question seems like, looking at their rotations, they are trying to find the right opening.
It's very tough for a front-to-back composition to play from behind. And right now, EVOS Legends are trying to make themselves at home here. Spersic jumps in.
Heavy spin pops, but what can you do? The damage output is just too much. He gets taken down. No retribution from the side of EVOS Legends. Psychos trying to do what he can as a Masha. EVOS down at 4, and Lord will be comfortably taken by the side of Echo. Once again, the Orcas strikes back here. All of the neutral objectives secured. Still 100% by the airstrike. While take a look at the damage on towards Brands. No chance for him to survive. Echo building almost a 10,000 lead, looking for the end early here.
I don't think EVOS Legends can come back anymore right now with no Brands. The wild charge!
Pressure fight connects onto her too. Mid-turret falls. Echo still strong with 5. Versick though has spawned, so that heavy spin might come through after it activates. Now, it seems like they are still holding on here. Dreams and Friends trying to again just withstand the pressure. Lord still healthy while outside watching. This is Enhanced Lord. It will charge now. Take a look at that. Striking the mid-turret. Falls now, bottom 1. Hijum and Friends again trying desperately to find, but it seems like Echo, they are not looking for the business here. They are just going for the base turret. Cyclops taking a lot of damage. Take a look at that. The damage isn't gonna be enough for him to be taken down. All 3 base turret now confirmed. Taken down. This is gonna be Echo trying to go for the end, but it seems like EVOS Legends still holding on.
Good defense by EVOS Legends. They managed to somehow still be in this game past the 14th minute, but now it's just such a disaster for EVOS Legends. It's so much to deal with for them. Echo PH are able to actually shove every single lane now constantly because they were able to take all the base turrets down. With all the super minions coming in from every lane at this point, top, mid, and bottom, EVOS Legends are going to have to micromanage every single lane, which is going to kind of slim their chances down even more, narrow it down even more as to how they can come back in the game. Because right now, if you want to come back if you're EVOS Legends, it's by going for that Evolved Lord fight, it's by winning the team fight in the Lord pit. I don't think they're going to be able to find that proper opening with so much map pressure on the hands of Echo right now.
Seeing how Echo is playing, it's just so hard for EVOS Legends to find the right opening, find that small loophole. Because at this point, to this point, Echo has played a perfect game. No mistakes whatsoever, not even a minor mistake. And that is why EVOS Legends struggle to find the mistake here. I mean, do note that EVOS Legends has only 1 kill, so that is how tight Echo is now playing.
It's a very objective game right now, right? 15 minutes in, and there's 6 kills, a total of 7. So there's just, it's a very low kill game. It's a very objective-centric game, and right now, Echo are kind of outclassing EVOS Legends in that manner. EVOS are only able, or were only able, to take down that top side tier 1. Now, that map pressure is going to haunt them, and Brand's not having any defensive items is also going to haunt them. Sure, in terms of damage dealt there, he is actually far up in the number 1 position for Brands. I think that was damage taken, actually. It was Fairsick who took the most damage. But right now, EVOS Legends are going to try their best to look for an opening in the Lord Pit. This is a desperate play for EVOS. That's what they could look for at this point, Donnie.
I mean, desperate times calls for a desperate measure, it seems like. And EVOS Legends, they are already pressuring and keeping an eye on that Lord. Take a look at the damage from Benny QT. 10,000 HP now. Of the HP, but first it comes in with a heavy spin, finding two, but take a look at the damage. It's just too much. Psychos in the backside trying to find a kill, but one by one here, two members fall.
Oh my god.
Take a look at Circling Eagle, and now Brands finding the shutdown on towards Carl TZ. A very crucial kill in the backside though. Psychos trying to find Yaoi, does not quite connect. Sanford here running for the hills. Three members is on him, but EVOS Legends does not want to overcommit. A very good counter setup by EVOS Legends manages to find Carl TZ and as well as Benny QT as they survive for another day.
Oh my god. Again, you said it. Desperate times. Oh my, but still, EVOS Legends were able to withstand and stay in this game, survive a little bit longer, and it comes down to Psychos actually, who was able to flank so well, to dish out so much damage onto Kurt. While even though Kurt didn't get taken down, he was low, he was so low, and he was forced to actually back up. Meanwhile, the two members here from EVOS Legends that really shine in that team fight was Brands and Dreams. Dreams providing the escape for Brands, and obviously Brands just with that damage to come back in the team fight.
Again, we are now seeing a reset. Valentina opted for a purple buff first. A very good rotation here as Lord will be resetted. Persic now is buffless, but it seems like because Melissa Brands will take the buffs now. Take a look at the outside here. Masha, 3v1. Barca, Benedetta, and as well as Bruno might be on him. Feather airstrike pops. Psychos, though, quite comfortable. Still, almost has that spirit as well as Immortal, but take a look at the Lord. Realizing that information, Persic might take the Lord. Take a look at the Retribution battle. Yaoi gets it. My, oh my, the Orcas strikes back here. Minute number 18. Yaoi,
Benny.
very low. All recall. Benny QT with the Bruno. Can he make it with a major pops? EVOS Legends cannot defend this one as Echo again forced a game 3.
It happens again to EVOS Legends. It happened twice in MPL Indonesia Season 10 where Kabuki was able to backdoor. And here, it happened once more from Echo, from Benny QT, and to add salt to the wound, Yaoi with a brilliant steal with a wild charge against 4 members. What a play by Echo.
Benny QT, the perfect set. They set up the perfect trap. And my goodness, what a match we got.
Wow.
1-1. A very stylish game as well. Yaoi getting the Lord. But take a look at the bot side. EVOS members.
Benny just kicking them all over. He kept on kicking.
Exactly.
Even flickered forward.
With the win of nature against a Matilda, he does not care. Styling on EVOS Legends. But what it does, it's the best of 1 now.
It's a best of 1. It's equalized, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah. The series is back 1-1. EVOS Legends, they still have a chance to close it out in Game 3. But Echo PH also have a chance to reverse sweep EVOS Legends.
The Battle of Ease goes on here. But of course, what are we, Mirko?
What are we? We're casters.
Analysts. We're not casters. We're not analysts. So Arashi, what happened in Game 2? Why? Why Benny QT able to do that?
Hello, welcome back. That's a good question, Goni. How was Benny QT able to get so dominant of a performance in that game? I think it's all due to the initial game plan. As you mentioned in the drafting phase, they were picking the Bruno to try and be a very dominant laning hero, and then afterwards they use that pressure and take it, and they don't keep it in one lane. They keep moving Benny around to the lanes that they require pressure in, and slowly but surely they start cutting off the supply for EVOS Legends, and you can see in how they play. The rotations, right? They don't really chase EVOS, but they ensure that anywhere EVOS goes, they are always available to be somewhat of a threat, to be able to cut off the escape routes. And initially, I think it was a great idea from EVOS Legends to go for a full front-to-back team composition. To threaten the backline, they can use Psychots the way we saw in the late game just now, pushing towards Curtains as well as Benny, but in the early phase, with the Matilda and the Akai providing security, escape and defensive crowd control, and then allowing Brands and Hajime to actually use all that range advantage to their benefit, I think it's a great plan, but they forgot, or I guess they overlooked the potential for Farsa to be a counter. Whenever a squishy long range, or a squishy glass cannon hero is in the game, a feather airstrike can be such a dangerous thing for them to face, and we saw that again and again because Bren, for the most part, is relatively safe from the rest of the members of Echo, except for when Curtains pops that feather airstrike. With 2 balls, he's able to just completely take Bren out, and that just makes it very difficult for that front to back to happen organically, and Echo is forced to constantly find weird ways. EVOS was forced to find weird ways to try and play out the fight. If you look at the stats here, it's a bit of an opposite story. Lord and Turtle all monopolized by Echo, not giving a single one to EVOS Legends. I guess in a way that is the benefit of having a aggressive jungler. Yes, tanks jungler have all utility, but if you are an aggressive jungler with damage, you have more ways to secure that neutral objective. And if you're a Valentina, you can also have the same kind of utility, the same kind of crowd control that allows you to get a very easy time almost to try and secure the majority of these neutral objectives. That aside though, you have to wonder if this is a core strat for EVOS to use Psychots on that Masha, because they seem to really prefer it and then build around it more than anything else, because I feel like other heroes were available, but Masha seems to be something that EVOS Legends really like. So we'll see if they have any other variety, any other variations that Echo needs to be aware of. But so far, it seems to be the pattern that if you have a strong jungler and a strong mid lane, right? The rotation game right now is just so important for all the teams in MPLI. And if you have essentially that roaming death squad, it's very hard to maintain pressure, to have impact on the game. And the MVP for game number 2 is going to be Yaoi on that Grok. 0 deaths in such a close game, essentially. Yes, it was low action. There was a very low amount of kills, 78 kill participation by Yaoi. But he was doing a lot of crowd control, setting up his team best as possible, denying EVOS' entry route using the barricades. And then afterwards, of course, there's that Lord Steal, which we might see in the highlights. But Yaoi has been doing a lot of amazing things on this Grok. And of course, in game number 1, EVOS has a very, very strong counter engage. In game number 2, Echo, knowing that they enjoy decisively engaging, getting those big team fights instead, they ban away the majority of the counter engages, and now they push EVOS into a front to back, and this is where I guess they feel more comfortable and they have an advantage. So we'll take a look at the highlights, and you'll see, I think, in the beginning, how Echo was able to use their strong laning phase and then translate that lead all over the map. Early on though, this is that strat we've been seeing again and again. The Masha from Psychots just going in aggressively, disturbing the jungler. I'm not sure if it's that effective, but here it is. When you have the crowd control, when you have the burst damage available, the gold lane in particular is such a vulnerable target because you are that squishy all the way since the early game, making you a prime target for these pick-off attempts. And in the mid game, the rotations, the positioning from Echo is just so good. And the real-world manipulation from Hajime on that Yif is just unable to match with the long-range impact of the feather airstrike. And with the Benedetta just being so dominant, so much damage available, everyone is constantly pushed away from EVOS Legends, and that makes the Lord fights just so dangerous, especially when they get caught in those choke points by Sanford with that Petrify. This is an aggressive Benedetta with aggressive items that allows him to actually petrify multiple people in that Electo final blow. So if EVOs are funneled into a close choke point, it is way too difficult. And here I thought there was a mistake by Echo. They might let EVOS get that Lord, but no, they're able to actually buy enough time and even match EVOS in the performance in that last team fight, and that allows Benny to just have quite enough time to end that game. That will be it for game number 2. So, as you mentioned, adjustments by Echo, already very visible. EVOS, though, use a essentially opposite strategy. From being the aggressors, they played defensively, and so far, the teams that have been playing defensively have not been able to secure the victory. So we'll see if for the final game, the final best of 1, we're gonna see guns blazing, both going aggressive, but it's back to Mirko and Goni. Take it away.
A very beautiful analysis there, Arashi, as always. And now let's focus on game 3. But before that, game 2. That was a very entertaining game.
It was insane, right? The level of play is happening, and obviously the final play that happened, the backdoor once again. At this point, it's a curse for EVOS Legends. They seem to always get backdoored here. It was by Kabuki on the Brody first time around, and then on the Beatrix, again? And then it was the man himself, Benny QT. So it's always the gold lane. It's always the gold laner of the enemy team. I think now it's a good time to go for the ban, maybe perhaps towards that Bruno. But no, you know what? I'm gonna stick to what I've wrote down here first, Gani, because in that game, Arashi mentioned that, you know, whoever's been playing defensively has ultimately lost the game. I personally felt like, again, for EVOS Legends, they didn't play defensively in game 1 or game 2. It's more reactive. Sure, they played defensively, but they played defensively according to the situation. When they were behind, when they had no setup for the turtle takes, they had to play defensively. EVOS Legends have always been a very reactive team, and you saw that from them just now. They were a bit too defensive because Echo had the lead for almost the entire game, and this time around in Game 2, Echo did not make the mistakes, like you mentioned as well, Gani. Meanwhile, in Game 1, there were a lot of mistakes by Echo PH that was able to be punished, actually, by EVOS Legends.
It's very interesting to see that, again, it happened here, especially in Game 2. Somehow, Psychots neglected his lane. He somehow forgot to clear his lane, which, of course, Benny QT saw a huge opening. Meanwhile, the chaos is happening top side. Benny QT saw that window. Regardless who gets the Lord, he will definitely get the opening. But now, taking a look at the situation here from the side of EVOS Legends, they are chilled and ready for Game 3.
Very ready. It does seem like, you know, even though they lost the second game, it's still all right. Psychots he didn't actually, like, ignore the lane. He wanted to clear a lane. He wanted to cut it, but you saw the movement from Echo. It was just brilliant by Echo. For this time, actually, I would say that Echo actually executed that backdoor really well because it was a forced error towards EVOS Legends. They had 2 members threatening the Lord take, Carl TZ and Yaoi, and all the other members rotated down below to facilitate that backdoor to happen from Benny. How? By zoning Psychots away from the minion waves that he wanted to cut. And that was what gave Echo the opportunity to end the game. It was that forced error. If EVOS Legends responded towards the back door, they would have lost the Lord. But if they went for the Lord, well, we saw what happened.
Yeah. Man, oh man, what a thrilling Game 2. Game 3 here, a reset best of 1. So I'm intrigued to see here how is just the situation from the side of Echo. But drafts. Game 2, a lot of adaptation from a lot of respect as well from the drafts from Game 1. Will it happen again in Game 3?
I think the main mistake for EVOS Legends, if we have to nitpick the draft, is the Eve, right? I really don't like the Eve. You're up against a Grok, you're up against a Benedetta, a Valentina that can steal your ultimate, and even a Farsa. Every single member in the enemy team has a way to shut you down, to poke you down, to take you out. The Eve was... I personally said Lilia because I felt like in that particular situation, if it's not the Lilia, it's the Lunox. I mentioned, right? You need someone sustainable. You need someone who can get out of these sticky engages that Echo wants to put on you with the Flicker from the Grok, with Benedetta on the Petrify. And I think just the mid lane presence was not available at all for EVOS Legends. And the thing is, hey, look at game number 1. How were they able to win? Sure, it was Bren dealing the damage, but who was there behind with him? It was Hijume who wasn't behind. It was a Hijume that was very, very healthy and a very, I think scaled up as well. It's a very normal but very consistent Valentina.
The thing about again, let's talk about the Eve more. You like the Lunox pick. I personally like the Kagura. Why? It can flee from the Grok, from the Benedetta, and it adds kill pressure towards that Bruno, towards that Farsa as well. Kagura can somehow be just adds more layers to it, you know? Can be independent, but of course, the thing about Kagura is that she needs items. So if you're behind, it's quite a hit or miss, but when you're ahead, that kill pressure towards the MM, towards the other mage is definitely there. And I guess, well, what we can both agree is that we just don't like that Eve pick.
Yeah, well, that's what we can agree on, right? The Eve pick in the end, I think, it kind of made that mid lane stagnant. They weren't really able to do anything with that mid lane, with the mid lane pressure that they had, right? The Matilda was roaming across the map, but like you mentioned, even while we were casting the Eve, it didn't feel like any of these real-world manipulations did any damage, nor did it place utility. It just really struggled to find a place in this game because of how much dive, because of how much there is from Echo PH to cancel this Eve out. Secondly, though, I do think in terms of the draft, everyone else was good. I think the draft was amazing by EVOS Legends. The Akai, the Matilda, the Masha, and the Melissa. I really like the Melissa, again, because of Echo PH's draft, which was dive-centric. You need someone with a disengaged tool. They had the Akai and they had the Melissa, but the thing is, I think the execution as well. Fairstick on the Akai was looking for a lot of moments instead of playing it defensively with the Akai, using a heavy spin just to peel off from the Eve, and Melissa that was constantly being targeted by Sanford.
Yeah, I mean, there were glimpses of the Melissa, of Brands, like dealing damage, creating counterplay, but it wasn't really a full connection. It was just glimpses. And sure, EVOS Legends, some situation they are able to translate that to an objective, but for the most part, it's just Echo dominating the game. But guys, if you perhaps want more information, updates, any whatsoever, memes, check out our platforms. Follow ONIC Esports Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and as well as, of course, TikTok. So, again, it's just an amazing day, it seems like. Setting up a very good tone, day 2.
Already, first game, first match of the day, going full 3 games. As usual, yesterday, Bernix Flash and Orange Esports, every game went over 20 minutes. Right now, we don't have a 20-minute game. That last game wasn't 20 minutes, right? It was 19, 18 minutes, I believe. So maybe for game 3, we might see that 20-minute game. Maybe a 13-minute game, a 40-minute game? I don't know. We'll see.
I'm here for it.
Goni's definitely here for it. He was here for yesterday's 35-minute game.
Exactly. I mean, wow.
It's the Goni curse, I think.
No. Don't let
I did cast a single 30-minute game after your shift was over, Goni.
We'll see, though. Let's set it. Let's test it out again in day 2. But, guys, what a day.
What a day.
I mean, what a tournament it has been, right? Day 1, a lot of actions. 3 matches going to full series to the ones. Only 1 match yesterday that went to 0. Will it happen? Will it be the same here for day 2? But it seems like there are some troubles here for this match. But don't go anywhere because we're taking a small break to fix the issue. Don't worry, order Mac delivery, of course. So Goni and Mirko will take a short break. Stay tuned, ladies and gentlemen. Grab your snacks. See ya.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true. Where everything you want can be yours. If and only if you're willing to work for them. You're willing to hurt for them. But most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm saying? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission of being stand in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been late. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete, well get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt, so show them my work, I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next.
Yes, let's go!
I'm who they test, like we playing chess. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures.
This November, watch your heroes unleash their power.
Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
To be the ultimate winner.
I play for me. I play for fun. I play for real. I play for friends and Friday nights. We play for all. This is a new age of play. Play your way.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true. Where everything you want can be yours. If and only if you're willing to work for them. You're willing to hurt for them. But most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm getting. You hear what I'm saying? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission of being expansion my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wanna play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been late. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete, well get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my work, I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next.
Yes, let's go!
I'm who they test. Like we playing chess. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures.
This November, watch your heroes unleash their power.
Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
To be the ultimate winner.
Play. I play for me. I play for fun. I play for real. I play for friends and Friday nights. We play for all. This is a new age of play. Play your way.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true. Where everything you want can be yours. If and only if you're willing to work for them. You're willing to hurt for them. But most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm hitting, it's hot. Look what I got, whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission of getting what's my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been late. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete, well get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my work, I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next.
Yes, let's go!
I'm who they test. Like we playing chess. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures.
This November, watch your heroes unleash their power.
Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my work, and that's why I gotta be first.
To be the ultimate winner.
Play. I play for me. I play for fun. I play for real. I play for friends and Friday nights. We play for all. This is a new age of play. Play your way.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true. Where everything you want can be yours. If and only if you're willing to work for them. You're willing to hurt for them. But most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm saying? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy. And I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been late. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt. Push through the hurt just to show them my work. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next.
Yes, let's go!
I'm who they test. Like we playing chess. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures.
This November, watch your heroes unleash their power.
Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
To be the ultimate winner.
Play. I play for me. I play for fun. I play for real. I play for friends and Friday nights. We play for all. This is a new age of play. Play your way.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true. Where everything you want can be yours. If and only if you're willing to work for them. You're willing to hurt for them. But most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm saying? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission of getting my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy. And I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been late. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete, well get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt, so show them my work, I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next.
Yes, let's go!
I'm who they test. Like we playing chess. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures.
This November, watch your heroes unleash their power.
Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
To be the ultimate winner.
Play. I play for me. I play for fun. I play for real. I play for friends and Friday nights. We play for all. This is a new age of play. Play your way.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true. Where everything you want can be yours. If and only if you're willing to work for them. You're willing to hurt for them. But most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm saying? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been late. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete, well get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt, so show them my work, I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next.
Yes, let's go!
I'm who they test. Like we playing chess. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures.
This November, watch your heroes unleash their power.
Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
To be the ultimate winner.
Play. I play for me. I play for fun. I play for real. I play for friends and Friday nights. We play for all. This is a new age of play. Play your way.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true. Where everything you want can be yours. If and only if you're willing to work for them. You're willing to hurt for them. But most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals and I'm getting you here, but I'm saying it's hot. Look what I got, whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what's in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been late. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete, well get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my work, I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next.
Yes, let's go!
I'm who they test. Like we playing chess. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures.
This November, watch your heroes unleash their power.
Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
To be the ultimate winner.
I play for me. I play for fun. I play for real. I play for friends and Friday nights. We play for all. This is a new age of play. Play your way.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true. Where everything you want can be yours. If and only if you're willing to work for them. You're willing to hurt for them. But most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm saying? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission of getting my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been late. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt. Push through the hurt just to show them my work. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next.
Yes, let's go!
I'm who they test. Like we playing chess. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures.
This November, watch your heroes unleash their power.
Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
To be the ultimate winner.
Play. I play for me. I play for fun. I play for real. I play for friends and Friday nights. We play for all. This is a new age of play. Play your way.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true. Where everything you want can be yours. If and only if you're willing to work for them. You're willing to hurt for them. But most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm saying? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission of getting in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with you, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been late. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete, well get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, but through the hurt, so show them my worth, I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next.
Yes, let's go!
I'm who they test. Like we playing chess. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures.
This November, watch your heroes unleash their power.
Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
To be the ultimate winner.
I play for me. I play for fun. I play for real. I play for friends and Friday nights. We play for all. This is a new age of play. Play your way.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true. Where everything you want can be yours. If and only if you're willing to work for them. You're willing to hurt for them. But most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm saying? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission of getting in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been late. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete, well get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt, so show them my work, I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next.
Yes, let's go!
I'm who they test. Like we playing chess. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures.
This November, watch your heroes unleash their power.
Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my work, and that's why I gotta be first.
To be the ultimate winner.
Play. I play for me. I play for fun. I play for real. I play for friends and Friday nights. We play for all. This is a new age of play. Play your way.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true. Where everything you want can be yours. If and only if you're willing to work for them. You're willing to hurt for them. But most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Good. I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You know what I'm saying? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission of changing my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been late. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete, well get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next.
Yes, let's go!
I'm who they test. Like we playing chess. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures.
This November, watch your heroes unleash their power.
Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
To be the ultimate winner.
Play for me.
Wow, wow, wow. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to MPLI 2022. We apologize for the slight inconvenience, but all issues has been resolved.
Absolutely, ladies and gentlemen, we are back for game number 3. We are going to continue. Again, very sorry for the inconvenience. There was a technical issue that we had to solve here at the MPLI 2022, but it's all resolved now, and we are going to head instantly to game number 3. EVOS Legends 1, Echo 1.
In case you missed it, game 1, it was actually EVOS Legends, the White Tigers, strike first. But then again, in game 2, the Orcas, Echo, find a good footing on their game and manages to force a game 3 in this series. You can see a situation from both gaming houses that they are in a very upbeat and ready to take on game 3. Remember, the team that wins this game moves on to the next round, and the team that loses will end their journey here in MPLIT.
It's back to a best of 1, Albert Serafine Gani. Right now, it is back to a best of 1. EVOS Legends, the 7th place Indonesian team, versus Echo PH, number 2 in the Philippines. Let's see who gets eliminated and who gets to go to the next stage, progress onto the next stage. In game number 1, it was EVOS Legends capitalizing on the mistakes from Echo PH. And for the second game, it was Echo PH who took just a perfect game up against EVOS Legends up till the very end, even with their backdoor. But here it is, the draft. It is going to be EVOS Legends finally moving to that blue side after staying in the red side for 2 consecutive games with their first ban, the Cho.
Still, EVOS Legends here, they are opting for that Cho ban here in the first phase, just like they did in the second pick. Now it's a very different approach coming from the EVOS side, banning out the Croc. Meanwhile, Echo banning out that Fanny and as well as Juan here. What they're saying is that they are perhaps again opening up the opportunity to trade that Valentina Paramis here, perhaps. EVOS Legends, what are they going to opt for here? It's gonna be a very, very crucial ban here, because the first pick usually sets up the drafts. Now, Echo with Fanny and Juan banned out. EVOS Legends perhaps might take that Fanny, that Valentina, or even that Paramis, or perhaps they might cryo that Petito. Gushin is also available here up for grabs for EVOS if it were to be left open. But EVOS with this Paramis ban, what they're saying is yeah, Echo, let's ban out that Valentina. So Echo, what are they going to ban here for their last ban? No, it's gonna be Kirita opening up that Gushin and as well as Valentina. So we'll see. EVOS Legends with the first pick, what are they going to opt for? It is going to be the Gushin, a flexible, a very solid first pick as well. Mid lane or jungler, that's going to be the question. But Echo, fast response here. Benedetta, and most likely Valentina is going to come through next. But yeah, there you go. Valentina and Benedetta confirmed. Again, this Benedetta is quite flexible here. Can't enter the jungle, can also enter the EXP lane. We saw Sanford 2 games on that Benedetta. Very, very impactful as well. So perhaps we might see that happen again in game 3. EVOS Legends, 2 heroes to close out the first phase. Realizing that here, such heroes like the Lilia might come into play here again. Hijume, we haven't seen a lot of Hijume's record in MPLIs, of course. So perhaps that Lilia pick might just come through, but again, Eve might just work here in game 2. It didn't work well. Perhaps he can repair his performance here in game 3. So heroes, it is confirmed. Esmeralda and as well as Matilda first here. So not the mid lane. They opt for a roamer and as well as EXP. Again, Gushin can be flexed towards that mid lane position. So EVOS Legends do not want to give out the cards yet. Echo though, now the last pick, what are they going to opt for here? Responding to that Esmeralda pick, a good pick would be that Dyrok, but is it too early is the question. Valentina, Benedetta, very fast clearing here. Of course, that Benedetta can invade the jungles. Sanford, a very, very good player to play that Benedetta as well. So Echo here, one last pick before the first phase ends. I feel like they might secure a gold lane here. Oh no, they opted for a Jawhead pick here to respond to that Matilda. So they are going to put that more of a lock hero here with that ejector available in their arsenal. Second phase, let's go. Erythel banned out here, limiting the gold lane of EVOS here. Brands shines with that Erythel in the first game, so it seems like Echo, they are going to ban that out. EVOS, what are they going to respond here?
It's smart.
It is a very smart move. Second phase, they should just go and limit perhaps the jungler option here for Carl TZ maybe.
Yeah, that would be the wise choice, right? Again, though,
open.
this Benedetta can still be flexed by Echo PH. We have seen Carl TZ play that Benedetta before. It just comes down to whether or not EVOS Legends wants to see that Benedetta in the jungle, or no, they don't. They want to see that Benedetta go to the XP lane. They want to just go for the other bans here towards Echo PH, knowing that the Martis, even though they were able to beat the Martis in game number 1, it was so annoying to deal with. That anti-CC really stops the engage momentum that EVOS Legends have built with their composition right now with their dive. So, a good ban from Echo PH with the Melissa and the Irithel. Like you said, Irithel was very, very annoying in game number 1, and even though Brand's lost in game number 2 with the Melissa, it's still a very annoying hero to go up against with this dive comp that Echo have gone for. And the fact that they have a Jawhead now, it's easier to stop the Jawhead than the Grok with that go away.
It's gonna be a question, right? Will Echo go in one basket with the dive comp? Or will they balance it out in the second phase? Because I feel like with that Valentina pick, it just creates a lot of dimension, create more dynamics as well within their composition. But EVOS Legends, they're saying perhaps that Jawhead might be the jungler as well. That's why they ban out
and the Valentina.
Or the Valentina. So again, it's just all flex here from the side of Echo and EVOS. They are not convinced that this Valentina or Jawhead might fill in the mid lane position. Echo, first pick in the second phase. What are they going to commit to?
I am the moonlight.
Well, there you go, the answer. Oh my god, the Mia for Echo in the gold lane for Benny QT. We saw the Leslie in game number 1. We're seeing the Mia now in game number 3. EVOS Legends, what do they want to play here up against this Mia? There's a lot of options still on the board, right? The Claude becomes a very good option up against the Mia, honestly, but he's got to be very careful about that immobility and obviously the ultimate from Mia to get out of that Blazing Duet, to get out of harm's way. And this is actually such a good pick up against the Gusion, because the Gusion's going to have a lot of trouble if Mia uses that ultimate to get out.
That's true, that's true. Again, it will melt Esmeralda in the late game, so a very solid pick. But EVOS seem like they are convinced with a Claude in the gold lane, taking on that Mia. And of course, Lilia, we talked about it in the first phase. Hijume might just do very well here with the fast clear that Lilia provides. It might actually block or negate the dive potential from that Vendetta, from that Jawhead as well. We'll have to see here. 4 mages though picked up from the side of EVOS Legends. Gusion, Matilda, Esmeralda, and as well as Lilia. Are they building? Is their comp too much magical?
In a dead body.
Oh, well, you know, before we answer that question, Goni, the Leomord is going to be picked up for Kraltizi in.
Oh my god. It's a very good pick here, Miracle.
It is.
Against a quite squishy, I could say, against Magical here, but
no
then
lockdown
again,
heroes.
No lockdown heroes, but then again, that Lilia might negate the potential from that Leomord. We'll have to see here as the heroes are set for game 3. Remember, it's do or die in this game.
Wow, oh my god, man. It's such a good pick, that Leomord, up against so much. Well, it's a squishy team, honestly, Goni. You're right. They do have more. They have mobility. They have mobility with the Lilia. They also have sustainability, the Matilda, and yeah, like you mentioned, the Claude. So the mobility is present for EVOS Legends, but this dive comp from Echo is looking so scary. And the thing is, they're putting all their marbles onto that dive comp, but if they go to the late game, they still have that Mia as late game insurance.
So let's see the conclusion here for game 3 this series. The White Tigers or the Orcas. Game 3, ladies and gentlemen, Land of Dawn we go. Who will grab and move on to the next round, and who will be eliminated? Ladies and gentlemen, I want to see your support in the live chat. Positive ones, of course, and spam your chats. EVOS Legends or Go Echo.
Let's see, man. This is going to be very interesting. Echo loud, Echo proud. That's their line.
There you go.
Fairsick here, or are they going to be losing out? And he actually opted to go towards the enemy jungle to try to go for a cheeky steal. But Kraltizi here, Leomord clears really fast. And wow, in the gold lane, this is definitely not what we expected. The Mia's already winning early on with the Inspire. And Brands is going to be forced to actually stay under the turret.
Yeah, it seems like here the trade is winning forward side of Benny QT. But then again, a spell has been burnt out from the side of Benny QT. We'll see here already both roamers rotating towards the gold lane. He's taking a huge chunk of damage from that Yaoi. And it seems like now EVOS Legends again still, I guess, even on rotations. But Leomord after level 4, it's gonna be nasty. Will they go for the setup here? Ijume has no black shoes. He's level 3. And here you go, the Horses, and as well as Valentina comes in. Hijume pops the sprint to escape the pressure in the early minutes.
Good try there by Echo. PH to look for the kill. Fairsik comes in as well. Both of the mid laners will lose their battle spells here right before the turtle spawns. 5 seconds for that turtle to spawn into the land of Dawn. Currently, we're jumping into the second minute of the game. Brand's looking for that steal. Won't be able to get it. And Benny is going to be a problem here for Echo. I mean, for EVOS Legends later on. Psychots, though, looking to zone Echo as they go for the first turtle.
Seems like here, Echo, they are zoned out a bit, but Sanford in the backside on this Benedetta, popping that final blow, trying to deal damage first, completely taking the retribution there. But take a look at that, Ejector connects, and as well as Petrify. Call TZ connecting the first blood, but take a look at Dreams and first, they jump in. Call TZ is a little bit in trouble here. Low HP does not want to go about their business. Red buff immediately he reset it, and EVOS they go for more. Yawi gets taken down, and the purple, no, the orange buff be collected by Fairsik. Fairsik claims another 1 by 1 there. Echo loses out, losing on that trade. EVOS establishing a very healthy lead.
Not looking good for Echo PH, man. Like we mentioned in the drafts, they put so much of their resources. The draft is centered around getting that snowball to happen with the Jawhead, with the Leo Mord, and obviously with that Valentina. Early on, EVOS Legends have managed to get the grasp, and Echo PH might have to fall back on their plan B, early on already with Benny QT. That's their secondary line of fire, right? They need to now try to enable Benny QT to farm a bit more in that gold lane, because if this keeps on going, EVOS might actually be able to make just a snowball, create a snowball effect for themselves.
I guess that's the main concern here forward side of Echo. They are behind gold-wise. So I guess now Benny QT needs to be careful. 3v1, 3v2. Outside, Yawi managed to cover him, but again, EVOS do not want to go for the commit play in bot. I guess that is the wise choice here. EVOS Legends, what they need to do is make sure Brands gets his farm. There you go. DHS secured in the 4th minute.
With the DHS very early on, he's already on track to get that golden staff pretty early on as well. 7 minutes might be the time. Hijume, though, going to be engaged on.
Hijume taking a lot of damage here, but Black Shoes hasn't been popped. There you go. Echo with the disengage. Ultimate waste there, perhaps not waste, but burnt. So Echo do not have that engagement perhaps for this turtle. We'll see. Rotation, they are behind. Sanford, though, of course, will not commit on towards the turtle here. It seems like Echo will have to find other compensations. 2 objectives for the side of White Tigers.
The snowball's building up, man. Benny's all alone. This might be caught here.
Circling Eagle connects, and Benny QT will be deleted. Yawi a little bit late to the party here. 4-on-1 now. They might commit on towards this. Gets the double. Brands picking up a very crucial kill. 2 kills. There you go. EVOS Legends. Almost 2,000 gold lead.
Early on, so early on. This is looking horrible right now for Echo PH. The longer the game goes, sure, they can start to rely on Benny, but thing is, EVOS Legends are starting to really rotate towards that bottom side to stop Benny from being a threat later on in this game. With the 2,000 gold lead built, it doesn't feel like Echo PH can really go for these neutral objective contests. They need to go for picks all across the map. Yawi jumps in.
Oh my god, we can see here the jumps in on towards Fairsik, but blazing away in the backside. Hijume pops that Black Shoes as well. Oh my god, Brands gets a kill on towards Yawi. 4-on-4 now on the bedside. Sanford trying to deal damage on towards Fairsik, and it seems like now the re-engage curtains is down. Dreams find the kill, and Benny QT will not survive from that Gushin. What an exchange for side of EVOS Legends. Now they are in a 3,000 gold lead. EVOS Legends handled that perfectly. Top side, Psychots once more on towards Sanford. Particularly at the items here. What's significant here, Mirko?
Well, if we take a look at the items, definitely what I want to point out is Brands, right? 302 currently, and he's going to get that golden staff very soon. 7 minutes with a golden staff, level 9 on the Claude is going to be massive here for the teamfight potential that EVOS Legends have built. No, he gets it in the 6th minute. 6-minute golden staff. That's insanely fast for a Claude early on in the game. And if you take a look at Fairsik, he already has that Genius Wand. So this early on, he can actually burst down even the frontliners from Echo with this Gushin.
And do note that Carl TZ opted for a Swift Boot, so he is quite squishy here in the builds for members on the river. Yawi, half HP, can survive. There you go, Phantom Speed. Sandford at the backside, Curtains will fall. No, Black Shoes pops here. Carl TZ though, taking a lot of damage there. Bot side, will not find anything, but Curtains on the other side gets taken down. Carl TZ quite low. Cyclops trying to deal and harass the two members here. Will not commit to it under the turret just yet, as the turtle again is secured by the side of the White Tigers.
Oh my goodness. Once again, EVOS Legends are able to find the turtle, able to find a fight with the help of Brands on that Blazing Duet. 5,000 gold lead, now a 6,000. Sanford forced to back off, and it's EVOS Legends converting onto another objective down below. 7 minutes in, 6,000 gold lead as Carl TZ is looking for something. Pops that Stampede, but Gani, they're going in.
Oh my god, Circling Eagle connected onto Silver Curtains. Insta-deleted Yawi as well here. Double kill for Fursick, it seems like Echo. For now, they are in shambles. Mid-turret tier 2 might fall here as Fursick here showing passion in the mid-side, recalling. But man,
there's that M1 sticker too.
M1 sticker as well. EVOS though, they are dominating this game at this point.
It is, right? It is a very dominant game here for game number 3. So far, EVOS Legends have taken everything. They haven't even dropped a single turret here, so Echo PH will need to look for a pick, but at this point with their teamfight comp, can they even go for that? 6-1 was the scoreline from Echo when they won game 2. EVOS Legends here trying to one-up that with 11-1.
Man, this is looking bleak for Echo. 9,700, losing 0 turrets taken from side of EVOS and just has no space to farm whatsoever. EVOS Legends again showing their aggression here with the main line, with their new lineup, and it seems like that Echo, they are now in trouble.
I'm trying to think about it, Gani, right now. What do Echo need to do if they actually want to get back into this game, right? Because the main, obviously the very easy answer would be Benny. Get Benny to farm up, get Benny to those item power spikes, but that's not going to be
easy job.
It's not an easy job at all. It's way too hard for Echo, considering that, hey, look, Fairsick is 4-0-7. Gushin's going to be able to melt down even your frontliners. Echo right now will need to try to look for the trades, and they need to try to slow the tempo down, because if Fairsick and EVOS Legends do what they've been doing in the past 9 minutes towards Echo, it's going to be a 2-1 towards EVOS Legends, and it might be an early end, as early as 11 minutes.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, Echo should have picked their fights early on. Now they are just too far behind. But now, it seems like Battle of the Orange buff here. Sanford taking a lot of damage. Take a look at that damage. Their glowing wand was also there, almost taking him down. And my god, the space that Echo has right now, they're suffocated.
Echo not looking good here. 8.8k gold lead built up for EVOS Legends, and the Lord hasn't even spawned in. EVOS are able to take down all the tier 2s here, except for that mid lane without the Lord. So with the Lord coming in right now, they're just trying to get those base turret passives out of the way. Mid lane tier 2 going to be falling here as well, with the enhanced minions coming in with that Lord buff. They might actually be able to siege this down with the amount of damage they have. Fairsick
trying to jump in there. Take a look at the damage already.
Yawi
3 members almost taken down. Yawi there. Slight miss mechanic. Will this be punished? But it seems like EVOS, they are a little bit too disciplined. Cyclops though, Ultra is backline. Fursick is in trouble. He gets the shutdown. Sanford gets straight the trade. Curtains and as well as Fursick, Sanford as well now. Echo, 3-man defense towards finding that mid side here, but it seems like Benny QT is already up on the equipment. Taking a look at the clear, it's very fast. Carl TZ though, needs to be careful. Base turret, bot side, not looking good. Might fall here, yeah, it has fallen. So EVOS Legends with that Lord push manages to grab one base turret.
That was a good play by Sanford though, right? EVOS Legends definitely have the advantage coming into that siege with the Lord coming in, but it's still just Echo who are able to find a pick. That's a base turret traded in for the pick, so it's still worth it for EVOS Legends, but Echo PH now, I guess they have a little bit more room to play with that 1 kill. I still don't think they are going to be able to amount to a comeback here, Gani. 9k gold lead. Their main answer towards the damage in the later stages will be the Mia. Mia, I don't think will be able to shred every single member down
as you would think, right? So looking at the items now, Benny's still building towards a win nature right now. They just nullify the damage coming in from Bren, who already has a Malefic Roar at this point. He might actually just sell that, steal leg plates to go. You would expect defensive item, but I'm actually thinking just go for more damage now that you're this far ahead, right? 10,000 gold lead. Hey, why don't you go for, what, a BOD?
Maybe, but first thing, man, taking a look at the items there. Genius, Divine Glaive, Holy Crystal, Magic Power is always up there. And to top it off, adds that DPS burning effect from that glowing wand, combined with Lilia's glowing wand as well. Echo. They're feeling the burn, man.
Definitely feeling the burn. And their tanky members aren't so tanky now that EVOS Legends have so many glowing wands, so much burst. And to add on to that, the Gusion that can shred through even an Athena, a Radiant Armor. We saw the response towards a Gusion was 2 Athenas yesterday. Didn't work out even. So now with the Enhanced Lord slain by EVOS Legends with a 10,000 gold lead, it does feel like EVOS Legends are going to be able to close the game out in the next push.
What are they banking on here? Echo, I guess.
Benny,
and
has
as well
to just be Benny.
Hopefully, they are hoping that EVOS Legends makes a mistake.
You're
Perhaps
right.
overextending, overcommitment, and of course, Echo is always there to capitalize. So we'll see here. Will EVOS make a mistake, or will EVOS close this out?
I agree. I think right now, Echo PH, they're only banking on EVOS Legends to make a mistake. Because at this point, EVOS Legends, if they play it disciplinedly, if they wait for the Lord, they will be able to actually just chain in these minions to come in together like they're doing right now with the bottom side pushed in with 2 waves. Mid lane is going to be pushing at the same time. So even though it's not going to be an end here, per se, EVOS Legends will be able to get that mid lane base turret.
You see here, Curtains almost get taken down there. Top side, Sanford trying to deal the minions. Base turret, top side. It looks to be the target from the side of EVOS Legends now. Can they defend? No. The answer will be no. They could not. Now it seems like all base turret will be taken down, so the base from the side of Echo will be quite exposed. EVOS playing this very disciplinedly here, not looking for a fight, but they are targeting towards that base turret here. So it's another reset for both teams.
It is. Echo PH currently down 11,000 gold deficit, still building, still farming towards Benny QT to get those power spikes. As you can see for the player's gold here, it's dominated by EVOS Legends. The top 3 is Brands, Psychots, and Fairsick, but Benny's slowly but surely creeping in that top 3 by farming, and you can already see that Echo PH, once again, even though they've only gotten 2 kills and it's not on Benny, they're already trying to facilitate that farm from Benny QT. Give him the space, and whenever they have minions shoved in towards them, they always give the last hit over towards Benny. Let's see though, because right now, the desperate attempt to jump into their own jungle.
Oh my god, Carl TC gets taken down. This is it. Perhaps EVOS Legends might close this out. Sanford, every member now, rest of the members trying to fight. Hijume popping that blast shoes at the very second. EVOS, a very good re-engage there, but a slight overzealousness perhaps from the side of Echo. Now, they have to defend with 4. Sanford, Yaoi trying to rest, but Sanford gets taken down in 1 HP. There you go, Cyclops claiming the kill at the base. It's just 2 exposed. White Tigers moves on to the next round as Echo, the runner-ups from the Philippines, gets eliminated.
It's a massive upset in the first match of the day. EVOS Legends, number 7 in MPL Indonesia, have just taken down Echo PH, the first runners-up from MPL Philippines. I'm at a loss for words right now. EVOS Legends, not only did they win the 3rd game, not only did they win the series, but it was a dominant performance from EVOS in that final game.
It's
11,000 gold lead.
It's a massive win for the EVOS fans, but I don't know. Again, I'm baffled as well seeing that, my goodness, game number 3, one-sided. Game 1 and 2 was quite close here, back and forth, but game 3, EVOS Legends were just too clean with the execution.
It was insane.
again, every lane shined there. Even Sycon's on the XP lane.
Right.
Like we mentioned, he's definitely improved from his MPL performance, where again, it was his first time playing on stage as a rookie coming into the MPL. There was a lot of doubts towards Sycon's, but with this performance here, I think on the Masha, on the Esmeralda, he played really well, especially on that Esmeralda in the end just now. In the lane against Sanford, he was able to clear the waves constantly and just be a menace towards Sanford. I'm looking at it right now. I don't have a lot of words to say because of just how baffled I am. You sound speechless as well after this massive upset, Gani. But I think Arashi definitely has a lot to say.
Of course, he's the analyst. He knows what happened
He's a right man.
earlier every second. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to take out your notebook and write everything that Arashi says, right? Arashi, bring.
Hello, Gunny. Good to be back for the end of game number 3. And man, as you mentioned, such an upset, such a surprising conclusion to the series. We thought it's going to be guns blazing, both teams going aggressive. And it is, but we expected a closer game. But unfortunately for Echo, they get taken out, and EVOS is able to do it in such a decisive way. They went for the more concrete, the more rounded AoE teamfight. You see that Echo has a lot of damage, a lot of potential, also bringing out all the surprise picks out of the bag, the Mia, the Leomord as well. Unfortunately, it seems like they excel when it comes to single target pickoffs. Even Yawi on the Jawhead goes for the single pick with the ejector. But when teams are grouping together, when it's a 3v3 skirmish, the AoE and the utility coming in from EVOS Legends is way too good. Because if you try and jump on one person, the Esmeralda from Dreams will be able to provide a way out, a method of escape for his teammates. And of course, as Mirko mentioned, if you look at the items right here, Bronze is just really good at farming. Of course, the kills as well as the minions as well. At 6 minutes, mind you, he has that combo done, the DHS and the Golden Staff. So he was already shredding the beefier members from Echo, and without a strong, tanky, beefy frontliner, it's very difficult for Echo to try and find control, find a footing on the map to try and survive long enough from the DPS. Because even if you consider that Brands won't be in the area, Fairsick as well as Hajime, man, they have a lot of damage coming in. Lilia can be considered a bit of DPS, but with the Divine Glaive, with the 2 wands available, that's already an insane amount of damage. Let alone Fairsick on the Gusion. As Mirko mentioned, even 2 Athenas won't be able to save your life if you are full bursted. So every time Echo wants to try and get information, get control, EVOS denies every single bit of it. All the way since minute number 3, I believe, they just roamed in together as 3 and tried to fight Echo before they were able to actually catch EVOS off guard. It's a very smart strategy, and it was risky, but it ultimately paid off. And I think it's very smartly designed by EVOS Legends. It complemented their playstyle, and as a result, you can see 9 turrets, 2 lords, 3 turtles, nothing on the board for Echo at all. They got completely shut down, and even Sanford is the highest damage dealer, but all things considered, he was unable to make any meaningful plays, and EVOS have all the solutions. They can go for those pickoffs, they can burst people down with Fairsick, they can kite back away using Hajime on that Lilia, and if they want to engage, they can use the Esmeralda, they can use the Mathilda, and for the most part, as we mentioned, Echo have no solution. They can't get a footing, they cannot look for information, because they get killed way too fast. They can't win in AoE teamfights, and if they want to go for 1v1s or solo pickoffs, EVOS Legends were grouping as essentially a death ball, and that is something that they are unable to deal with. Leomord on the back foot, not exactly a scary prospect. So the MVP for game number 3 here is going to be Bronze, 4-0 and 8, 800 GPM essentially with an 80% kill participation. Solid in the lane, even though we've seen him just power through different matchups, and even on the back foot, he just finds ways to be efficient, find ways to be effective. And if he is not completely shut down, this is the kind of performance, the kind of impact you can expect from Brands. He is a man with a lot of experience, and he's showing it today on that Claude. being able to just wait for the right moment, do a lot of DPS, and saving that Blazing Duet for the moment that's most critical to ensure that they get the jump onto Echo. And if you look at just the composition and how they were able to rotate around, EVOS was playing it so patient, and I think that is also a show of growth because we saw a lot of mistakes, a lot of overcommitment, and perhaps that is exactly what Echo was waiting for. But EVOS, they were just so calm and calculated. They did not bite on any baits, any lures coming in from Echo. And if you take a look at the highlights, and maybe you'll see a bit of that right here. As I mentioned, at 2 minutes and 30 seconds here, already EVOS just go in aggressively, and with the sustain from the Matilda, with the survivability and the superior burst damage essentially coming in from the Lilia and the Gusion, they were able to just completely abuse Echo in the early phase before they're even ready to prepare for this kind of invasion. Afterwards, it's just pick off and sporadic teamfights, but with more AoE, these sporadic teamfights end up favoring EVOS quite massive, I must say. Of course, mechanically, EVOS is also very sound, and it really seems like being aggressive, this is how they want to play. If they have the advantage, if they are the one dictating the tempo, they find so much more success. And look at the positioning. Echo was trying to disengage, trying to run away, but they run into the other members from EVOS, which also shows that EVOS don't even need a full 5-man team to try and push the members of Echo away from certain areas of the map in this game. Afterwards, they just played with the objectives, go for the control in the jungle. Every time Echo tries to get information, tries to maybe prod and find an opportunity, EVOS absolutely punish them. And with that kind of dominance, with how disciplined and how tight of a grasp they have on the gold lead, they just end that game in dominant fashion. Not much to say about it. EVOS Legends is definitely a new contender here. They're playing very well, and despite the doubts and the worries, they're doing great. But now, that's it from me. Back to Mirko and Goni for the closing of match number 1.
Saya kalau jadi cikgu pada Safa, saya cukup bangga untuk bercakap di hadapan ramai.
Terima kasih banyak Mas Rian atas
Rashi Hoshi, thank you so much again, ladies and gentlemen, here who watched the Battle of the Ease. But it seems like the White Tigers, EVOS Legends, clinched the win here against the runner-ups from PH. But boy, oh boy, what a series it has been today. Match 1, 2-1. I can't wait for the Battle of Bees now.
Ooh, it's a massive upset again in match number 1 where EVOS Legends, number 7, were able to take down Echo PH. We'll see though right now as we are going to get into an interview with EVOS Legends. Let's call them right now to ask them a few questions. Who's it going to be? It's the man, the myth, the legend, Coach Zace.
It's going to be Zace. Coach Bjorn. What's up, Bjorn? How are you feeling?
Hey, I'm feeling good. I'm glad that we won against Echo. They put up a really good game. But yeah, feeling good overall. Yeah.
All right. Well, I have a question right now, Zace. You know, this is a massive upset, right? A lot of teams wrote EVOS Legends off when they were chosen to go against Echo PH, the first runners-up of MPL PH Season 10. Do you think this new roster is special again coming in after a win against one of the M4 representatives for Philippines?
I'd say like we did a good showing, but for me, because we know like Echo is a representative of M4, and like teams like like RQ isn't here, teams like like ONIC isn't using their main roster, so I'd say like Echo is just more of like they're more preparing for M4, and they're not focused too much towards MPLI for now. So I wouldn't say like we're that strong now. It's just more of like Echo isn't using their full force.
Okay, but with that in mind, Coach Zace, right? How confident are you with this current roster in winning MPLI 2022?
Honestly, realistically, I have no idea because we haven't really played with this roster for not even a month. So honestly, it can go really bad, it can go really good because right now, like, there's really no expectations at all.
All right, well, it does feel like right now, with no expectations, they are performing really well in the draft as well. Coach Zace, the Gushin, all the crazy picks right now with the new meta after the new patch. The Leomord we saw, the Martis we saw, and we even saw the Martis ban coming in from you, Coach, in game number 3 just now, and I think game number 2 as well.
Yep.
So, with all these new heroes, the new fighters like the Martis, like the Leomord, what are your thoughts on the current patch?
I would say like Leomord and Martis, I guess like these heroes are really strong right now, especially in the jungler. I mean, they're flexible as well. We could even see perhaps Leomord XP coming out in the future, more Martis XP as well. I would say like just these heroes are just, I would say like they're really meta picks, like top picks right now.
All right, a couple of questions before we close out this interview here, Coach Zace. Which team are you like intrigued to face in MPLI 2022?
Honestly, I just really want to face ONIC because they picked us against Echo, which I felt was the hardest opponent for us.
Ooh.
So yeah, we want some payback towards ONIC, you know.
All right, last question.
Go ahead.
Any messages to EVOS fans or perhaps any statement from the coach, the one and only Coach Zace?
Yeah. EVOS fans, thank you for supporting us. We'll do our best for this tournament and we'll work harder to show better results. Thank you for supporting us.
Okay, thank you so much, Coach Zace. Congratulations, EVOS Legends, for the next win. Hope for the best in this coming tournament, of course. Well, congratulations, EVOS Legends.
See you next time, Zace.
Thank you.
There you go. There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Coach Zace with a statement as well. They want to face ONIC ID. ONIC ID placed them in the same bracket, in the same match against Echo. So, trying to look for revenge right now. We'll
against
see.
ONIC ID.
But they're going to have to face off against the winners of our second match first. Bren Esports versus Bigetron Alpha in our next match, Gani. The Battle of the Bees.
Yeah, the Battle of E's concluded,
E and
done
B.
and dusted. But now, let's shift our focus to the Battle of Bees in our coming match, of course, still with us. But, my goodness, what a first match to set the tone of Day 2 MPLI.
Absolutely, right? The first match set the tone completely. We saw 3 games, and it was absolutely amazing. An upset happened here, and for these two teams, maybe Coach Zace mentioned, for the M4 teams, they might actually be hiding some strategies. These two teams did not qualify, so they might just go all out, no hidden strategies.
So, Gani Mirko, signing out little. Stay tuned during the break.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm saying? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission of changing my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been late. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete, well get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt. You push me to the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next.
Yes, let's go!
I'm who they test. Like we playing chess. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures.
This November, watch your heroes unleash their power.
Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
To be the ultimate winner.
play for me. I play for fun. I play for real. I play for friends and Friday nights. We play for all. This is a new age of play. Play your way.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true. Where everything you want can be yours. If and only if you're willing to work for them. You're willing to hurt for them. But most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You know what I'm hitting is hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lanes, cause I'm on a mission of getting my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy. And I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been late. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete, well get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt, just to show them my work, I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next.
Yes, let's go!
I'm who they test. Like we playing chess. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures.
This November, watch your heroes unleash their power.
Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
To be the ultimate winner.
Play. I play for me. I play for fun. I play for real. I play for friends and Friday nights. We play for all. This is a new age of play. Play your way.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true. Where everything you want can be yours. If and only if you're willing to work for them. You're willing to hurt for them. But most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm saying? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy. And I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been late. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete, well get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt. Push through the hurt just to show them my work, I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next.
Yes, let's go!
I'm who they test. Like we playing chess. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures.
This November, watch your heroes unleash their power.
Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
To be the ultimate winner.
After the first match upsets, we are moving on to the second match of the day. MPLI 2022, day number 2. Back with us, Goni, and as well as Mirko here. Mirko, how are you feeling after that first match?
Man, the first match was crazy, and here we're going to get into our second match. There was a massive upset already. Hey, who's to say there's not going to be another one here? Bigetron Alpha facing off against Bren Esports. This is going to be a very interesting matchup to see, ladies and gentlemen, especially considering that, hey, right now, MPL 2022 is absolutely awesome with the help of our official partners and sponsors, HSBC, Samsung Galaxy. We also have Omne by FWD, McDelivery, and Logitech G.
Man, oh man, thank you for our official partners, because without them, of course, MPLI 2022 would not be here. But boy, oh boy, let's shift our focus now onto Bren and as well as Bigetron Alpha. Now, Bigetron Alpha, though, is very good in leveling up their coin farming skills, of course, with the help of HSBC.
Well, you guys can also go ahead and level up with BTR with HSBC right now and level up your coin farming skills by watching the How to Farm and Spend Your Gold in MLBB video that is uploaded there to increase the level of your financial game in-game and also in real life, ladies and gentlemen, so that you guys can have a lot of money, financial stability to get.
Now, Mirko,
something.
Let's say we have financial stability. You guys should check out Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 4 5G as well to have a better quality in gaming experience, or an unrivaled gaming experience here with the 7.6-inch dynamic AMOLED 2x Infinity Flex display and a refresh rate that is 120 hertz.
It's crazy.
It is optimized games for like MLBB, and of course, this phone is just the future.
It is, you know, with the Qualcomm Snapdragon 8+1 Gen and 12 gigabytes of RAM, you guys can say goodbye to any sort of lag and also network lag, because look, 5G means that, hey, we're all good when it comes down to the connection. But with that good connection, with a good phone, you guys can download the app right now for free to be energized and be like, enjoy life like a winner with Omne. Every day, your way.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, that is going to be it. But no, we have one more improvement for you for your quality of life as well. If you want to improve your gaming quality as well, you should check this out.
What is this? What is this right here?
This is the Logitech G, the Aurora Collection. Welcome to a new age of play with Aurora Collection by Logitech G. Of course, the official partner of ONE Esports MPLI 2022.
Well, go ahead and get yourself this right here. You guys can see it on your screen. I'm so tempted every single day after I'm done casting MPLI to take this home with me because of how clean it looks and how good the quality really is, Gani. But hey, it's time for us to talk a little bit about some esports news, Gani, because hey, you guys can also keep in touch with the esports world right now with all the new news and information out there. We've got you covered with ONE Esports' social media. Follow us on Twitter, TikTok, Instagram, and Facebook to get all the latest news and all the news and information you missed from MPLI 2022.
Stay relevant by following all, if not one of the platforms. And of course, you can register and win as well a chance for that Venom skin collection by clicking this link, oneesports.gg/MPLI-win to stand a chance again to win Venom skin collection.
Whew, man, and you know what? Since you've already registered, I know you've already followed our social media, why not just do another thing right now, which is the quiz, the personality quiz for you guys to find out what type of MLBB hero you guys are. oneesports.gg/quiz-MLBB. Go and type that in to your browser to see, are you a Selena, are you a Wan, or are you Gani?
Are you Gani? Seek your inner self, and once you've done that, you can go out where? To MPLI Watch Party. RSVP now here, of course. MPLI Watch Party. You can meet your friends. You can go with your friends or go alone.
Meet new friends.
Meet new friends. RSVP and automatically stand a chance to win up to USD 500 worth of prizes and as well as diamonds.
Presented to you by HSBC. MPLI Watch Party. Go ahead and book your spots now because, hey, it is limited. But you know what else is limited? Community tournaments as well, man. There's going to be a lot, though, from ONE Esports. And right now, you guys can go ahead and show your glory. Show what you're made of. You want to be that pro player in MPL? Well, you're going to have to start with the community tournaments first. Win yourself. Get yourselves the achievements. Only on battlefind.com/OneEsports, and you can even find your own squad.
Exactly. Doesn't matter. Solo queuing, go find your squad there. But man, oh man, what a day it has been for you who are watching MPLI 2022.
You guys can now actually go and get yourself some discounts for skins in MLBB currently, Gani.
It's just the largest annual sale coming up. The Double 11 Mega Sale is coming very soon. So join the promo carnival event that will start and it has already been started. So win loads of promo diamonds from the 10th of November. You would able to use that promo diamonds to purchase skins and heroes for just 1 diamond. Aside from that, the exclusive double skin will be released on 8th of November. Take note, alongside the return of previous Double 11 skins. So don't miss it out. Hashtag Mobile Legends Bang Bang. Hashtag MLBB 1111. Hashtag Mega Sale. And on that note, let's see today's schedule.
Let's see it right here, ladies and gentlemen. Today's schedule, we have already watched, we've experienced the joy of match number 1. Echo was sent home after EVOS Legends won 2-1. But here in match number 2, it's Bren versus Bigetron.
The Philippines will go up against the Indonesian once again here in MPLI 2022. And it's gonna be very, very spicy. Bren, they are looking solid in the Philippine scene, taking on Bigetron, who is also on the uprise.
They are, right? BTR have been steadily improving, so has Bren. That's why this matchup is so interesting. Bren were one of the closest teams to actually beating Blacklist International in the upper brackets when they actually went all the way 5 games.
Wow.
3-2. Blacklist International beat them.
But here, Gani, we are going to take a look at the official lineups for both of the teams before we talk more about these two teams. So, without further ado, let's go and check it out.
My, oh my, what a team profile. But let's take a look at the official lineup from the Filipino side here. Bren Esports, Few, Flap TZ, Super Marco, Kyle TZ, and Ogwen.
Man, for this lineup right here for Bren Esports, it's a very interesting one because it's going to be Flap TZ in the XP lane with Few in the mid lane, two veterans in Bren Esports, two world champions. But Super Marco is actually going to be the jungler for Bren Esports for MPLI. Kyle TZ is going to move from that jungle role towards the gold lane. Again, something that's very, very interesting to see here because it's a new approach from Bren Esports, but from Bigetron Alpha, they're still staying here as 5. The main lineup that we saw in MPL Indonesia, all the way from the regular season towards the playoffs as well. Moreno, Sorizo, Marky, Max, and Key. This lineup has had a lot of amazing performances, and like you said, Gani, they're on an uprising.
Exactly. I mean, Marky performed phenomenally here in his debut season in ID. So let's see here in his technically his first international scene with this team, how it will pan out. Lane prediction here, I gotta say, the highlight lane has got to be that jungler position, man.
Yeah, the jungle is going to be interesting here. I still don't know. We saw the roles just now. It was Kyle TZ as a gold lane. Now it's Kyle TZ as a jungler. So we'll have to see later on where Kyle TZ is actually going to go. Jungle or gold with Super Marco. They might just swap again. But yeah, I think the gold lane is going to be something worth it to see as well. The roaming position. And even in the XP lane, Sorizo up against Flap. This is a very interesting matchup. I think every single lineup, every single lane is going to be very interesting to see.
It is. And of course, Marky here, perhaps they've met, of course, a couple of times in PH, so it's going to be very interesting to see how the approach from Marky now against a PH team, which perhaps a feeling of nostalgia, perhaps, from the side of Marky. But on that note, let's take a look at the gaming house from the side of Bigetron. Looking at their faces, they're quite chilled, relaxed, they're focused, and that is what's important. Meanwhile here, Bren, all smiles as well here as they are now really focusing up on this coming match.
They're ready. Both of the teams are absolutely ready to get into game number 1 of this matchup. A highlight matchup, one of the highlight matchups of today. There are 3 PHID matches today, right? So Echo, EVOS, Bren, BTR, and then later on we will have SG versus Malaysia first, Slate, Todak, and then the final match is going to be another PHID, Fire versus ONIC PH. Here we're seeing Bigetron Alpha. The way they like to play usually is it's a culmination of a lot of things, right? And what I want to point out here is they have a new coach. It's no longer going to be Coach Frendini. They don't even have an analyst right now. Mozia is not here. It is Raiseboy. Right after winning MDL, Raiseboy, I guess, has been promoted to the MPL team here for Bigetron Alpha, and we'll see if his impact will be a massive one, a positive one here for Bigetron Alpha squad.
That's going to be a very tough shoes to fill, realizing that actually Bigetron Alpha in the ID MPL has also a very good, satisfying result. So let's see with this Raiseboy, with this new coach, how will Bigetron draft against Bren. Seems like already with the blue side, Bigetron opted for a Fanny and as well as Grok here. Prio bans across the board. Bren also responds with a Valentina 1-1, but Bigetron for their last ban, actually a shakeup here. A Yves ban comes through, realizing perhaps they might want to go for that Gushin ban, a Gushin pick rather.
Yeah, they want to go for that Gushin pick. It's been so prio here, but even if they don't go for the Gushin pick, it just basically forces Bren to ban out that Faramis and Valentina. Now though, this is the option for BTR. Either they go for the Gushin now, or they might actually go for something else. Paquito is, I don't know, we haven't seen Paquito in the first pick. I don't think he's that prio anymore currently. I think picking up something like a Gushin would be just a better, a solid option here, because it can be flexed as well into that mid lane for Moreno. Well, what would be another choice though for BTR? We've seen Marky first pick Claude many times as well. He's very confident on his Claude, so that might be an option as well that BTR can explore right now.
Seems like Bigetron here taking their time for their first pick, but Paquito will be locked and secured here for this red robots. Bren now has the option for Gushin, and as well as perhaps a good solid pick would be a marksman here early on. I'm guessing Claude taking it away from Marky, and of course Bren just thrives on that Claude.
Absolutely, right? They also thrive on assassins here, so they might actually go and pick up an assassin first early on. They go for the Gushin, like as we expected, and the Benedetta. Two very good picks currently, two very good flex picks, not just in their roles, right? Because for Benedetta, we can see it flexed over from the XP lane to the jungle. For the Gushin, it's jungle and mid, so Bren are really playing around with this flex pick, but so are BTR. They first picked the Paquito. Why? Because Cerizal can play it in the XP lane. We've also seen it a whole lot from Max, but it's going to be the Farsa and the Mathilda pickup for BTR, securing a hero for Moreno and also for Key in that mid lane duo, and also still trying to utilize that Paquito flex pick for the second phase.
I gotta say, a risky move to pick that Farsa early on, especially realizing that two assassins has already been secured from the side of Bren, and Gushin and as well as Benedetta sees that Farsa as a very juicy target. Now that just creates and adds more job for that Mathilda to cover that Farsa. Again, that feather airstrike can be that impactful, but when pressured by two assassins, that Farsa gonna have a tough time to perhaps position himself. Again, Bren adding a Kai in their comp, that just speaks volume. Heavy spin, a very massive crowd control that can just make Bigetron's composition a little imbalanced.
And that's what Bren Esports wants to do here with their composition. The Akai to just make the fights messy here, and obviously with the isolation of the targets with that heavy spin, that's where the Gushin, that's where the Benedetta really finds its mark, right? That's where they find their strength. Isolated targets, 1v1s. On the assassins, that's what you want to look for, the assassinations. And you can already see Bren, they notice that this Martis has just been such a scary pick, especially when you have something like an Akai, because the Martis is unCCable. So the Martis ban comes through. BTR though, noticing that the Akai pick has been picked up, it's also a good flex pick. We've seen this as well in MPL ID, where a lot of teams pick up the Akai to set up for the Atlas, and it's also to bait an Atlas pick, because if BTR picks up the Atlas for themselves up against this Akai, the Akai can be rotated over, flexed over to the roaming position, and like you mentioned a lot of times, Goni, Akai does super well against the Atlas, roam versus roam.
Exactly here, Bren, what are you going to ban here? I feel like Bigetron might go for a marksman. Of course they will go for a marksman there, and there you go, Bren responding with a marksman ban on that Melissa. So it seems like Bren, what they're saying is we're not afraid of Claude. We're not afraid of Marky's Claude. Now, perhaps Bren, they might pick up their Claude for themselves here. But then again, it leaves out Leslie as well. So we'll have to see here. Bigetron though, limiting Chow and as well as Atlas, saying that Akai should enter that roamer position. But no, not Cloud. It seems like it is going to be that Beatrix. A very solid addition again for the backlines of Bren, realizing that Akai, Gushin, and as well as Benedetta looks for a dive. Meanwhile, someone that can deal damage from the backside, and that is going to be that Beatrix.
Claude can be an option here for BTR. Bren have that Beatrix here, and why they went for the Beatrix instead of something like a Claude is because of the versatility that the Beatrix brings. There are 4 different weapons that Bren can actually utilize with this Beatrix, and it kind of helps them with every single style they want to go for. Kiting back will be good, even diving in will be good, but man, BTR pick up the Leomord with the Irithel. This is a combination that we saw from Alter Ego yesterday as well. Leomord Irithel with the mobility that they have, and with the support from the utility that they have from the team right now, from Mathilda and Farsa, they actually can run Bren Esports down, but they have to be careful because Bren will have a lot to say when it comes down to that CC game. With a heavy spin, even with the Gushin that I think is going to be on the hands of few in the mid lane with a Petrify.
That's going to be a tough question here for us out of Bigetron, right? Because what I can see here, their comp is front to back, but very balanced. They have CC, they have a frontliner as well. But against Bren, that it seems like they are going for that pick-off tile, and as well as kiting here, how is that gonna bode for this first game of MPLI? Again, the Battle of Bees is gonna commence.
Let's see what happens here. Again, we're gonna have to take a look once again at the draft for both of the teams. The Leomord and the Irithel stands out the most when you're talking about BTR's composition. Meanwhile, for the side of Bren, it's all going to come down to that Gushin. And honestly,
I'm going to say Akai.
I wouldn't say Akai, actually. I would say Gushin and Benedetta because their composition wants to really dive into that back line, into the Farsa. Thing is, I think BTR knows that, and that's why they picked up the Leomord and Irithel. The Farsa might just be there as someone to poke, and once he's done with the Feather Airstrike, he's just a bait. They don't really want to play around the Farsa that much unless Farsa gets ahead early on.
Yes, so we'll see the approaches from both of the teams here as we now are going to enter the Land of Dawn for our first game. The Battle of Bees starts now. Bigetron Alpha as well as Bren.
Yeah, it is Kaltizi in the jungle, so
wow.
The lineup, the sheets that came out definitely was wrong there. It is going to be Kaltizi who's now officially going to be playing in the jungle role. And Bren Esports with Akai. We'll see what happens here, right? Because Kaltizi is very comfortable on the assassins. He's also really good on the utility though, like the Akai. With this Akai though, I'm just trying to think. How are BTR going to face, how are they going to match up against this Akai? Because with the Leomord, with the Irithel, it all can just be shoved away by this Akai. By even Ogwen, who can pop the shield up for all the damage to be taken away. But it's actually going to be Ogwen who loses out in that trade there.
A fun fact though, that heavy spin can move Leomord and he might not be able to catch his horse.
You're right.
I've tested that, so will we see that? That's the question. But I guess Kaltizi here, of course, Kai, his main job is, of course, to control and guarantee that neutral objective. And I guess, again, I can't stress this enough, Moreno, his impact in this game might be questionable.
We'll see, right? Because if Bren are able to dive in towards BTR, Moreno's going to have a tough time. But that's a big if, considering that BTR already have plan Bs towards that, right? They have Key that can really help Moreno. Moreno's also opted to go for the Flicker to get out of these sticky dives that Bren Esports can really place on them. But Moreno's looking for that mid control. Meanwhile, Bren are just going straight for that Turtle and Chorizo.
2v1 here, Chorizo chunks. Flap-TZ dealing damage as well. The Chorizos respond to damage as well. Now, final blow to dish out the damage onto his Turtle. Yeah, Kaltizi will secure it. Heavy spin finds Max, but no commitments for a fight. Ogwen will not use that flicker there just for a cover. Bren Esports playing this rather disciplinedly and, of course, objectively. A very, very good execution.
Good turtle take, right? And good stop on BTR's attempt to steal it here. here, you can already see the gold lane as well. Marky is actually able to farm as well as he's able to rotate. He really leveled up his coin farming skills, and hey, you guys can do the same with HSBC. Go ahead and watch the videos on how to farm and spend gold in MLBB.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, another thing to note here from the side of Bren Esports is they have 2 Petrifies from Flap and as well as Fuse. So we'll see against this comp. I gotta say, it just might be effective. Now in the mid side here, 3v2, Feather Airstrike popped. Ogwen chunked to 1 HP. Without the flicker as well, good calculation, but now he has to recall. Bigetron, can they exploit this rotation here, bot side?
What everyone can exploit is the unrivaled gaming experience that they can get with the new Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 4 5G. So if you're in the market for a good phone, go ahead and get yourself a Z Fold 4 5G. But you're right, BTR, right now, I think they're completely fine with actually playing the long game. They have a Farsa that scales pretty well to that later stage, and obviously the Irithel, right? Oh. The Leomord does fall off, the Paquito does okay, and that's the only thing they need to be worried about, but Chorizo...
God, the Petrify connects here, but Chorizo, a very well-timed skill use there to escape the pressure from Bren. He needs to recall here, but it adds more pressure here. Few now almost gets taken down, will be taken down. Moreno collecting the first blood. A very good setup by Bigetron. Now Ogwen needs to be careful here. Still confident enough to be in that mid lane. But now they are now focusing on towards the bot side. Bren reads it out and they back off from the fight.
Turtle here going to be advantageous for BTR as they do have that man advantage. But you can already see the setup from Flap TZ, cutting the waves. Chorizo doing the same thing here, just to get some more pressure down as Key's going to be targeted. 2 stuns over the Key, but he can get out with the guiding win. Now it's a matter of setup once again. Marky into the bottom side. Chorizo coming in mid lane.
Flanking, a very good output damage given. And now we can see here, Cloud TZO. Union Blast to cover, but the Turtle will fall to the hands of the roamer by Bren. Now, war is brewing. Chorizo will not be able to escape. He gets taken down, but take a look at in the back lines that Super Marco forced to use a flicker. And now we can see here again, the fight is still brewing. Guiding win on towards Moreno. A mistake perhaps. Gushin deals a lot of damage on towards that mid lane, but it will be a 1-for-1. The roamer catches the turtle, so it's still, I guess, a favorable trade for Bren.
Definitely a favorable trade, right? It's a 1-for-1, and guess what? Bren also get the turtle, so technically it's a 2-for-1. Bren are staying ahead constantly just by a little bit with these better objective secures on their side. You can see that in terms of the items as well. Marky has opted to go for the Windtalker. Meanwhile, for Super Marco, he's already gotten the Hunter Strike with also his boots completed. He's going to have a little bit more physical defense to maybe win these duels in the gold lane. Meanwhile, the kill from the side of Bren was onto the hands of Flap TZ, and you can already see he's going to go for that Bloodlust Axe. Same, actually, right now. In terms of gold, he's leading against Chorizo, but both of them have that Bloodlust Axe to play with now with the sustainability.
Well, with this Hunter Strike, Super Marco, well, I guess what he wants to achieve is that movement speed, right? Hunter Strike provides that. So I guess with Super Marco, he's saying, sure, I have the flicker, but with that extra movement speed, I can escape, I can engage. But take a look at top side here, 2v1 Chorizo. Luckily, Few misses that dagger, but bot side, heavy spin popped on towards Moreno. He isn't able to escape, and that is a very good trade. But top side, Few gets taken out, finding slightly a compensation. The dive from Max. The assist also here, so Chorizo needs to be careful. 1 HP. Flap TZ almost outplaying, but then again, he survived.
But it's going to be a turret take for BTR, honestly. They're going to go to the top side to take it. Meanwhile, Bren are looking for the trade, but Key's doing a really good job at stopping this. Stopping the minions as Marky comes in. They might actually be going for the engage onto Super Marco.
Oh, Union Blast catches Key there. A very good cover, but no commitments. A very good and disciplined take from the side of the Philippines. Bren would not like to overcommit, as of course the neutral objective here secured by Kyle TZ. So 3 turtles falls to the hands of the Bren Esports. Now you're now seeing here again a reset for both teams. As of now, it is just Bren leading in gold by 1,000.
Here though, they are still very energized, Gani, and they're playing like a winner. Maybe they have Omne on their phones right now as Moreno's looking for that kill. Kyle TZ used the heavy spin and the retribution. 2 massive resources. BTR, this is their window to actually go and play it their way.
And it looks like they are not going to be able to do anything here because it's just Bren moving backwards, getting these little wins on the board and staying disciplined.
I mean, that steal towards Max, a very crucial win. They didn't get the orange buff, but you can play your way with the Aurora collection by Logitech G. Again, welcome to a new age with, of course, the Aurora collection. Again, Bren Esports back to the game here. The left core has been secured by Max, extra penetration, but it seems like something is brewing in the mid side, but no teams seems like has the connection to find the right team fight.
BTR needs to go for an all-in with the composition they have right now. And the thing is, Kyle Teasy and Flap does such a good job at splitting them up with the final blow and with the heavy spin.
Take a look at that. Heavy spin connecting on towards Key. 5v4 now. It seems like Moreno with that feather airstrike failed to somehow give pressure towards the composition now. Bren Esports with the man advantage. They look for the pressure on towards mid. Flicker, neutral blast does not connect on towards anyone. They just want the mid side and they get it. Bigetron, they fail to defend the mid side and that is going to cost them perhaps the next 2 or 3 minutes, which of course Bren will exploit with the space that they have now.
There are a lot of questionable decisions here being made by BTR, like Moreno's feathered airstrike. He feathered airstrike literally just a few centimeters, I guess, away. There's View. Oh, just as I say it, View comes in.
Sorizo still with the passive, the shielding there, surviving that 2v1, but that cost them the turret. Now, the Lord is up. Kyle Teasy with the heavy spin on towards Key. He does not care, but now no follow-up damage just yet here as the Lord is just standing by. Max, though, seems like he wants to poke that Lord. We're going to see here, how will Bren approach this one? It seems like Bigetron, they are in nowhere place to secure the Lord. I might be wrong. He gets taken down. Feather airstrike pops in, and the battle of the retribution will be won by Max. A massive one as well as they trade in Key for the Lord. And with this Lord, oh my god, the war, it's not done as Bren says like, okay, the Lord is for you, but let me take down your jungler. 3v5 now.
A good response by Bren. They punish BTR for a BTR win right now. And it's actually going to be Bren who are able to push and take an objective, to be able to convert on an objective. 4,000 gold lead now, even though BTR has the Lord. And I'm pretty sure Bren will be able to clear out that Lord up top with no problems whatsoever, because they still have this man advantage and even a gold advantage to play with.
Again, a very, very strong display here from the side of Bren, taking the jungles. Moreno popping that feather airstrike just to clear the wave mid-side. Just be careful here again. Bren, they are ready for the war as topside Lord has been taken down by Gushin, but Bigetron finding the scraps here. Bot side tier 1 will fall as well.
It's just a trade coming in from BTR, right? They got the Lord. Unfortunately, they weren't able to utilize the Lord. And right now, Bren are pushing them so far back that BTR can't really go for these fights, can't really go for the invades, despite having a very aggressive composition. It all comes down to how Bren are able to disengage from these fights. Because BTR, like we mentioned, it's an all-in type of draft. Once they go in, once they pop those abilities, it's done. They need to burst Bren down. Bren can just fall behind, use one ability, or just like 2 abilities, 2 massive resources like the heavy spin and Flap with the final blow to disengage first, and then you have so many resources to re-engage with Ogwen on a Doomdown Blast, and again, there you go.
Oh my god, forcing Moreno to use that flicker. Re-engage though from side of Bigetron here, seems like Flap will be the recipient of that circling eagle, but in the backside, Sorizo trying to steal some sort of damage. Bren looks for a counter re-engage now. Seems like he needs to be careful. Oh my god, 3 members on him. Gets petrified as well, but with the flicker, he escapes. Bren and Bigetron throwing punches here, but no casualties as of now.
A good pullback from both of the teams. Initially, it was Bren who pulled back, then BTR had to fall back right after Bren were able to bait a lot of those resources to happen. But Doomdown Blast!
My god, catches 3, and there you go, 1 by 1. Bodies for the side of Bren. 3 members taken out instantly, and Bren, with this timing here, can give extra pressure. 2 members left here. Sorizo and Key will not be able to do anything. Bren, my god, what a setup by Ogwen.
Oh man, it's absolutely nasty, that engage.
And now Bren are going to be able to convert onto this objective. Not much that Key can do, not much Chorizo can do at this point. He might as well just go towards that top side, because if he shows in the mid lane, they're just going to be engaged on here. Max is up, Moreno as well. They might be looking for this.
Be careful, Feather Airstrike comes in, flickers away. Super Marco is going to be the target. Wind of Nature pops here. Wind with Chorizo! He gets down. No, he survives monster kill. What the heck? Flap TZ now engages towards backside. Be careful, a lot of damage has been put out. Flap gets taken down on the front side as well. Max will not be able to find anything. At the end of the day, it's going to be a 2-for-1 here with the Lord up. Bren Esports has all the time in the world to collect and grab this enhanced Lord.
That was insane by Super Marco. Holy moly. The way he just kited back. The spacing in between Super Marco and Chorizo and Key was phenomenal. The way he popped in with nature to the Guru's passion as well. Just those clutch little decisions that he made in that fight that really helped him get that outplay on BTR's dive. 7,000 gold lead now, and it's looking over for game number 1 for now. But Ogwen.
Feather Airstrike as well. Ogwen will be able to escape, but now Few jumps in on towards Moreno. The dagger doesn't really connect, but he jumps in with the circling eagle, combined by Chorizo with a Destruction pops, and of course Kyle TZ jumps in with that heavy spin. Catches Max, not enough damage, but there you go. Few is gone, but now the Lord marches 4v5. With the Lord, it's technically a 5v5. Let's see here. Bigetron, how will they be able to defend this? Super Marco targeting the base turret bot side. It seems like Bigetron Alpha now, they are still on defense mode. 4v4. Bigetron will take care of the Lord here. Bren will go for the disciplined play, will not look for that crazy engages just yet.
It's a very smart play, a wise play from Bren, right? They just lost Few in that engage, in that skirmish. They don't really need to be forcing anything here. With an 8,000 gold lead, they can play the long game. Meanwhile, BTR, they're the ones who are forced to make desperate plays on the map to come back from this situation. They need to be the ones who are looking for those coin flip moments, as Kyle TZ is looking for a cheeky pick here. Frontlining for his team. Look at Flap.
Oh my god, Moreno again being the juicy target for Flap there. Does not really commit on towards that one just yet. Bigetron manages to defend the top base turret very well, but their base is quite exposed. Bren Esports still in the lead. Gold-wise, control-wise here. Oh my god, take a look at the snipe there from Super Marco. Bigetron, what can they do? Conceal play. TZ trying to find Moreno. Heavy spin on towards Moreno. Petrify. Everything connects on towards the mid laner. And one by one here, it seems like the base turret will fall, as now the base of the red robots is very exposed.
Very. 3 base turrets were taken down there in that skirmish. Finally, Bren were able to crack down on the final base turret. And BTR, currently, they just have no answer towards Bren Esports. Moreno popped in this Feather Airstrike so many times, but as we mentioned, it's so easy for Bren Esports to target him down. He's a sitting duck as the Forza when he pops in that Feather Airstrike. And even here, Max might just be the target of Kyle TZ's pick. Currently, they might not. They're just going to go for the orange buff. Max steals it, gets it though with the orange buff, with the retribution onto the orange buff, but 26 seconds now on the Lord.
Yeah, you know
looking grim for BTR.
Looking very grim indeed. I mean, it seems like your Bren, they are just, at this point, right? I mean, they are low-key toying with Bigetron here, but then again, they are playing very, very disciplinedly here at this point. Bigetron Alpha looking for anything that they can grab. Take a look at the setup by Gushin there. Bot side, will this mount to anything? It seems like no. Now the Lord is going to be the main focus from Bren.
Good opening for Key there. He spotted Few, but now look at the base. It's wide open. These minions are not being handled by BTR. In the bottom side, they're going to have to micromanage that as well, as the Lord has been taken down to a quarter of its health. BTR needs to go for it.
Now it seems like Kyle TZ will grab it, no problem. Key though now needs to be careful as Moreno cancel flickers away here. Now the engage from the side of Bren. It seems like Bigetron, they do not want business and backs off. A very, very good play from Bren, and Bigetron failed to find the loophole.
Yeah, that was just brilliant from Bren, right? They utilized the wave so well. They made BTR, they forced BTR to make those errors. BTR had to make a decision. Either they go on full defense and give the Lord over to Bren, or they try to make a desperate fight over and try to steal the Lord. Both aren't really good in that situation because, again, with the way he's pushing in, BTR can't really just fully defend there because it's going to be a free Lord. And even if they go for a desperate team fight, hey, Bren has a better team fight composition. Their composition literally counters BTR. So right now, it does feel like Bren are going to be able to close this game off. Not much BTR can do unless they pull off a miracle.
Let's see here, the offense and as well as defense. Lord already marching mid-side here. Kyle TZ catches key. He does not care. But take a look at the backside. Flap TZ trying to find something onto Moreno. The front side though, Super Marco just deals out damage and gets the godlike onto his key. And now a 5v4. The minions comes in bot side and as well as top side here. Not looking good for the red robots. What can Bren do here? Seems like the base, again, it's quite exposed, but take a look at the stun onto Torizo, and as well as Nuno Blast catches Marquis exposed, and now with 5v3, can they do it? Winner's Crunch and a very clutch movement by Few.
Oh,
take a look at this, the outplay by the Bren side. It's just nasty to see. Now, Immortal Pops, Max trying to do what he can, buying enough time, but double kill is secured by Few, and this is all she wrote. 5v1, a little too much, as the Bigetron will lose out game 1, and the Filipinos strike first.
Bren Esports absolutely outplaying Bigetron Alpha in game number 1. So many close fights there. Few getting out with 1 HP, outplaying Chorizo, outplaying Moreno. And we definitely can't forget that Super Marco kite back. That's game number 1 for Bren Esports. Bigetron Alpha will need to adapt a whole lot if they want to beat this team.
It's amazing to see the level, the quality level from the Bren side. Bigetron Alpha could not withstand, I feel like Bren just read Bigetron's rotation like a book. From the get-go, from the early phase, it's so hard if you're a Bigetron member to find the right opening, to find the right setups. We saw glimpses, but of course, Bren being Bren, they just know how to handle it, they just know how to counter it, and once they got the game, once they got control, it's nearly impossible for Bigetron to turn the game around.
It's so tough for BTR to actually try to take the game into their own hands because if you look at their composition, guess what? BTR drafted for that early game, for that snowball composition with the Leomord. If Leomord falls behind, it's very, very tough for him to look for any sort of opening. On top of that, even if Leomord was ahead, up against an Akai, up against the composition that Bren went for, it really isn't going to be a good time at all for the Leomord. And I think Arashi has more to say about these compositions, about the drafts, so let's just throw it over to Arashi.
Hello, Arashi here, and man, a frantic pace in game number 1. I was watching and I just can't believe it. You would expect this kind of pace, this kind of aggression from a, let's say, an Indonesian team, a Cambodian team, but wow, Bren absolutely brought the fight to Bigetron, and it really seems like at every single moment in the game, everyone is just up for a fight. It is an absolute brawl all the way since the mid-game, and especially in the late game, there is no time for breaks at all. Even when Bigetron were taken out, when they lost 3 members, they instantly came back and went directly into another fight. So how both these teams were basically in a continuous slugfest throughout the whole game, it's unexpected, but it's absolutely exciting. Unfortunately though, Bren Esports, they do come out on top. As Mirko mentioned, they have the better late game, and on top of that, they have a lot more AoE as well. Gusion, Benedetta, Beatrix, Akai, and Lolita. All these heroes have area of effect abilities, and you saw that when Bigetron gets caught in choke points, in team fights where they are forced to corral together and take that kind of AoE damage, that kind of combo, it's just way too difficult. And in addition to that, they also lack crowd control. So Bren Esports with the Numeron Blast, with the heavy spins, they are the ones that are able to dictate tempo and essentially do a lot more maneuvers inside the game. Afterwards though, Bigetron was able to adjust and try and use that high ground, but unfortunately at that point it's a bit too late. As Mirko mentioned, if you look at Max, he only has 5 items right here. He's quite a bit behind compared to the rest of the members. It is almost a 20-minute game. It's 19 minute essentially. if you're the jungler and if you're farming on point, usually you would have a bit more resources, a bit more items, but due to how the game was playing out, how frantic it is, Max was just a bit too behind and he was unable to actually use the Leomord and abuse its potential, its power right now after the patch. If you look at the post-game stats, it's no surprise here that Moreno is on top with that Farsa, but Super Marco, man, he is so good at the positioning. Later on, we'll see in the highlights, but he was able to evade a lot of the dive coming in from Bigetron Alpha. And if you consider the fact that Bigetron's composition is full of dashes and heroes with a lot of mobility, the fact that he's able to very consistently avoid being dove on, I think it's just very, very impressive. And later in the highlights, we'll see that although in the early game, and I can't help but stress this again, even though Bigetron Alpha essentially don't have the same kind of combo, the same kind of AoE, they do have an advantage in burst damage in the early game, and they were very content in just continuously fighting. And several times, they got punished because of it. Like that big engage done by Gwen in the mid lane. He was able to pick off Moreno, Marky, as well as Max. So the three main carries on Bigetron Alpha gets caught out. And if Bigetron wants to match the kind of aggression, they need tools to make plays of their own. But the MVP for game number 1 here will be Gwen on that Lolita. 0 deaths despite the game being so frantic, despite so much damage being slung around back and forth. What a performance. And the engages were so good. And as I mentioned, it's very frantic. Sometimes it seems like one person will start the play and everyone will just scramble to follow up on the play as fast as possible. It's something we're not used to. I think a lot of teams are playing a lot more calculative, a lot more objective oriented in this current climate of Mobile Legends. But wow, both these teams were able to make it work, and it really felt like at some point it was still even, and one or two single fights were what eventually tipped the game in favor of Bren Esports. So for Gwen, I think this man, you need to be aware of heroes that can actually make those AoE engagements, because he is so smart in waiting for the right moments, and more importantly, playing around vision, playing around area control, because he's always in the right spot and he seems to predict where his opponents are trying to maneuver around, and he lies there in wait for the right moment. And several times you do see that it seems preemptive, and of course with how decisive he is about it, sometimes he pulls the trigger a bit too fast. But when it works out, man, you already see it's just devastating. And especially with a team that can follow up on that kind of speed, Bren Esports, they are scary, and we can take a look at some of those highlights from the first game right here. As you can see, Bigetron abusing the fighters in the early game, abusing the burst damage, but once they overstep, the Matilda is abused to try and kite back away and bait in members from Bren Esports. But of course, the more damage that Bren has, the more they catch up in these frantic teamfights, the more the Matilda guiding wind can't save them. And look at this engage, man. 3 members straight up comboed by the Gusion AoE, by the Beatrix Nibiru's Passion as well. That is teamfight combo that you can't really match on Bigetron Alpha side. And look at Super Marco here, just avoiding all that damage and still switching over into the Wesker and getting that kill. Eventually, Bigetron was still able to push the tempo, push the pace, but as you can see, everyone is just so fast, moving so frantically that right there, Max gets left behind, and you can see the same thing here. Everyone just keeps diving in, back and forth, and eventually someone is going to get caught out of position, especially with that guiding wind. This is why the Matilda is so annoying to deal with, but eventually, look at that, with that superior playmaking, with the fact that they are able to be the main aggressors, Bren Esports make sure that they do find the main carries, right? In the late game, Marky is the main source of damage for the side of Bigetron, so when he gets picked up like that, it's going to be very difficult, because there's no way Moreno and Max on a mage and a fighter can dish out enough damage to eventually slowly but surely melt down the HP bars of a full team of 5 members from Bren Esports. So we'll see if the same kind of tempo gets maintained. But for now, it's back to Mirko and Goni. Take it away.
Thank you so much, Arashi, for that crisp, clean analysis for Game 1 between the Battle of the Bees here, Bigetron and as well as Bren. But it seems like for Game 1, the Filipino strikes first. Question is, game 2, how will Bigetron come back from that state? Or maybe in game 2, it is actually just a clean sweep from the side of Bren.
Anything can happen. Right now, if you're looking at Bren's form, it does feel like Bren Esports have a grasp on the meta currently, right? They didn't go for that Leo Mord. They didn't go for anything too crazy, but they went for something where for everything that just worked. The Akai, the Lolita, these are heroes that we've seen many times before, Gani. Nothing special about their draft, like we mentioned, aside from the Gusion, right? But that Gusion on View, we all know how crazy he was in MPL PH, so it comes as a comfort as well. Every single pick there, they didn't go for anything too cheesy, anything too crazy. It's just a solid draft by Coach Ducky, and I expect that to continue. Meanwhile, for BTR, I feel like the draft that they went for, it was just so gimmicky coming in, right? The Leo Mord coming in as well. They don't really have a solid frontliner. The Paquito, there's no frontline for a composition that relies heavily on their backline. Iritha, Farsa, their main idea was best defense is offense. If you have so much offensive abilities, so much damage output, the enemies will be forced to back away either way. Doesn't work that way though if you're up against an Akai and a Lolita that can also just nullify all that damage.
I mean, to be fair, well, not to be fair, I mean, if you really think about it, right? Bren picked up 2 assassins instantly for their first 2 picks, Gusion and as well as Benedetta. And they opt for a Farsa pick to close out the first phase. And I feel like that is just a disadvantage for that Farsa to create any impact, and was very evident in game 1 that Farsa was
a mistake.
Irrelevant. It's so hard. Sure, Panther Airstrike would pop multiple times, but does it really change the game? No. So let's just focus now for game 2, where Bren will have the blue side here, banning out that Faramis and as well as Akai. Bigetron though, what will they go for here? Tiny ban, and seems like now Valentina ban comes through.
Let's see, you know, a lot of these teams have actually found more success as the second pick. No, actually, it's been all right this today. Yesterday, it was first pick with 100% win rate for the first 2 matches. This time, it's kind of mixed throughout, both blue side and red side. But Bren are going to be on the blue side now with Bigetron on the red. 2 bans, like you mentioned, Gani. It's going to be the Fanny and the Valentina coming in from BTR, taking it away from Bren. And for Bren, it's a very good response. They know how crucial the Akai was to their success in game 1, and they do not want that Akai to go to the hands of BTR.
Seems like Bren here, what their approach is going to be is like, no, I was about to say that they want to first pick the Gusion, but instead they are now banning it. So I guess they want what do they want here? 1-1 perhaps, and what is left open? 1-1 Grok is also up and available, so let's see. Bigetron Alpha with their last ban in the first phase, they will opt for a ban that 1-1. So Grok should be the first pick.
Yeah, I mean, Grok is the normal, the default first pick right now because of just how prio he is, how flexible he is. They can actually use this hero to put it in the XP lane, but no, they actually opt to go for the Benedetta. And you know, from day number 1, we've actually been seeing a whole lot of the Benedetta. The Benedetta has shown up constantly, and it's another first pick over from Bren Esports here. They first picked the Bene with the Gusion on the red side in game number 1. They're doing it again. It's just that prio.
It's just, why is it prio though? Because
firstly, the flex potential.
It's flexible, yeah. It's just
secondly,
flexible.
You are so... Okay, you're flexible in terms of roles, but you're also flexible in terms of playstyle. You can put this in the XP lane with a Petrify to cover and to engage. It works in a lot of these different scenarios, and again, it's flexible. They can just use this to adapt later on into the composition that they will draft.
Well, there you go. Bigetron Alpha now. What will they opt for their first pick? 2 heroes. I guess they can go for the Grok and not the Grok, not the Paquito. It's going to be the Marchus and as well as Eve. Again, I feel like Moreno is just comfortable on the high ground heroes like he played in game 1. Farsa, but now, game 2, shake things up. There's a Eve pick now. Brendel has the option to pick up that. I gotta say, I'm quite feeling for Paquito. Perhaps they might go for something crazy.
Maybe, right?
Leo Mord.
I don't think we're going to see a Leo Mord here from Bren. Kyle TZ might actually go for something
like a Lancelot, honestly. But I think they're not going to pick it up early on here. If they do want to put him on a Lancelot, I think they're going to pick up something just a bit safer, like the Grok, the Claude as well in that gold lane. But this gives BTR the chance now to pick up the Leslie. Leslie has been the tournament favorite here when it comes down to countering the Claude, and it has actually a positive win rate up against the Claude. In general, Leslie has a positive win rate. Marky can try to capture that same success that previous Leslie players have been able to achieve in MPL Invitational, and that's exactly what they go for. Leslie Yves will mean that they are really, again, putting emphasis on playing towards or with around their back line. BTR need to draft a solid roamer that can peel, that can cover, and even an XP laner that needs to be sustainable. I personally would say Uranus fits, or Esmeralda, but it can be banned by Bren.
Yeah, Uranus just comes to mind here for the side of Bigetron. If, of course, Bren does not ban it in second phase, so let's just enter the second phase here. Bigetron, looking at the composition from the side of Bren, they might go for a ban towards the mid lane.
Your team is
technically a mage with that Kadita ban. So what they're saying is that Kadita will not enter. So I guess what they are trying to delete is the crowd control / burst comp potential from Bren. Esports here, what will they respond with? I guess they might go for an Atlas ban?
They can go for an Atlas ban here. Who? BTR or Bren? Bren going for an Atlas ban. It would work. It will definitely work here. But they go for Esmeralda first, just limiting the XP lane choices for Chorizo, knowing that Chorizo has somewhat of a shallow hero pool in that XP lane. Uranus, Esmeralda, Paquito. Those are the ones that he's really comfortable on. We rarely see him on anything else in MPL Indonesia, so maybe they might actually just go for the Uranus next, right? They already have such a solid composition that can dive towards the back line. What can stop Bren right now is if BTR gets a solid front line. Uranus
should be banned out, or if not, I guess Phobius, a ban might come through, but Bigetron.
There you go.
Lancelot ban here, again, respecting Kyle TZ. But Bren, do you think that they should ban Uranus or Phobius here?
Uranus or Phobius? I would say Uranus. Phobius isn't really going to be a threat for Bren right now, in my opinion. Looking at it, it's just the Benedetta that can really proc that, while charge and the BMI as well. But there's no one that you can really... Yeah, there's no one to really target fully on the Phobius here. The Benedetta can actually even negate all your damage by dashing out of the range, or the AoE range of the Demonic Force. So Bren, I think the most likely ban is either going to be Uranus or the Respect Atlas, like you mentioned.
All right, we'll see here, Bren, at last ban before we enter the second phase of picks. It seems like they're taking the time, but no, Paquito will be banned out here from the side of Bigetron. Now, what will they respond with here? The first pick of the second phase rather quickly here with that Giant. So I guess what they want to achieve with this Giant is that, of course, that ult that can just be provided, aggroing that Claude, and of course, perhaps catching bodies like the Benedetta, and of course, provide cover for that Leslie in the late game is going to be crucial.
Claude, yeah, that's the main reason, right? Because for this Jawhead, not only can you go for picks, but you can also cover for your marksman. With your ejector, you can actually help your marksman get out of sticky situations, like a dive, perhaps, from Bren, that they're really trying to look for right now. And you can see Grok and Bene both already picked up. Grok can still be flexed, so can the Benedetta. One of the choices that Bren can go for is definitely just that Assassin, but they go for the Selena. This Grok-Selena combination that we usually see a lot, and it's a Julian in the jungle as well. It's full dive / pick for Bren Esports. And for BTR, they need someone to sustain this damage. And I think, again, it's that Uranus. They're gonna, I think the Uranus just fits here. They need someone with sustain. They already have engaged, proper engaged, good pick, good cover. Uranus just adds that next level frontliner for BTR. What would another option be though?
Oh, okay.
Wow.
Diggy
is my name.
XP lane Martis, Jawhead jungle?
Jawhead on the hands of what? Wait, what? Yeah, Chorizo.
Chorizo with the Jawhead XP.
Jawhead XP, okay, so...
Okay, that's very interesting. They go for the Diggy in the end, and you know what? I actually really like the Diggy here because it really depends though.
I mean, I guess that Jawhead, that XP is just a losing lane, but I guess what Bigetron...
I don't think it's a losing lane. Jawhead does.
Benedetta.
Yeah, Jawhead does pretty well in lane, man. If
Early
it's just
game.
duels.
Well, we'll see. We'll see.
Well,
We'll see.
Obviously, early game. That's a laning phase, right?
True,
so
true.
Jawhead should have the upper edge here, and actually they might actually be able. The thing is, Chorizo plays weak side usually. He doesn't get ganked a lot. So on the Jawhead, I'm very interested to see what he's able to do, or what their plan is. Maybe they go towards the XP lane.
We'll see. Ladies and gentlemen, let's start and jump to the Land of Dawn here for Game 2 between Bren and as well as Bigetron. Can Bren a clean house 2-0, or can Bigetron force a Game 3 in the series? Let's take a look here. As, yeah, I guess, of course, from the spells, nothing stands. Chorizo high and dry, though.
Yeah, there you go. Okay,
Damage.
so that's what they're going for. He wants to go for the duels in the XP lane on the Jawhead using that high and dry. And he's just going to go towards that top side to help Marky, who's already going to be winning in this lane in a 1v1. Just on a draft standpoint, this matchup is better for the Leslie. Oh, that was a very close Abyssal Arrow. And the thing is, BTR can actually negate a whole lot of that kill pressure from the Grok Selena with this Diggy.
Yeah, I do note that Key is also on that Impure Age, so I guess Key is building towards that damage Diggy, which of course Claude is gonna have a tough time while farming. Take a look at that BMI just to cover, just to escape from that time bomb. And it's gonna be a very, very nasty top side here, forward side of Bren in the early minutes. We'll see though. Ogwen gets a lot of damage done. But take a look at that, forcing Ogwen to use that flicker. Max hasn't succeeded to find the kill just yet here in the early minutes.
Good steal on that gold buff by Super Marco, facilitated by the Abyssal Arrow, obviously. But right now, Bren are actually doing a pretty good job at actually clearing out the waves and getting some levels and gold onto the hands of Super Marco, despite having that losing lane up top. Even at the bottom side, even though Chorizo wins in the duels against this Benedetta, it's very hard to pull off. But look at the bottom side. I think it was an ejector that was popped.
2v2 here as of now. You can see here, Flap TZ almost, well, it's at half HP. Turtle will be the main focus here for both junglers. Max has no buffs though. We'll see how it will be the approach from the side of Bigetron. Ogwen trying to zone up Moreno. Well, Max and as well as Kalatizi. Kalatizi says reset for the Turtle.
It's a good position for BTR. Max needs to be careful though. He's on a Martis, so he can actually walk up a bit further than the usual junglers here. Both teams disengaging, but BTR, again, having the better setup when it comes down to that mid lane and that bottom side of the XP lane, because Flap is forced to actually rotate. Up top as well, it's just an equal game right now, but I don't think BTR are getting the proper goalie that they really are looking for with the counter matchups that they've already drafted for themselves. Leslie, in that top side, I'm very curious to see how much gold Marky has compared to Super Marco with, you know, the Diggy always there.
We're now seeing here Max trying to focus, trying to prio this Turtle. First Turtle battle of retribution here. Electro final blow, but Max will calmly get the Turtle. Kalatizi a little bit in trouble. First blood will fall to the hands of Chorizo.
Max.
A very good trade here for side of Bigetron, but Bren will not force anything more.
There you go. 700 gold lead already for BTR early on. This is what you can expect, honestly, from the Martis, from the Jawhead as well. Very good single target lockdown, especially with the high and dry. And Flap respects that here. Max is going to go to the enemy jungle knowing that the Jawhead can help him out. Kyle's zoned away.
Kyle here on this Julian. Tough time farming, it seems like, with that retribution. But Max now 4-on-1. 4 members is on him. That anti-TZ skill is nowhere near here. And Kyle TZ will punish Max for being a little too greedy.
That's a numbers advantage playing in for Bren, even though it's the Jawhead who was able to roam a bit faster. Thing is, they didn't have the opening for that escape for Max. Yves was shoved in the mid lane.
Seems like now Bigetron is still in a very, very shaky lead, I could say. Can go to the hands of Bren, but take a look at that. Abyssal Arrow connecting on towards Marky. Time journey instantly there, popped by Key, covering for his gold laner.
again, it's just going to be a slow tempo game here. You can already see Chorizo trying to assert his dueling dominance down below with that high and dry, but again, BTR's lead is slowly but surely just disappearing. Bren are doing a really good job at playing this slow-paced game, and BTR as well. I think for both teams, they're going to be enjoying the slow-paced game, right? They're just waiting for the neutral objectives because both teams have drafted towards playing around the neutral objectives, but more so towards Bren because BTR is more of a reactive draft, I believe, right? Because Bren are the ones who can make those proactive plays happen. Meanwhile, BTR, with the time journey, with the Martas as well, it's just more of a reactive, re-engage type of draft. It's kind of like they both swap places. BTR were in Bren's shoes in game 1, and Bren were in BTR shoes here.
A different approach, though, it seems like here on the paper. Opposite approach here from each team. But take a look at Chorizo here. Will not be able to survive that 2v1, and now with 4v5, I guess Bigetron can't find any compensation here. Bren rotating towards that turtle. No, I guess Julian is rotating towards bot side. They are going for the mirror play, taking the turret bot side for that turtle.
Oh, I don't know. I think it's worth it towards Bren, definitely, with a kill and a turret. With map pressure, definitely gives the edge over to Bren. That's what they want to play for with the Selena, right? More map pressure equals to more picks on the board, and they've definitely leveled up their coin farming skills right here in this game. Definitely with the help of HSBC with the videos. Sure. How to farm and spend your gold. Bren has done a lot of homework by watching the HSBC videos, and you guys can do the same to level up your financial game in-game and in real life.
Well, minute number 6 here, ladies and gentlemen. It's still a very balanced game, I suppose. One turret here is in the favor of Bren. Let's see how it will be translated towards the next couple of minutes. Ogwen here, jumping towards a quarter HP. Seems like Bigetron, they are setting something up mid-side. Super Marco with that Blazing Duet, 1 HP. Real-world manipulation there, a very clutch decision-making there. A slight miscalculation by Super Marco. He gets taken down.
The BTR are just suffocating Bren right now. It's good trades by Bren, but it's all these little victories that actually won't add up for Bren this time around because BTR's draft scales better. They're able to rotate Marky from the winning lane up top with the help of the Diggy to take down that mid lane tier 1 to siege these turrets down. And you can expect this Leslie to actually start rotating down below as well after clearing out top side. To add on to that, Max is just such a nuisance here in this jungle position on the Martis. You can see that he actually was able to steal Kyle Teasy's purple buff away. Even though he's behind in kills, the farm game is definitely on point for Max.
Doesn't matter here, it seems like. But let's do note that VHS and Golden Staff has been secured by Super Marco. So expect Super Marco to be more active in the next couple of minutes. And as well as, of course, Marky here with the Berserker's Fury and Windtalker. Perhaps they will go for the 401 rotation now. Turtle, the last one, seems like Max is getting a hold of that. Let's see though, will there be a steal? Turtle fight, Max will calmly gets that real-world population force Ogwen to use the flicker away here. Max trying to deal damage on towards the Grok, but it's solid as a rock. Bigetron will just win that neutral objective, but it seems like they want more here. Purple has no retribution though. Very pops Flap Easy in the flanks, but it seems like Bren will calmly collect that purple buff.
It's a very slow build-up by BTR. They're just playing the long game, and Super Marco.
God, like we expected earlier. VHS and Golden Staff has been secured, so I guess there will be more action now. Looking for flanks here. Max looks for the assassination on towards Ogwen or Flap Teasy. Does not quite get it though. And there you go. The recall is a little here. Little action. Chorizo has the space to find the turret bot side, and it's confirmed. All tier 1s from the side of Bren Esports has been secured.
This is where Bren are gonna actually be kind of desperate, right? Right as we enter that mid game is when Bren's composition gets that power spike that they have. Oh, wait, Key though. Gonna get caught by the arrow. Still has that time journey, but again, back at it again. Chorizo's energized.
2v1, he used the flicker, and Chorizo could not withstand the damage by Kyle and as well as Flap. A very good read by Bren, trying to be proactive here in the bot side of the map. Max though, Will he go for this? A 2v1. I guess he wants just to clear. So he is just playing his way. And you guys can play your way as well with the Logitech G. The Aurora collection is up and available.
There you go. Bren. That's exactly what they need to do. Either force some team fights to happen or go for picks, but Ogwen needs to be very careful. He's gonna get shut down, but oh, the time journey's there, man. That's what the Diggy is meant for. Every single time Bren wants to go for a hard engage in a 5v5 situation, it's never gonna work out because of the time journey. That wild charge completely becomes kind of a non-factor. Like, it doesn't matter at all because of the time journey. And because of that frontline pickoff, BTR are going to be able to take this Lord for free. No contest whatsoever. BTR pushed their lead to 3,000 as they're very happy playing this low pressure, low, very slow tempo game.
Yeah, I mean, we gotta say, right, the wall charge, the abyssal arrows is just irrelevant here in this game solely because of that Diggy. And now, with this tier 2 taken down top side, it just adds more pressure here for Bigetron to give out Bren Esports. Lord has been spawned as well. Now, Bren Esports has less space to play around.
It's going to be very tough here. Selena does super well when she's ahead, when she has more map pressure, but when she's behind, right, like this, especially up against a Diggy who can kind of do the same thing with the alarm bombs, just like Selena does with her abyssal traps, I think the Diggy might be a little bit more effective at pushing out damage and opening up the map with those alarm bombs. So BTR, again, finding themselves in a position where they're going to win either way. Super Marco going to be chunked, and again, the damage.
Oh my god, Ogwen gets taken down. Super Marco gets taken down as well. There's time journey popped as well. 2 members instantly deleted now. Bigetron looks for the siege with 5 men standing. Base turret top side looks to be the target here. The Lord isn't charging because this is the first Lord, but now you can see her flap trying to do what he can. He gets instantly knocked out. And now with this 4-man push, Bigetron might look for another base turret bot side.
They're just happy with that mid lane bot here, the base turret mid lane, right? Max gonna be able to get out as well. Hey, they're basically doing exactly what Bren did to them. 6,000 gold lead, staying disciplined, backing off right after a good siege. It's just, it's a matter of suffocation at this point and how Bren actually deals with the pressure that's placed onto them. Marky's gonna be caught in the barrier there. That was well placed, but it's just BTR walking it off. Key still has that time journey, so Bren aren't able to threaten any sort of engage, again, because of that Diggy. And now you can really see the brilliance of that Diggy pick.
I guess it's a phenomenal pick here. And take note, Marky now, he is that confident to build a BOD on that Leslie here. So, a combination of Berserkers, Fury, Wind Talker, Endless Battle, and BOD, that's going to be nasty here. Flap's easy. Electro final low as a defense, not a good resource to be put out, but it seems like now on the backside, Arrow will not be able to find anything. Ogwen pulled back. Marky securing the kill.
It's just, it's very frustrating if you're Bren. There's nothing you can do at this point. I think they simply got outdrafted here in the game, right? BTR have answers to every single weapon that Bren wants to go for. Even the Abyssal Arrows. It's been landing on Marky, on Moreno, but it hasn't been putting on any impact as Kyle's going to be engaged on.
Real world manipulation pop. Super Marco pop that with a nature. Kyle TZ deleted here, and now Flap TZ looks for a kill, but he survives with 1 HP. 5v4 now. Bigetron looks for the disciplined play, realizing that neutral objective Lord is up. So I guess that's going to be the main focus and agenda. Bren, looking from the rotations, it seems like they want to contest here. Can they make it though? Marky needs to be careful. Wild charge comes, and now he is in trouble. Max though, dealing damage on towards Ogwen. Flaps easy in the backside, finds 1. 3 members down now. 2 in that exchange, and now you cannot escape.
They can
add Selena. Bigetron, who were just retreating, now can end the game. Bigetron looking forward to equalize here in this game. Bren Esports, they are in shambles.
They are, right? The draft really didn't help them here again. It was, oh my god.
The combination, real word, and as well as that ultimate snipe. And with the 4-man pushing, it seems like the base now is just too exposed. Bigetron, the red robot, strikes back. 1-1. Let's see game 3.
That was, again, just a beautiful display of proper execution in the game plan from BTR. The coach set the game plan in the draft. and that Diggy pick, man, it really did. And you can't really blame Bren for getting undrafted there again, right? Because nobody would have expected a Diggy. We expected the Jawhead to be the roamer.
I agree.
They expected the Jawhead to be the roamer. That's why they went for the Selena and the Julian in the end to just add more kill pressure to negate that Jawhead. In the end, that Diggy was picked, and Cerezo, this player that we said hasn't really played a whole lot of heroes, has a shallow hero pool based on the data we have from MPL Indonesia. He was able to pull off the Jawhead, high and dry XP lane properly. And man, it was just honestly a stellar performance by BTR that is currently 1-1. Let's see, in game number 3 though, with the adaptations made by both. Now, Coach Ducky has that information as well. They can flex, they can go for these crazy last pick plays like the Diggy. Both teams will be prepared.
A very good distraction, I must say, here
Very.
for that Jawhead. And let's talk to Rashi here. Dissect game 2. What happened, bro?
What happened, Rashi? What happened?
Hello guys, well, what happened indeed? What a stark contrast. I assume that both teams are gonna go for more brawls, just lean more into that aggressive playstyle, but no. Bigetron in particular decided that, okay, we know that this is what they like, we know this is what Bren is good at doing because we've seen the results in game number 1. So let's slow down the tempo and actually look to have a composition that can deal with all this aggression and still slowly but surely get that victory. And as Mirko and Goni mentioned, that switch from the Jawhead being in the side lane, very unexpected. I remember thinking to myself that if this is put in the XP lane, first of all, it'll be cool and there's potential there. I thought that they would go for something like a Lolita instead, but they went for the Digging. I thought initially that it's too defensive, too passive for Key because he is known to make those crazy plays happen. But hey, it worked out as well. And Bigetron, they were just so good at maneuvering around. Rotations has been a strong suit for Bigetron for a long time now. And with this composition, there's just so much range and so much poke damage. We saw that even Gren, early on, before Bigetron started snowballing out of control, he has the Radiant Armor, but against Marino, against Marky, as well as Key, if he's just exposed for just a bit, that's a lot of damage going his way. And with the Impure Rage on both the Diggy and the Yeeve, that is a lot of damage that he can't really absorb on his own. And maybe that's why Flapteezy also has a bunch of tanky items to try and supplement that. But overall, I don't think it's nearly enough. There's tankiness, but there's not enough sustain. So over a period of time, if you can't get the decisive engage, you eventually get out-sustained and you start losing out because you lose in poke damage and you lose in distance. Look at Marino and Key, both having that, Key having the Divine Glaive and an NOD just to make sure that it's that much more difficult for them to stay in the game. And for Marino, having the Glowing Wand and the Ice Queen's Wand. When your team is meant to actually dive towards the backline, that is so difficult to deal with because you're forced to take the slow and the DPS. And look at that damage dealt, man. Marky is in a league of his own. That is that late game Leslie critting for about 2,000 true damage when he gets that crit proc. That is ridiculous, man. Gwen really had no way at all to stay in the front because it doesn't even matter what itemization he goes for. That is such a smart game plan, and you can see that the execution is also very well played. This is what we've expected from Bigetron. They know how to change things up. They can go fast or go slow, and when they can switch it up at will, this is when you as their opponents need to adapt. So Bren Esports need to come up with something, or maybe be a bit more predictive in how they're drafting. Of course, we haven't seen that maybe Bigetron Alpha has other hidden weapons, but now Bren Esports knows that they gotta be a bit more careful with these crazy picks that might just throw a wrench in their already solid-looking composition. Few on the Selena though, I do feel that it's a bit risky. I feel like if you want to go for pickoffs, other options are available, but the MVP for this second game is going to be Marky. 777 GPM, 0 deaths, and 92 kill participation. Playing it so solid all the way from the early game, avoiding most of the aggression, staying alive, and scaling into that late game. That seems to be the name of the game for Marky. He can do this so well on all these late carry heroes like the Claude, like the Erital. This seems to be something that he really excels at, and he shows it again on that a less common pick, the Leslie. And if Bren wants to try and go for a victory, I think gunning for Marquee might be a strategy that makes sense. If they want to go for pickoffs as well, I think they have to go for heroes that are a bit more flexible, right? Because with Selena, it's all about the missile arrows, and if you can't use them due to movements, positioning, or due to drafting, like we saw with the Diggy, that hero just loses so much value, and I think it's a bit too dangerous, too risky to use a hero like that in the current climate of Mobile Legends, because everything at one point with one draft or with adjustments in the execution can be dealt with one way or another. So we hope to see a lot more adjustments for sure, but here are some of the highlights from that game. And if you see in the early game, that pick-off potential, the crowd control coming in from the Jawhead is very, very handy. But as you can see, when they are split apart, when they don't keep distance, when Bigetron doesn't keep distance from Bren Esports, it's a bit more difficult for them to stay alive, and you see that the burst damage actually adds up. But if they can't get the reliable engage, this is what happens. Real manipulation, snipes coming in from the Leslie, and slowly but surely you get picked apart by the alarm bombs as well. And Bigetron, essentially, all they have to do is ensure that he does not get picked off, and they have the counter engage coming in with the time journey. As long as they can do that, it's already essentially GG. And of course, the reverse time from Diggy is also very, very annoying in this situation, because there's a lot of skill shots coming in from the composition of Bigetron Alpha. But once you get pulled back in, you are locked in place for just a split second, and that's where all the skill shots start flying around. And you see that several times. Members from Bren Esports get caught out because of that. So it's a good mix of poke damage and utility, and that is something that Bren Esports needs to find a solution to. Is it a tank with more sustain? Is it a tank with more mobility, more defensive engage? Or maybe they just have to ban out that Diggy if they want to go for something that is that momentum reliant. Because if you need to get the fight when you need to get the fight, the Diggy for sure will be able to cancel that. But now we are back to the best of one. So Goni and Mirko, take us through the final game of this match.
Thank you so much, Arashi, for that on-point analysis for Game 2. Let's shift our focus towards Game 3. But man, oh man, first match 2-1, and now match 2, we are gonna see a full series going to 3 games again. Game 2 though, final thoughts, any last notes from you, Mirko?
Well, my notes stay completely the same, right? It's about the draft in Game 2. It was also about the draft in Game 1. Both coaches were able to outdraft one another. Yeah. In Game 1, hey, it was Bigetron who picked up the Grok, who picked up the Eve. Oh, my bad, not the Grok. Who picked up the Paquito, Matilda, Leomore. They wanted to go for a full engage, and Bren had the response with what? Disengage, the Akai, the Lolita. In Game 2, it was the complete opposite. The Grok was picked up, the Bene as well by Bren. They wanted to look for an all-in, a dive comp, and Bigetron with the same exact response. Disengage, how? Not with the Akai though, it was with the Diggy that was left open. It was left open in Game 1 as well, but both teams didn't go for it. Now, with that knowledge of Game 1 and 2, Coach Ducky and Coach Raiseboy, they're gonna have to go up against one another once again, make a good chess match happen in the draft, and leave it all to the players to execute that game plan set by them.
Gotta say, based on the draft though, I mean, a very well executed from the players as well, based on the vision of the coaches. So it's really all depends from the drafts here. Game number 3, who will outdraft who is gonna be the question right here. But then again, the focus and intensity from the players needs to be at high level. I personally can't wait to see the conclusion of the Battle of the Bees. Bigetron Alpha, and as well as Bren. It's just so amazing to watch that their intensity from Game 1 and 2 is just always there. But Bren in Game 2, they seem a little frustrated just based on that Diggy pick.
They were very, very frustrated. None of the engage tools they had going for them. Again,
The Benedetta with the Petrify did not work up against a Diggy.
Selena.
The Claude engage did not work because guess what? If you want to deal damage to the Blazing Duet, you need to actually be able to get in range. And the Diggy provides not only a shield, not only an anti-CC field, but also the movement speed. You get movement speed to get out of the Blazing Duet range. And to add on to that, you also have a Leslie that just counters the Claude in these skirmishes and in the engages where the Claude wants to jump in. So Bigetron just had all the right answers to all the questions that was posed towards them from Bren. Now in Game 3, once again, you ask the question, who's going to outdraft who? I think for both of the teams, they've learned their lessons and there's not going to be an outdraft anymore. It's going to come down to execution, but hey, we'll see. We'll see. It can definitely still happen here. The draft has played such a big role in the last few patches in this meta currently as well.
Particularly in this series, right? The team that is on the red side gains the dub here. So in Game 3, will it be the same or will it change? Remember, first game it was Bren on the red side, but in the second game it was actually Bigetron Alpha on the red side. Now, let's see if stats don't lie. Perhaps we just know who will win just based on seeing these sides. Let's see here, 5 seconds towards the draft. My personal take here, that Diggy last pick will not happen again in Game 3. So I gotta say, Bigetron, they need to have something else up their sleeve. Enough talk, Game 3, drafts, let's see. Red side will fall to the hands of Bren and Bigetron will have the blue. Bigetron opted for a Fanny and as well as Gushin band, meanwhile Bren still sticking with that 1-1. And last time run was that Valentina, still sticking with the same approach.
It's a good mix of bands here coming in for the final game. And you can see, again, both of the coaches have learned from their past mistakes. The Gushin was definitely one of the factors that won Bren the game. On the hands of few, it's absolutely lethal. The fact that they can also flex this pick makes it even scarier, and Bigetron, they definitely realize this threat. They ban it out here. Valentina going to be banned out, like you mentioned, with the 1-1, and the Grok is going to be the answer from BTR. Final ban coming in from Bren. It's that Faramis, so we're going exactly the same as game number 1. Coach Ducky, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. That's what he's saying right now, as BTR will go for their first pick. In game number 1, they went for the Paquito with these kind of bans. Now, honestly, I think they should go for the Akai.
I agree. I mean, Akai has proven that game 1, I guess that one hero is just so powerful, so massive, but no, Bigetron opting for a Claude first pick, which leaves open Paquito and Akai here for grabs.
When the body suffers,
I don't think the Akai is going to be prioritized. Bren doesn't do that. Benedetta, again, will be prioritized as the first pick. 3 games. And right now, honestly, they did it in the first game, the Akai and the Benedetta together, right? No, they actually didn't. They went for the Bene and Gushin. Now that the Gushin has been banned, honestly, I see the Akai. I see... I'm trying to think about something else here. Martis can be a choice. They can just play around with this, right? They don't need to pick up a gold laner first. They can pick it up later on for that final pick in the first phase with the Leslie. So, yeah, I'm looking at Akai, but if they want to use this flex potential into the second phase, then no Akai. Mathilda becomes the option to take for Bren, and they go for it here. This gives the Akai over to Bigetron, though. Now, they already have the Claw. They can go for the Akai. And I think it's the proper decision. It's the right decision to make. Because if BTR go for the Akai here, they're basically trying to force Bren to either go for the Leslie or the Diggy, because one of them will be banned out in the second phase.
Gotta be honest with you, I feel like Lilia can be picked up as well here for side of Bigetron. Remember, the first game, they opted for a Farsa, which of course does not bode well, but oh my. Atlas comes into play, realizing that Mathilda has been picked. So, no more Diggy potentially. It might fall to the hands of the mid side, but Martis and Atlas for the side of Bigetron.
Remember what BTR are trying to do, it still remains the same. I didn't expect the Martis Atlas, I expected the Akai to force a Diggy pick or a Leslie pick, right? Because if you pick up a Leslie up against an Akai, you're gonna get
empty siege. You're gonna get engaged on. Same thing happens here with the Atlas. You go for the Leslie, you're so vulnerable towards the dive coming in from BTR. Bren, are they gonna go for that Leslie? If they go for the Diggy here, it might be a bit too much, right? They already have a Mathilda, adding the Diggy onto it, it's a bit too much, so they instead go for the Beatrix. They can't go for the Leslie. Why? Because it's too vulnerable up against the dive potential that BTR have already built for themselves here. And that was so brilliant by BTR, that Atlas pick that we did not expect.
Exactly, a very smart approach, indeed, intelligent approach from Razeboy. Second phase we go here. Yves opted out here for the side of Bigetron. Now it seems like with the composition set as of now, it's quite clear that Bigetron, they want a team fight. Remember though, Atlas is a non-factor pre-4. So after that 4, perhaps Bigetron will start and roam effectively to find more pick-offs, might find more team fights, and that is what I guess from the side of Bren needs to be aware of.
I honestly don't think Atlas is that much of a non-factor early on. You know, your perfect match has a lot of... It has good base damage. You have a good mobility as well to gank the other lanes to put pressure on. But yeah, in terms of just solid engages, you gotta wait for that Fatal Links to be up. But early on, I don't think you want to go for anything too crazy, anything too... You don't want to commit to anything. That's the point, right? So I think in the early game, it's gonna be alright. Considering right now that they need to pick up a mage, Bren are most likely going to just start narrowing down that mage pick. They have the first pick in the second phase, so I would expect the Lilia, Yves, Farsa to be banned or picked up, right? I think the right move for Bren would be, you know what, let's just go and leave the Lilia open. Let's pick it up for ourselves later on in the second phase because we have the first pick. Let's ban the Yves and let's let the Farsa go. We'll ban something else like the XP lane, another Esmeralda or a Uranus here, considering that their composition here is going to have a tough time up against the Uranus. Why leave the Farsa out is because they want to go up against the Farsa. This Benedetta is going to have a fun time diving into that Farsa like we saw in Game 1. But again, we're still waiting for the drafts here to show up for our screen. Maybe it'll work out, maybe not. Maybe I predicted the whole thing, maybe not. Gani?
Maybe. I suppose, you suppose. I guess. Man, I guess now what we are going to witness is the still the build-up for Game 3 here, the Battle of the Bees. Battle of E's went down.
EB.
Yeah.
The E's went to EVOS.
Went to EVOS.
Echo lost here.
The Bees.
There's a chance for Indo to go 2-0 today. There's a chance for Indo to go 3-0 if Bigetron win this and Aura Fire win later on. But we'll see, obviously. Bren, definitely not a team you can write off right here. It seems we're ready with the draft. What did they go for? Hey, it's the Farsa that was left open, so I kind of predicted that. The Lilia, though, wasn't banned by Bren.
We predicted that as well.
And the Esmeralda, too. I really wonder what they banned out there. If it wasn't the Lilia or the Esme, Uranus, I guess. Yeah, so the Uranus most likely was banned out. Okay, here it is, Gani. We're getting into the game now.
I can't wait to see the epic conclusion, but there you go, the Ling.
Call TZ Ling!
Call TZ Ling is gonna go to the Land of Dawn for Game 3, ladies and gentlemen. And the draft has been set. The 10 heroes that will go to the Land of Dawn for Bigetron Alpha and as well as Bren Esports. Who will take it? Who do you support? Spam it in the live chat.
Go ahead, ladies and gentlemen. Right now, as it stands, the Farsa, View's gonna have to bring Purify up against this composition, up against an Atlas. I think the Mathilda will also go for Purify. I don't know. There's going to be a lot of engages here from the side of BTR as they are going to be forcing the fights to happen. Here is the final look at the drafts for BTR and Bren Esports as we jump into the decider. Game number 3. Is it going to be BTR or Bren?
Indo v Philippines here. Land of Dawn, we go for our final conclusion to witness which team will win and move on to the next round, and which team will lose in the MPLI 2022.
Well, let's see it here. Kyle TZ starting on the orange buff again, wanting to save that purple buff as the second buff to take. Why? So that he'll have it during the turtle. Or maybe they just want to path towards the bottom side. There are two reasons as to why he can go for that. But Bren already, with Mathilda Farsa, this is something that you do have. A bit more wave control, map pressure in the mid lane. Mid control is very important right now in the current state of the game. So Bren just using it to give Kyle TZ a bit more resources to play with in the jungle.
You can see here Kyle TZ already invading the jungles of Max here. So Max is slightly behind on gold and level, which I guess he wants to compensate that with taking the creep top side. But again, Bren Esports and as well as Bigetron here trying to find something happen in the early games. Seems like both teams do not want to take that risk just yet.
Oh, good steal by you.
Very, very good timing. Well-timed skill there. And yeah, I guess for now, Bren Esports is slightly ahead.
I can't even say that's a lead, right? It's 200 gold. Just a few minions can give it over back to BTR. So early on, just these little invades happening here and there. There's little victories that they can pick up for both of the teams, but it's not really something very substantial. But the first turtle here is definitely what I want to talk about. 5 seconds for it. Kyle TZ has the purple buff, as I mentioned. That's why Link started around the orange buff to set up to have that purple buff for the turtle take. They want to go for it right now, while the purple buff's still on Kyle TZ. BTR definitely have the resources to contest here.
So Rizzo already flanking. Flap TZ here a little bit too low. But Tempest of Blade as well as Retribution will secure that turtle. Kyle TZ a very good engage. But on the other side, Max actually gets taken down here. Bigetron Alpha losing on that trade. Oh, Circling Eagle connecting on towards Key, and Few manages to use that Purify to escape that Fataling. A very good execution.
That's the Purify I mentioned. It's going to be too risky if you actually used or brought the Flicker in this game, but it's only one Purify on the board. BTR, right now, there you go. Bren start the game off into a good start, right? It's very similar to game number 1. They got the gold lead and they do not let go of it. BTR this time are going to try to change that pattern. Don't want that pattern to happen again up against Bren. Kyle TZ though, this is the man to watch right now. Yeah. With the turtle take on the Ling. Let's see.
Okay, with the perfect match, force Ogwen to use that Circling Eagle early. Few from the backside, dealing damage using that feather airstrike, but now it seems like it's just a reset. Bren with that turtle and as well as kill, I guess they are, of course, in favor.
Definitely. With this as well, Super Marco is actually able to clear out the mid lane as well. So they're trying to funnel as much gold as possible to Super Marco so that he can actually bully the Claude even more. Marky's been losing out in these 1v1s early on, and this is the matchup currently. Beatrix does win against Claude 1v1, and it's really tough. Marky with level 4 should have a little bit more to play with now that he has the Blazing Duet, but he's most likely just going to use that Blazing Duet to clear early on. Top side though, oh, that's a brilliant gank by Bren over to Sorizo, who's trying to match the pressure of Flap.
Oh my god, Ogwen here, forced to use that flicker, but what was Sorizo doing? I guess he didn't read the map well, and he wants to cut lane, met by Kyle TZ and perfectly executed by the assassin there. Now, with the turtle up, let's see the setup by both teams.
It's more of the miscommunication, honestly, there is Key's looking for Few. He has the Purify, so Key doesn't really go for that Fatal Links yet, but the turtle here.
Oh, Fatal Links and as well as Purify has been put out. Few though, very low with the shield passive. He will not be able to survive. Turtle will be secured by the hands of the Bren, but now Petrify connects onto his Key, will not have anything to escape, as now it's just a 1-for-1. But Bren, again, claims the turtle.
2,000 gold lead, 2 turtles to their name, and the bottom side as well. Super Marco going to be able to utilize this resource advantage to go for the clear and shove in the wave, maybe to dish out more damage to get that gold lead going for himself. Sorizo caught again.
My god, take a look at the wombo combo. Feathered airstrike jumps in Kyle with that Tempest Blade as well, and Flap TZ top side will find a turret. A very, very solid lead and performed displayed by Bren.
Man, Bren are so good at controlling the map when they have the lead. You give them an inch and they take a mile. 1,000 gold lead. It started off with 500, and BTR are currently just so far behind, just from a few plays from Bren, and they're only looking towards Marky. If they shut Marky down, BTR will have no win conditions to actually go for anything anymore.
They are literally suffocating now. Feather airstrike just to zone Marky away, and take a look at that. Marky will just have to see the turret collapse in front of his eyes, and then Kaltizi in a bit of a pickle, I guess say, but Tempest of Blade will be there to save the day. And there you go. Bren again showing strong here in the early minutes. Oh, Pew has the Purify here. Needs to be careful though. Wings by Wings pops. And Key does not commit to that Fatal Links just yet because he knows that Pew will just use that Purify.
It's one of his signature picks for Key, right, on this Atlas, but so far it hasn't worked out at all. The Fatal Links has connected, but it's just been countered by the Purify. And this is the weakness of the Atlas, but he goes in!
Oh my god, you can see here. Slapped easy. Until final blow towards the backside. Again, Blazing Duet has not enough damage just yet, seems like. Now Bren, Esports, they will look for the turtle. Oh, Feather Airstrike just to zone the members away. But it will be comfortably taken here. The last and final turtle here. So all turtles fall to the hands of Bren as Bigetron. They are lost, seems like, here in the first 7 minutes.
I think lost is a good word to put it. Wow. Bren are completely outclassing BTR currently, right? The way they're playing, the way they're rotating, they're reading BTR, and Key, for BTR, there's only one answer to any of their problems right now. It's a momentum play. If they get a 5v5 properly, if Key's able to get a massive Fatal Links, they can win, but considering Bren are 5,000 gold ahead, even then, I don't think they're going to be able to win out the fight.
It seems like it's just so hard and frustrating if you're Bigetron right now. 4-man to the mid side, like to find a blow. And take a look at this. Blazing Duet pops onto his backside, no damage again. Flap TZ with a distraction. Call TZ now looks for the invade. Retribution, very, very well placed. Fatal Links onwards, Pew flies away, and Weather Airstrike pops as well. Key now will be the target, gets taken down. And now it seems like Ogwen will be able to survive, but man, oh man, what an exchange by both of the teams. Bren again though coming out on top.
5,000 gold lead, and just as I mentioned it, even if Key gets a massive Fatal Link, they're not even going to be able to capitalize on that because Bren just have the mobility with the Mathilda, with the Ling, and even Few here with the Wings by Wings. He can get out from these crazy engages from the side of BTR. As long as he spaces properly, there's not really much that BTR can do. And if we take a look at the items here, Marky's not able to finish that golden staff fast in the game. 8 minutes in, hasn't gone that golden staff, and you can see that this is really stopping BTR's turn. And the fact that they weren't able to follow up Key's play is because of this. They're just too far behind to go for anything. Sorizo's getting soloed by Kyle.
Oh my god, he popped the screws. Well, not enough to survive. And yeah, I mean, if we're talking about Marky, he is forcing you to buy that steel leg plates as well. So I guess it's respect, but somehow you really want to have that DHS and Golden Staff very, very soon if you're a Claude. And at this point, it's hard. Max now trying to go for the flank. Q seems to be the target here. Remember, he still has that wing zone by Wings, but now take a look at that Pew. Gets taken down. A very good shutdown. Kilo misses that Fatal Links, but take a look at Moreno. Everyone, Marky gets taken down. Kyle TZ finds Max, and Flap TZ will fall as well by Marky, by that BMI. And now it seems like at the end of the day, it's just 3-4-2 still in the hands of Bren. But Bigetron, seems like now they are trying to get more proactive. But then again, Bren, they just want more objectives.
That was so bad for Bren early on, but Flap TZ definitely recovered for his team with that play, man. The 3-man Petrify with the final blow, turn it around once again. And as you can see, even though it feels close, it's a 3-for-2, it's not really close because why? Bren Esports had all their carries except for Few survive in that team fight. Meanwhile, BTR, all their carries were taken down. Marky, Moreno, Max. Definitely not worth a trade for BTR as Bren completely just shut them down there in the team fight. Also converting onto the Lord and now onto the turrets. The damage dealt completely dominated by Bren Esports.
Now top 4 being them, but funnily enough, Future Super Marco is way down below, slowly climbing up though, but now you can see here Bren already 10 minutes in, 10,000 gold lead. Moreno forced to use that black shoes early. He here using that perfect match, finds Flat TZ, he gets taken down, but now 5v4 Ogwen trying to find an escape. Marky dealing out damage towards that Ling, but then again, Ling will go to the top side here, targeting the base turret, almost take it down, but it's just another reset for the both teams.
It's a solid defense by BTR, but I think for Bren, it's definitely worth it. With the first Lord, they are able to find good value. All tier 2 turrets taken down. 10,000 gold lead built for Bren Esports. And guess what? Super Marco, you saw it just now. He built the Winner Nature already. So Claude isn't really gonna have... There's no threat. There's no threat right now towards Bren Esports. Even their backline can withstand the damage. Marky's built that Golden Staff, but it's a bit too late because Super Marco has built that Winner Nature. And right now, again, BTR are going to have to rely on that moment.
Oh my god, Circle petrified as well. Here comes through, but take a look at the disengage by Bigetron side. They are able to survive that one as well as Bren here, leaving no casualties. And now we can see here Bren again maintaining pressure here. Map control, take a look at the damage taken here. Sorizo being the first, and of course Oxygwen, even though their team is ahead, but seems like he is up there regarding the damage taken.
Well, BTR, man, Marky, honestly, right now, he's the winning condition, right? We're entering that late stage of the game. That's where the Claude really shines, but as we mentioned, the Winner Nature really does counter Claude's entire kit. His damage from the Blazing Duet can just be nullified completely, so BTR will have to find a way to actually force or bait out Super Marco's Winner Nature. Thing is though, there's no one who can actually dive towards Super Marco. Key, it's all up to Key right now to create a momentum, to create some space for BTR. If Key actually engages properly towards Super Marco, that's the way they win the game. But even then, Few and Kyle, they're
always there
as well.
Exactly. It's just gonna be a tough task. Oh my god, Key chunks to a quarter HP there, but take a look at Max here, taking and soaking a lot of damage. Feather Edge right, fall to Max needs to be careful. Quite low, but take a look at the pressure given as well by Bigetron now. You can see here Bren trying to find the right opening as well here as they are now focusing on the Lord. Will a Bigetron contest this? Realizing that Max is at half HP, I don't think it's wise. Max though forcing its way in, but there you go, paying the price. Now Kyle TZ jumps in towards the backside. Damage of late pops. He might be the target, and he is not. He survives. No, never mind. Mega kill for Kyle TZ as Oxygwen will lose out that Immortal, but double kill for Kyle TZ. Man, this guy just was on top side, and then now he was on the mid now. Bren Esports maintaining pressure. They want the base
3-0. That's a man advantage that Bren have. They might want to end the game right now. Sorizo doesn't have the damage, can't soak the damage neither.
Oh my god, now Sorizo marking super careful, Blazing Duet just to clear the ways here. Every resource given out, but it's just not enough. No minions have HP here on that fountain, but take a look at this flat
damage.
Flicker as well. Bren still 5. Mid minion comes in. Bren Esports 14,000 gold lead. Seems like Bigetron, the red robots, they are still holding on. He trying to find a play in the backside here, finds Oxygwen, but no commitments just yet. Feather Airstrike might seal the deal as Flam TZ finds one, and the base is just too exposed. Goodbye, Bigetron. Bren Esports, congratulations.
Bren knocked the red robots out of MPLI 2022. Bren Esports have done it once again, moving forward and taking the game 2-1. We'll see them go face-to-face against EVOS Legends later on. You can see the happy faces from Bren Esports. They're confident, they're feeling strong right after that victory. Woo, look at you.
Emotions, Sebastian. So it's confirmed that EVOS Legends will go head-to-head against Bren Esports now.
So it's 1-1 right now, ID and PH.
It's 1-1 as of now. So it's going to be very, very interesting to see the fourth and final match of today. Horrified and as well.
Yes.
Of course, as
ONIC PH.
ONIC PH.
It's your team, man. It's ONIC.
ONIC ID.
Oh, all right.
Never mind. But yeah, again, very, very good display today given by both teams. I feel like Bigetron
great.
managed to find the win, forcing a Game 3, but Game 3, man, Bren Esports did not mess around. At one point, it was 14,000 gold lead.
And unfortunately then, for Raizeboy, his championship buff is gone, right? With BTR Era, instant trophy. BTR
Wow.
Beta, instant trophy as well with the MDL trophy. But here, BTR will be knocked out on the first day. There's still a lot of time, though, for BTR later on. But right now, we're going to analyze how Bren won that game. Rashi, dissect it.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. It's your friendly neighborhood Mobile Legends Sergeant dissecting the final game between Bigetron and Bren Esports. Wow, Bren was just so good. And it shows again that the drafting phase is so important. It does feel like at some point these drafting phases already decide a bit of which team will actually have an advantage in the middle of the game all the way to perhaps the mid to late game. Of course, later on, it all comes down to execution. You never really know what's going to happen. You can't predict that far ahead. But Bigetron seems to have the better, more prepared, more flexible team composition, and they come out on top. I think part of the reason is also due to the crowd control situation. So much mobility available on the side of Bren Esports, yet so little solutions on the side of Bigetron. They have the Atlas, but that's about it. And with solutions present in the team of Bren Esports to deal with the Fatal Links, it's very difficult for Bigetron to get a foothold, to have some presence in the game to scale into the late game. Because in a 5v5 team fight, on paper, Bigetron Alpha has a lot of damage. And in fact, if you take a look at the items right here, you can see that Moreno already finishes his two wands after the Enchanted Talisman. That's a lot of damage and slow. Unfortunately, I think he barely finished the glowing wand before the final fight, so we didn't see the full extent of the item's power. Marky as well, usually having his core items, the DHS and the Golden Staff, by 6 minutes, 7 minutes, he was able to finally purchase it at 8 to 9 minutes, I believe. 8 minutes and 30 seconds, perhaps. And that is a lot later than usual. It doesn't sound like a lot, but with how Bren Esports was pushing the tempo, with how much they were just diving towards the back line, it's very difficult. Especially if Super Marco is just going ham, dealing a lot of damage from so far away. Of course, with few able to follow up with the Feather Airstrike as well, Bigetron is constantly under fire, and they can't strike back unless they engage a fight. But as we mentioned earlier, they can't even get a reliable engage going on, so it's very difficult. The post-game stats tells you a lot about this game. One-sided in the side of the neutral objectives, and even in the damage dealt, 54,000 on Kyle TZ. I mean, he was just all over the map. He's able to 1v1 the Sorizo on the Esmeralda. He was able to have a near uninterruptible farming phase as well. So that is usually not the approach you want to have. When you're up against a Ling, you want to take advantage of that very weak early game. But considering that the rest of the team of Bren Esports has so much pressure on the map, Bigetron Alpha is forced to try and move into damage control mode. They weren't dictating the pace. They were just trying their best to survive the relentless assault coming in from Bren Esports. And they were doing well for a bit, but that final Lord fight, I think, was the final nail in the coffin. The game MVP, though, it is Kyle TZ. 6-0-8, 93% kill participation. Mechanics on point, macro gameplay, knowing where to farm, where to rotate. So good. And Ling in the right hands can do a lot of damage. Kyle TZ shows us right here, right now. And soon we'll take a look at some of the highlights and maybe we can break down a bit what kind of success was Bren able to get against Bigetron, and what could Bigetron perhaps do a bit better, because they were trying their best, and it does seem like they were trying their best to adjust and do things differently, knowing that they cannot just approach the fights head on. They have to try and take advantage of their AoE, but with Kyle TZ being so mobile, not just him though, the Benedetta as well in Bren Esports, just doing a lot of very maneuverable plays, it makes it very difficult. Bren still has the possibility to explore the split push, and we saw that Kyle TZ does it for quite a bit, but he wasn't even tryharding in the split push department, and he was already able to ruin the rotations, the movement coming in from Bigetron Alpha. And when one of their main weapons, the rotations, the speed, the smart movement from Bigetron Alpha gets disrupted, that is where they start falling apart. And you have to give credit to Coach Ducky. This is a very clean performance by Bren Esports. And soon, the highlights will tell us more on that story. All the way in the early game, you already see that it's aggression coming in from both teams. But of course, Atlas needs a bit more time to actually get online. And when it's just skirmishes, when it's not a full 5v5, we already mentioned that Bren Esports have a lot more of an advantage. And they absolutely abuse it. They keep going into the jungle, deny as many bombs as possible, and despite one member getting hit with the Fatal Links, they can easily actually maneuver around that, survive the initial burst, and back out because of the weaker early game from Bigetron Alpha. The presence of the Matilda as well is so difficult to deal with, but that was a great engage coming in from Flap TZ with the Electro Final Blow Petrify combo. I jumped out of my seat when I saw it, but that is the kind of moments that Bren needs to force to actually make sure that Bigetron cannot survive for much longer. Because as we mentioned, the longer the game goes, the more they have a footing, and you really see in this particular fight, the damage starts to add up, and they really see a bit of fight back coming in from Bigetron Alpha. But at that point, it's a bit too little, too late. And with members down right here, they abuse the death timers and just go straight for that win and end game number 3 in decisive fashion. So I think Bigetron maybe could have waited for a bit longer, and maybe they could have delayed and survived the initial Lord if they had 5. But obviously, easier said than done when Bren Esports is just pushing the tempo again and again. And funny enough, we saw a bit of a difference in game number 2. Tempo got slowed down to an extreme degree. But in game number 3, it's back to tempo, speed. When you don't let your opponents think and you just keep pushing the pace, making them panic, making them make mistakes. That is, I think, what Bren Esports has shown that they are very, very good at. And we can look forward to seeing more of that next time. But I guess for the analysis, there's not much more to say on that note. And soon, we'll send you guys back to Mirko and Gani. I can see them right here. Guys, take it away.
What? Rashi, you can't see us?
He can see us. Why we can't see him?
We can't see him.
Whoa.
Wow, that's
Arashi has his third eye open,
a little
man.
bit creepy, but yeah, I guess Arashi has his third eye. Thank you, Arashi, for a very, very clean analysis as always. But boy, oh boy, what a conclusion to our first 2 matches. First match, Indo versus PH. Indo got the better of the PH team, but it seems like second match, well, Bren got their revenge.
Exactly, man. Hey, Gani, your phrase just de-aged. You went from man oh man to boy oh boy. But we're going to go over to one of the Bren Esports representatives, the victors of match number 2. Let's see who it is. Ring, ring. Who is it? Oh, it's the whole team.
Whoa.
Hello,
It's
Bren.
a whole party. First and foremost, though. Hello. First and foremost, congratulations to Bren Esports. You guys made it through to the next round.
There, you can see the passion coming in from Bren Esports here. But Gani, go ahead, shoot. First question.
Who am I talking to first here? Who's the spokesperson?
The main man?
Kyle TZ. But man, what a link you have shown us here. A very, very good link, tremendous link. I gotta ask you, which player did cause you guys most trouble
from BTR?
From BTR.
I think it's Diggy because it's very hard to
KYY.
Oh, sorry. Was it Key? Did you just say Key? Was it Key?
KYY is
All right. I'm sorry, can you repeat the answer? We're having like audio issues. Can you just repeat the answer real quick?
The one who gave us trouble was KYY's Diggy.
In the second game. Well, that's my question for now, Mirko.
Yeah, but right now, Bren Esports currently in MPLI, I do have a question for you guys, right? You already have a young jungler here, Kyle TZ. You guys have just qualified to the next round. You guys are going to be up against another young jungler, Fairsick. Are you confident in beating EVOS Legends?
Yeah, Yes, I'm super confident against EVOS Legends. I want to revenge my idol, Carl TC.
Oh, all right. So he's super confident and he wants to avenge his idol, Carl TZ.
Wow.
Let's see.
Yes, we'll see. I guess all happy here from the side of Bren Esports. Perhaps any messages you want to put out for the PH team and as well as for the fans who will support Bren Esports?
First of all, I want to thank all of the fans that are supporting us and our bosses, Boss Job, Boss Jeff, Boss Pam.
All right. I have one final question though. One final question for Bren Esports here. Who do you want to face the most here in MPLI 2022?
We want to face ONIC Indo.
ONIC Indo.
Hey.
All right. We'll see.
They're on the right track, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yellow
they're in the same bracket
versus yellow. Perhaps it might be true, but you have to take on EVOS Legends first. But again, congratulations, Bren Esports, for moving on to the next round. Thank you. Thank you. We'll gotta cut off the interview, but thank you again. Congratulations. See ya.
Bren, man, with this new squad, with two veterans, with Coach Ducky still, it looks like they're in form currently.
I guess, I mean, we smell a very good regeneration from the side of Bren Esports, a very young jungler, Kyle TZ. Seems like he is very lethal on that assassin, especially.
Angry.
He's very angry.
His idol just got beat down, so he wants to avenge Carl TZ. He is also one of the TZs.
Wow.
So we'll see the TZ revenge later on in the matchup against EVOS Legends. But before that, we have another classic matchup that we've seen so many times, Gani. It's Slate Esports versus Todak.
Who's gonna win? We'll have to see. Gani, Mirko, we'll sign out for a bit. Stay tuned, MPLI 2022. See you around.
So don't feel bad if there's a team fight happening next to you. Your job as a goal laner is to just farm all the way early game. Don't feel incentivized to join any team fights whatsoever because you have zero contributions, but only risking yourself to die. So instead, focus on farming efficiently and planning your farming route so that eventually, towards the late game, you can carry the game. By making the right decisions, you'll be able to accumulate resources in the most efficient way. So don't feel bad if there's a team fight happening next to you. Your job as a goal laner is to just farm all the way early game. Don't feel incentivized to join any team fights whatsoever because you have zero contributions, but only risking yourself to die. So instead, focus on farming efficiently and planning your farming route so that eventually, towards the late game, you can carry the game. By making the right decisions, you'll be able to accumulate resources in the most efficient way.
Play.
So don't feel bad if there's a team fight happening next to you. Your job as a goal laner is to just farm all the way early game. Don't feel incentivized to join any team fights whatsoever because you will have zero contributions, but only risking yourself to die. So instead, focus on farming efficiently and planning your farming route so that eventually, towards the late game, you can carry the game. By making the right decisions, you'll be able to accumulate resources in the most efficient way. So don't feel bad if there's a team fight happening next to you. Your job as a goal laner is to just farm all the way early game. Don't feel incentivized to join any team fights whatsoever because you will have zero contributions, but only risking yourself to die. So instead, focus on farming efficiently and planning your farming route so that eventually, towards the late game, you can carry the game. By making the right decisions, you'll be able to accumulate resources in the most efficient way.
I play for me. I play for fun. I play for real. I play for friends and Friday nights. We play for all. This is a new age of play. Play your way.
So don't feel bad if there's a team fight happening next to you. Your job as a goal laner is to just farm all the way early game. Don't feel incentivized to join any team fights whatsoever because you will have zero contributions, but only risking yourself to die. So instead, focus on farming efficiently and planning your farming route so that eventually, towards the late game, you can carry the game. By making the right decisions, you'll be able to accumulate resources in the most efficient way. don't feel bad if there's a team fight happening next to you. Your job as a goal laner is to just farm all the way early game. Don't feel incentivized to join any team fights whatsoever because you have zero contributions, but only risking yourself to die. So instead, focus on farming efficiently and planning your farming route so that eventually, towards the late game, you can carry the game. By making the right decisions, you'll be able to accumulate resources in the most efficient way.
Play.
So don't feel bad if there's a team fight happening next to you. Your job as a goal laner is to just farm all the way early game. Don't feel incentivized to join any team fights whatsoever because you have zero contributions, but only risking yourself to die. So instead, focus on farming efficiently and planning your farming route so that eventually, towards the late game, you can carry the game. By making the right decisions, you'll be able to accumulate resources in the most efficient way.
I play for me. I play for fun. I play for real. I play for friends and Friday nights. We play for all. This is a new age of play. Play your way.
So don't feel bad if there's a team fight happening next to you. Your job as a goal laner is to just farm all the way early game. Don't feel incentivized to join any team fights whatsoever because you have zero contributions, but only risking yourself to die. So instead, focus on farming efficiently and planning your farming route so that eventually, towards the late game, you can carry the game. By making the right decisions, you'll be able to accumulate resources in the most efficient way. So don't feel bad if there's a team fight happening next to you. Your job as a goal laner is to just farm all the way early game. Don't feel incentivized to join any team fights whatsoever because you have zero contributions, but only risking yourself to die. So instead, focus on farming efficiently and planning your farming route so that eventually, towards the late game, you can carry the game. By making the right decisions, you'll be able to accumulate resources in the most efficient way.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true. Where everything you want can be yours. If and only if you're willing to work for them. You're willing to hurt for them. But most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You know what I'm saying? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting to stand in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been late. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete, well get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt. Push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next.
Yes, let's go!
I'm who they test. Like we playing chess. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures.
This November, watch your heroes unleash their power.
Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
To be the ultimate winner.
So don't feel bad if there's a team fight happening next to you. Your job as a goal laner is to just farm all the way early game. Don't feel incentivized to join any team fights whatsoever because you have zero contributions, but only risking yourself to die. So instead, focus on farming efficiently and planning your farming route so that eventually, towards the late game, you can carry the game. By making the right decisions, you'll be able to accumulate resources in the most efficient way.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the MPL Invitational 2022, presented to you by ONE Esports, here for match number 3 for day 2. Back at it again on the caster desk with Mirko and
Colius here, so we are gonna have a fun match today because I see the first match and the second match, all of the game is played by the teams. So it's gonna be interesting. We gonna see like on the match 3, the Philippines, the Indonesia, ya kan? And for the match 4, of course, the ONIC PH versus Aura Fire.
Exactly. But before that matchup, we have right now Slate, who's going to be going up against Todak. But obviously, MPLI has been so awesome this year in 2022 with the help of our official partners, HSBC, Samsung Galaxy, Omni by FWD, McDelivery, and Logitech G.
Yep. So who's gonna set on fire today? We're gonna see who's gonna win, who's gonna lose, because like they're gonna put everything in this MPLI.
Everything's on the line right now, especially in the first round, because hey, guess what? One life, one chance is all you get in MPL Invitational, but not for your HSBC leveling up though. So you guys can go ahead right now and level up your coin farming skills with HSBC by watching the How to Farm and Spend Your Gold in MLBB videos. And you guys can apply what you learn in those videos to the game and in real life.
Of course, so please check the HSBC right now.
Check it out because you guys can save a lot of money for the next thing that we're bringing up to you guys. Get your unrivaled gaming experience with the Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 4 5G. And man, let's talk a little bit about the specs here because with the Qualcomm Snapdragon 8+1, it's just insane. It also has 12 gigabytes of RAM. Colius.
Yep.
Tell me what you can do with 12 gigabytes of RAM.
Oh my god, a lot of things. I even can play Mobile Legends and then open a lot of application there.
Multitasking.
Yeah, multitasking. I can like when after I'm done with the draft, maybe I can open the One Esports website and then looking for the news about the esports things.
There you go. You guys can go ahead and check it out. The phone right here. Get your unrivaled gaming experience. And while you're on that as well, you have a good phone. Why don't you download the free app right now, Omne, to energize your life to be like a winner. Every day is your way.
Well, Mirko. But like first match, second match, there will be like already 3 games passed by the team. So we're gonna see the third match, but this is what I mentioned before. So you can play your way with the Aurora collection by the Logitech. Wow, it's a lot of colorful gaming peripheral. Yes. So you can show off to your friends.
You can show it off to your friends. You also get very good quality in your games right now with your audio. So go ahead and play your way with the new Aurora collection, the official partner of One Esports MPL Invitational 2022. While you're on that as well, you guys can go ahead and join Colius in watching and reading news on One Esports' social media. On Twitter, TikTok, Instagram, Facebook, whatever you want. You can find One Esports anywhere, any place, anytime.
Yep. But Mirko, what do you think after you see like the first match and the second match, and you will like reading the gameplay? Because like you can for the audience itself, you can register and win from oneesports.gg/MPLI-win. There's a lot of things that you can do on the One Esports website,
and you guys can actually get a chance to win the Venom Skin collection with this right now. So go ahead and register. You're not missing out on anything.
I already have.
You already have the Venom Skin collection? Oh my god.
But from the MPLI website.
There you go. Go ahead and check it out. But you know what, Colius, what kind of hero are you? You can find that out here on oneesports.gg/quiz-MLBB.
That maybe you are playing the wrong role until right now, so you can test it later on the website.
Check it out. Don't miss out. And also, don't miss out on getting a chance to watch together with your friends at the MPLI Watch Party presented to you by HSBC. Look at it right now. You can get to watch with your friends, watch and support your team that's representing your country, Malaysia, Philippines, Indonesia. We've got you covered right now. And guess what? We have a prize as well. $500 worth of prizes and diamonds.
Wow. So if you want to buy like the Starlight skin or even later that we're gonna have the Sicilian skin, so please join the watch party right now.
Go ahead, and also, if you're more of a tournament guy, you want to experience how it is playing in these tournaments with your friends, or maybe you want to join a team, find your squad, go ahead and join the One Esports community tournaments for MLBB using the link battlefy.com/OneEsports.
There's a lot of tournament there, so maybe you can like trying to collecting the experience how to do on the professional scene, and maybe later you can join the big team who are playing on the MPLI today.
Maybe, right? Experience, you need to get that before you go and play on the MPL stage. But on that note, ladies and gentlemen, you guys all play MLBB, that's why you're watching as well. There is an annual sale going on right now, and this is the largest annual sale, the Double 11 Mega Sale. Colius, right now, it's coming very soon, and you're a man that has a lot of skins. So tell them how to get these skins.
So you can join the promo carnival event that will start on the 10th, 26th, and win lots of promo diamonds. And you can be able to use the promo diamonds to purchase the skins heroes for just 1 diamond.
1 diamond?
Yup, using the yellow diamond or the promo diamond.
Oh my god, just extreme value you guys can get. You guys can go ahead and use the hashtag as well. Mobile Legends Bang Bang, MLBB 1111, and hashtag Mega Sale. Join in. But we're going to take a recap first and also see right now, give you guys a visual representation of what's to come in the next few matches in today's schedule.
Yep. So from the first match, we already see like EVOS Legends versus Echo, who are EVOS winning by 2-1. And then the second match, we already see the Bren versus BTR. But the Indonesia team just losing from Bren with the score 2-1. And later, on the match 3 today, we're gonna see Slate versus Todak.
It's going to be a massive matchup again, right? It's a classic matchup. We've seen this. Slate Esports used to be EVOS SG going up against Todak. This matchup we've seen so many times before. I think it's been mixed results, actually. Todak has won a couple. Slate has won a couple against Todak. But here it is, right? This is for all the marbles coming in. One chance is all you get. You have to go all out. No hidden strategies in a single elimination bracket.
Yeah, especially Todak is the winner from the MPL Malaysia, right?
No, second place.
Oh yeah, second place.
But they have so much experience internationally. Slate Esports as well. But here, let's take a look at the lineups. There you go, the official lineups for both teams, but here it is, Slate Esports with Sayla, Gear, FMM, Adamir, and a new addition, Nick.
Yep. So they're gonna have like playing with the full power to matching against Todak later. But I want to mention like you need to put the attention for the Sayla itself, because like if he plays like the high ground heroes, he will have a good positioning to bring the damage to the enemies.
Yeah, he's always just that consistent member from the side of Slate Esports, a high ground player as well, but he's also very versatile as a mid laner. He plays a lot of these engage heavy mages as well, like the Kagura, the Lunox, but for Todak, this is the team.
Yep, we're gonna have Moon, Chiku guys, Momo, Revo, and Yums. So, Todak have like a lot of veteran members, right? They playing from Todak. I think it's like from the season 2, if I'm not wrong, the MPL Malaysia. So they have the chemistry, so they have the teamwork later. So we're gonna see like the Slate versus Todak. Is it the match that we need to be like, that's we waiting for to like learn something from this match, especially?
Absolutely, right? Again, this is a very experienced team. Very experienced. They have a lot of veterans in their squad. Moon, Chiku guys being the two core members on this team. But what's interesting about this team is how flexible they are.
Yeah.
Chiku is role swapped to the jungle, to the mid lane, to the gold lane, and even to the XP lane. The only lane we haven't seen him in is the roamer side. And right now, Chiku is actually placed in the XP lane.
Wow.
I don't know if this is real. I don't know if they're going to swap again, because Todak that's their thing. They really like to swap.
With this kind of strategy, I think it's gonna be hard for the enemies to read their pattern, to read the heroes pool, especially for Todak itself, because like every players have signature hero, I think.
They do. Right. It's always the flashy heroes when we're talking about Todak, and especially Chiku. That's why the other members have to stay consistent. Because for Chiku, he goes for these crazy picks. Last time we saw him in the grand finals of MPL Malaysia in the playoffs, he played the Minotaur in the mid lane as a mid laner, and then the Phobius mid. And right now, as an XP laner, I'm really curious to see what he can bring to the table.
Wow, are we gonna see like the underrated heroes that maybe can bring up the winning condition for Todak itself? Because like I mentioned before, even every player have different playstyle, Miracle. So when Chiku is going to the XP lane, especially like when they are usually facing the other players like playing aggressively, but when Chiku goes to XP lane, that he can play maybe more safely, or even like he can do more rotation to help their friends.
Definitely, right? He's a very versatile player, not only because he can carry the team with those crazy heroes, not just because he can play those crazy heroes once again, but it's also because his style of play. He can carry the game. He can be that hyper carry for the team, and he can also be the enabler. He can set plays just for the team to do more in these fights.
Yeah, he even understands the job task, like what other roles can do. So it's gonna be interesting because like when he do for the XP laner, usually the main job task for the XP laner is like zoning out the enemies to join the team fight, especially for the gold laner or even the mid laner.
Exactly. Right now though, again, this matchup, Coleus, it's going to be Sayla and Moon in the mid lane. That's, I think, the lane I really do want to highlight here because for both of these players, they really like to play those high ground heroes. Moon and for Sayla. But here it is, the drafts for game number 1 of the series. It's going to be Slate on the blue side, Todak on the red side.
Maybe there will be, or we gonna see like the Yi versus Farsha, or even like Lilia here, because Moon using the Lilia it's like his favorite heroes, and he can do playing very well using the Lilia itself. And we already see that Faramis and Valentina will not play on this game 1.
It's a bit too expensive to leave out, right? For a first pick, for a second pick, it's just 2 heroes that you really want to get out as fast as possible, leave out as fast as possible. Right now, though, a big question is the Fanny Gushin as well, the Grok. Fanny has been banned 100% of the time so far in this tournament. It goes to show the power that Fanny has in this meta.
The mobility itself, even Fanny doesn't need to get level 4 to like aiming for the head of the enemies. But Valentina, I want to like mention about these heroes that on the last updates that Valentina is got the nerf. So the life steal will be decreased from before. But Valentina is still the favorite heroes to get team banned on the draft page. What do you think, Miracle?
Valentina? I think the Valentina is just a bit too expensive, not just because of the pressure that she puts into the lane, but also because Valentina dictates the draft. Let's say Slate first picks Valentina. Todak are going to be forced to actually stop themselves from picking up these crazy game-changing ultimates because there's that IMU for the Valentina.
But look, like from the Slate, they banned Diki. Are they gonna play like a big AoE hero, like Atlas, or even maybe Huvra, or the other heroes that can bring the pain, or creating the momentum to get the tempo back?
Well, that's the big question right now that we are asking towards both Slate and Todak. And I'm pretty sure we're going to get to see that answer very, very soon as the bans for the first phase have been wrapped up. Gushin going to be that final ban for Todak. 1-1 left open. This is a hero that hasn't been left open at all in the past 2 days. I think Slate might just take it.
I think 1-1 is still on the SS tire right now. Yeah, because of the mobility. Even when she using the crossbow of tank, it will be immune and hard to catch 1-1.
Very, right? Her second ability, just her mobility in general.
The Needles of Flowers.
Exactly, Needles of Flowers. And guess what? The mobility. If she gets like the first 2 items, Corrosion Side, DHS, she's just so mobile, she gets out, but they actually prioritize the Martis and they give the 1-1 over to Todak, which is a very risky move. We know that Chiku guys can roll swap into that gold lane and pick up the 1-1 for himself.
Yep. But Martis, after the buff on the last patch, the Mortal Coil and the Decimation is very, very painful, Miracle. So that's why Martis can be used as a jungler to get inside when the enemies is like hitting the Lord or even the Turtle to get a steal. But Matilda and 1-1, like Miracle mentioned before, maybe Chiku will play 1-1 today?
Man, I think so, right? He was listed as an XP laner, but knowing Todak, they can always just use this flexible position to rotate their roles, not just their heroes. And right now, Slate, they've actually picked up 2 heroes to go up against this 1-1. But again, that's a Phoveus pick so early on. Todak can just pick an Esmeralda right here to counter it.
It can be. Even like when Todak have like 2 Dominance Eyes, the Phoveus didn't have the absorb ability very well during the team fight. But we're gonna see like one last heroes from the Todak. Are they gonna pick the jungler, or like Pakito is still free if they want to use it? Or even Atlas, but Phoveus first, like matching with Atlas, he can do the Demonic Force and then immune from the Fatal Link.
That's very scary, right? If you're looking at it right now, Coleus. Todak though with the final pick. The Esmeralda becomes the choice, a solid counter towards that Phoveus. And now, that's a big question mark to Slate.
And for the Lolita's passive too. So it can give a lot of absorb ability for the Frost Moon Shield itself. But the Frost Moon Shield is already get nerfed. So it doesn't get a very big absorb ability like from before.
Let's see, right? Because with this draft right now, Slate, actually yesterday in game number 1, Bren X Flash tried to go for this kind of composition as well when they picked up the Phoveus, but no. Yeah, they were instantly countered. Orange Esports were the ones who picked up the Phoveus. Bren X Flash picked up the Esmeralda. And so what Orange did was they rotated the Phoveus to play as a mid laner. I'm very curious to see whether Slate are trying to do the same thing here, putting the Phoveus on the hands of Sayla in the mid lane, but it's not his type of hero, you know?
If they put the Phoveus as the mid laner, I think they didn't have the burst damage from their draft right now. So what kind of heroes that they want to use? Is it Brody to have the torn apart memory, or even like the Abyssal Strike is a very, very painful one if he already got the items, right? For example, the Hunter Strike or even the Blade of Despair.
Well, let's see once again here though. Slate Esports with the Barat's band coming in, respecting rival on Todak. A very good utility jungler for Todak.
Especially when Matilda already got picked, right?
Exactly. That's a combination that we usually see, right?
Yeah.
When you pick up a Matilda, the Barat's becomes such a good option because usually from the Barat's, the only weakness from that hero itself is the mobility.
Yep.
With the Matilda, basically covers up for that weakness with the guiding wind. And Todak now will go for their final ban in the second phase. It's going to be the Claude, respecting FMM in that gold lane.
Because of the Blazing Duet can get inside on the backline of Todak, and it can mess up the formation when the team fights happens. So one last ban from Slate. I think it's gonna be another jungler. What do you think?
Another jungler, honestly looking at it right now, it might be a mage ban as well, right?
Mage ban.
Considering
Farsha?
Lilia, I believe, right now, with their kind of dive comp, they want to get something that can sustain out of the way. Lilia becomes a solid choice. I think they would love to go up against a Farsa, a Yve, but the Lilia is a bit too much trouble with the Black Shoes, and if she goes for Purify, too much survivability for this comp.
But we will see like one pick from Todak later. They don't have the mid lane right now and the jungler, so if they want to play with the high ground heroes, the Farsha or Yve will be a good option since they already have the Esmeralda, so the reward manipulation have the absorb ability, and it gonna be interesting because the Esmeralda already picked by Todak.
Very interesting, right? It's going to be very, very interesting here. Todak can definitely go for the Yve pick here, or they could just go for the jungler first because they saw the Lilia ban. Might as well just go for that last pick in the mage for Moon. But no, they
Farsha.
go for the Farsa, which is very dangerous here.
The burst damage from the Feather Air Strike, I think it's gonna be the challenge for 1-1. So like the 1-1 need to like taking care of her positioning, or on the late game, 2 Feather Air Strike will annihilate 1-1.
Let's see. You're right. It's a bit too much if they let that go because the 1-1's gonna have a tough time if Slate Esports picks up the Farsa, but now Slate Esports have a chance to actually pick up the Yve. Or perhaps they might actually again rotate or flex that Phoveus pick into the mid lane and pick up something like a Yuzong to actually dive down the Farsa. Can be, and no, it's not the Yuzong, it's a Paquito pick. It should be in that XP lane now, or it's a very flexible comp they're going for.
And now P3. So Phoveus gonna play on the mid lane. Martis, I think it's gonna be the jungler, and Paquito gonna be the XP lane. So later on the middle to late game, I think the 1-1 need to be careful with the knockout strike because it can give a lot of burst damage, and even if 1-1 didn't have the weakness open, so he cannot fly using the crossbow attack, and 1-1 can be taken down.
It's going to be very interesting to see how this matchup plays out in the end. Both playstyles, both drafts going to be set here as Todak pick their final hero in this composition. They need a jungler. They need a frontliner, I think, as well, right? Karina becomes an option for them, honestly. If they want to go wild, Leomord?
Oh
Minotaur!
my god, yep, Minotaur.
Oh my god.
With the Minion Fury, with the Motivation Roar, I think it can help their friends when they are joining the team fight later. But what do you think, Miracle? Quick prediction. Do you see Todak or Slate to win this first game?
Man, considering Todak's picks here with the Minotaur as well, it really just nullifies all the engage tools that Slate really has. Even that dive is going to be countered by the Minotaur. I'm going to have to give it over to Todak for game 1 here.
I think the same, Miracle, but it's not a big gap. I think it's only like 55% versus the 45% right now because they have the Paquito. So if the Paquito is free later on, it can bring the pain to Todak using the knockout strike. Even they have Martis who can using the Mortal Coin to stealing the Lord or even the Turtle.
Alright, well, I think here we're gonna get the final looks at both of the drafts, ladies and gentlemen, as the portal opens up for us to dive into game number 1 of Todak versus Slate. Sayla on one of his signatures as well, but again, you know, I really prefer seeing Sayla usually on those high ground heroes, but here on the Phobius, we'll see what he can do up against a Farsa, up against a Mathilda, where mid-control is super important, Coleus, currently in the patch.
Yep, and on the early game, I think Todak will win the rotation because Farsa and Mathilda can clear the way very, very quickly and help the gold lane later.
Let's see. Todak, again, like we mentioned early on, it's going to be Sayla actually who has the better clear because of the basic attacks, because of his passive, but later on here, once Todak have those 2 abilities, level 2, it's going to be a little bit better for them. Adamir is actually going to be in the jungle this time around, and he's going to be actually putting a lot of damage.
DPS. Wow, the Adamir. The DPS is very, very high. Even Mathilda need to use the recall, but oh, he cancelled it. But because with Rival right now, he's trying to facing the Adamir.
Adamir going to be caught here. A lot of damage placed onto him. Still able to get away. Rival looking for the re-engage, but Todak, they do not want to go too crazy here. They have the 1-1. They can just scale up.
Yep, it's still early game, but Moon right now, the charge is going up, but Flicker is pop out, and the Flame Shot didn't taken down the Moon.
Man, Moon, yeah, just definitely a bit too aggressive there, opening up the map by himself.
Yep.
Gets punished early on, and it's Slate Esports with a little bit of an edge early on here. Rival gonna have a tough time as Adamir goes into that enemy jungle. He's gonna be able to clear it out, taking it away, invading Rival.
Yeah, and look at the quadrant strategy that played by the Slate. So 4-1 strategy, they are gonna do the rotation together, and now the first turtle is up on the land of down.
Well, on the bottom side, it does seem like Momo is going to be in a bit of trouble there as he has the sprint to get out. Adamir and Gear forced to back away for now. Momo looking for that pressure. Todak setting up for this turtle take. 2 minutes in, and we'll see who gets this. As Yums is opening up the map once again. Rival has that Minu and Fury here, putting on some damage onto Yums. But for both teams, they're still waiting on that CC. Adamir needs to be very clutch, but that's going to be the reset over. Nick jumps in. Moon going to be targeted here by the Demonic Forces. Moon might actually be taken down. That Guiding Wind just adds more for Sayla to play with. Rival zone as well. Adamir picks up the turtle, and it's Slate Esports with an early lead.
They get the first kill, they get the turtle, and now they are trying to steal the purple buff, but the Madame Blast is connected, and now Rival is taken down using the decimation. Oh my god, what an early game played by the Slate.
Man, even the Feather Airstrike here isn't going to be enough to zone Adamir away, but it is enough to actually steal that purple buff for Moon.
I think it's secured, but yeah, Crossbow of Tang is taken down by FFM. Now, Chiku guys get the free position to do the farming.
Now that's massive, right? Chiku guys, when he gets that snowball going, he levels up his coin farming skills, obviously with the help of HSBC, and you guys can do the same. Go ahead and watch the videos on how to farm and spend your gold in MLBB to translate it over to real life with HSBC.
But like I mentioned before, Todak have the Minotaur who can use the Minuan Fury, but you know, Martis have the Mortal Coil, so it will be immune from the crowd control, and it can steal the turtle from the early game. But we're gonna see like the rotation from the Todak teammates itself. Are they gonna like back up the Minotaur?
Let's see, right? Todak already putting the pressure down into the enemy jungle, trying to fold it in half. But you guys can also fold your phone with a Samsung Galaxy Z Fold. Chiku guys trying to run away, trying to get the passive as well there. Minuan Fury popped in, but Demonic Force jumps all the way. Chiku gonna be able to fly onto Adamir. A lot of damage placed in, but Chiku is gonna be in trouble here. Sayla jumps in. One last hit gets it. It's gonna be a 1-for-0 over to Slate Esports with the skirmish heavy playstyle. They're able to push themselves to a 2.3k gold lead.
Unfortunately, they cannot get the Adamir with one last hit because Adamir is like directly going back. Even Moon didn't have the range to do the Feather Airstrike for the Adamir. But now, Knockout Strike and Flick Out is being used by Moon because it's a very dangerous position for Pakito to get the kill points.
It's so tough now if you're looking at Todak's composition, right? Because usually they want to go for that skirmish, but Sayla is an absolute monster on this Phobius. Even up against so much, even up against an Esmeralda, he's doing well. Adamir now going on to that turtle. Rival looking for the steal, but Adamir way too slick with it. Nick goes in for the flicker, Numenon blast, unable to connect right now. Feather Airstrike popped in as well, Kolios, but doesn't find its mark.
Yep. Even the Guiding Wind is already helped the Minotaur to get into the turtle bit, but the Retribution from Adamir is more on point. So Todak now is like the gold difference is getting far away, 3,000 gold on the 5 minutes.
It's just so grim for Todak right now. Because in the early stages, obviously it's going to be Slate Esports who has a little bit of an advantage, considering they have 3 fighters in their composition. But Todak, they can't fall this far behind. Slate Esports with a built-up snowball, and with their natural way of playing games slow, it's going to be a disaster for Todak because it's the complete opposite for Todak. Todak wants to get these skirmishes. They like fast-paced games.
But as long as if Farsha get the position, so the Feather Airstrike will clear the minion quickly. So Slate will gonna have a hard time to do the push lane.
Once again, 3,000 gold lead for Slate, and this is the tempo that we usually see Slate play with, right? They're taking it very slow. Chiku got all the weakness points. He's going to go in onto FMM, stunned up. There's a shield coming in, but look at Chiku, guys. He's able to maneuver himself. FMM still surviving, not for long. Chiku, though, going to fall to the hands of Sayla as he jumps back and forth. The Demonic Force placed in. Yum's going to be caught there. That's going to be another one placed. Yum's still able to dodge away. Flame shot from Sayla. Snipes him down all the way from the bottom side. It's a 2-for-1, and Sayla is massive.
What an aim from Sayla. Using the flame shot to take down the Yums, so he cannot run away from Sayla itself. But look, and the mid lane Gear need to use the flicker to go away from Momo.
Nothing's going right for Todak, man. Absolutely nothing. Even Gear there was able to get out with the flicker against Momo.
Well, but it's still early game, Miracle. I think like 1-1 can bring the pain later on the late game because even Popius using the Demonic Force, it's gonna be hard to chase 1-1.
Well, again, you know, this composition really makes sense now because guess what? Adamir, with his abilities, he's able to displace the opponents to set the Demonic Force proc. And now, you can already see Todak set up for a turtle take once again. So far in this game, it's been all Slate for the mutual objectives, but Todak decided to chill a little bit.
It's a little bit too risky if they want to comment on the turtle right now because like Rival and Adamir is on the standby position, so anybody can get the turtle. But look, Momo is trying to chase Nick to make Nick is not joining the team fight.
I don't know about these skirmishes, Kolios. I'm not looking. It doesn't feel good for Rivals. Adamir jumps in. Good steal from Rival. Nubiru's passion, though, popped in by FMM. Numenon blast on to one member, Yums, using the Circling Eagle to disengage from the fight, and it's actually a good disengage from Todak. They back off under the turret. Meanwhile, Momo just poking in. Meanwhile, what happened there? Gear gonna get taken down by Chiku.
Yeah. We didn't see like the Gear is 1 versus 1 versus the Chiku, but Chiku have the momentum to taken down Gear, and this is the opportunity to Todak for getting the outer button turret.
Now it's gonna be tough actually because Todak have hit those item power spikes on the 1-1. If they aren't able to nullify that damage from the shield coming in from Nick, it's going to be very, very scary. But you guys can be energized just like Chiku's energized in this game and play like a winner with Omne. Every day, your way.
So smooth, man. But now, Moon, already using the Wings by Wings, even the Circling Eagle is aimed to FMM. And now, the knockout strike is not connected, but you can reconnect it using the Aurora collection by the Logitech.
Not only connected, you can stay in fashion as well, because look at that, it's clean. Clean design, timeless design. Go get yourself the
clear
Aurora
voice
collection, the clear voice as well, the quality. But right now, it's Todak who are actually able to equalize that gold in the gold department. Slate Esports built themselves up a 3,000 gold lead, but with that turtle skirmish, Todak instantly turned it around, and you can see why. Chiku, he went straight for that Wind Talker for the third item. No defensive item for now, but he's already building towards that Athena shield. I think respecting Sayla.
Yep, because the demonic force is he keep like sustaining the demonic force itself. It's gonna be painful, but look, knockout strikes, Silver Eagle going to the kill right now. Rival using the full bar rage, but he didn't want to use the Minion Fury.
Oh man, Rival now pops in that Minion Fury. Sayla though has the demonic force, jumps in onto Chiku, but look at that, all the weakness points have been popped in. Chiku can't go for the fly, Inspire with a crossbow tang, dealing so much damage, shutting Sayla down. Chiku guys looking for the double kill right now as FMM jumps back to help his roamer. Here, caught in the bad situation right now as Chiku guys gonna be able to jump all the way under the tier 1 to pick up a kill. Chiku's massive, and that means Todak is massive as well.
2 heroes, 1 outer, middle turret, and now Todak is going to the Lord. I think it's gonna be disaster for Slate. If they need to like get back right now, if they want to contest the Lord, I think it's gonna be on the dangerous position.
You see, for me, as a 1-1 player myself, Coleus, I feel like, yes, does the Phobius counter the 1-1? It does, to a certain point. When 1-1 gets 3 items, that's where 1-1 actually, in my opinion, does better up against the Phobius. 1v1s is very easy for the 1-1s to take because of the mobility that she has and the fact that Phobius literally is a free weakness point taker for the 1-1.
Even 1-1 can like bring up Phobius to not joining the team fight later using like the basic attack to get back, so the Phobius will left behind and get killed by the other's friend. But now the Lord is coming on the mid lane, the inner turret lead the target, but Rival going up in the front. Sayla is getting get back first.
Yeah, and again, right, there's a lot of demonic force procs on Todak, but Sayla can't jump in. Why? Because hey, you're a free target for the 1-1 to get that crossbow attack going with the weakness points being so vulnerable. Right now, it just doesn't feel like Slate Esports are going to have any way to shut Chiku guys down. It's just Sayla early on, and now look at that. Chiku once again looking for all for it. He gets it. The crossbow tang is massive. Sayla's going to be taken down. Numenat Blast popped in. Sayla somehow survives in that team fight right now, but he will have to recall. Adamir going to be engaged on. That's going to be the Nibiru's Passion canceled out, and Todak backs off, having a little bit of an edge right now. They will just convert on the tier 2 down below.
With one last hit, Sayla is saved from the crossbow of tang of Chiku, but now Todak still have the tempo. They want to like get the inner bottom turret, but I think it's too risky because they already used all of the resource. Even the Rival is far from the team, so he cannot help using the Minion Fury, the big AoE crowd control effect.
It's just so tough if you're Slate now, right? Because we mentioned this early on as well. Early game, I would definitely give it to Slate Esports because they have those 3 fighters to actually dictate that early game. But if they don't create a massive enough snowball, a big enough snowball, Todak are going to be able to outscale them. And that's what we're seeing here. 12 minutes in, Chiku got his item power spike with that Wind Talker, and it feels like it's GG right now. There's not much that Slate can do unless they get a big, massive fight where they can shut Chiku guys down first.
Especially when Moon is playing patient enough to wait for the FMM, like joining the team fight, so Feather Airstrike can be like aiming for the FMM, and it's gonna be disaster. But now, on the top lane, I think Momo still very brave to 1 versus 4, and now they're trying to sandwich this lane.
Oh man, not looking good for FMM. Look at this sandwich maneuver. Chiku guys able to get out there, gets the first ability down. That's gonna be the Minion Fury locking FMM down. He's so low, and guess who's here? Chiku guys with the crossbow tang onto Nick. That's a double kill. He's looking for the triple kill. Sayla's gonna fall, and Chiku once again is massive. He's looking for the first Maniac in this tournament, perhaps even the Savage. You're just right there. Chiku's looking for the Maniac. He
gets it. Gear is next on the chopping block, and it's the first Savage of MPL. I know!
Wow.
Yums, I can't believe it. He stole it away from Chiku.
The Soul Bloom popped up in the wrong time because it's stealing the Savage from the Chiku, guys. Oh my god.
Yums is a troll, Coleus.
Wow. But now, with Wipeout get by Todak, they get the base start on the mid lane and the top lane. So Todak will get more like benefit position, and the Lord itself is getting solo by the rival.
How slow. Minotaur has been on this, I think, for the past 2 minutes. So it takes Minotaur 2 minutes to take that Lord, but hey, if you can solo it, it's a bonus, right?
Yep. So he doesn't need his friend because it's still the first Lord and the second Lord, I think, because it's already enhanced, and the Lord we're going to on the mid lane.
Well, Rival once again asserting his dominance here as he jumps in with the Minion Fury, locking Adamir. And Sayla in place. The crossbow Tang is there once again. Sayla's jumping. He's buying a little bit more time with the Winter Truncheon, but will fall in the end. FMM next on the chopping block for their airstrike, not in range, but look at Nick. He just got deleted there as Todak take a 3-4-0 trade on the board. Gear and FMM, I don't think they're going to be able to defend this right now. The Beerus Passion was popped in. Gear trying to knock the minions away, but Gear's going to be taken down, and that's going to be the game taken by Todak. A kill over to FMM, but Todak with a dominant first game on the 1-1.
Well. Like I mentioned before, like when they are using the Mobius as the mid lane, they have lack of the burst damage ability on the early game because Pakito need like 2 or 3 items to get the knockout strike even. Because of the jab is already getting nerfed on the last patch, so Pakito didn't have the mobilities to do helping his friends. But now, like Momo is chasing down on the early game, but Momo still have the good positioning and especially Chiku right now. It's a very, very good 1-1 user.
You know, he did this back in M3 as well, when he played the 1-1 up against ONIC Esports, and he outplayed a 1v2 situation. So here, it's kind of the same thing. Early on, he was actually bullied by the Phobias, but I think Slate Esports didn't put enough resources onto the 1-1. They didn't shut him down enough. He died 2 times early on, but hey, he got 3 kills, Goliath, so it's not that bad for Chiku early on.
Yep. Is it a mistake to like letting the Chiku using his 1-1?
I think it is.
Yeah, maybe on the second game, they're gonna ban the Wen later. But I don't know what kind of strategy, because we already have the expert to explain it to us.
Let's see. Arashi, take it away.
Hello everyone, it's the supposed expert Arashi here. Man, almost a Savage. That is good and bad at the same time, but Todak, so uncharacteristic, man. I expected the drafts to be complete opposite. Todak is a team that likes to go aggressive, all out in the early game, and now they showed that they can play patient. They just wait for that late game scaling, and Chiku, man, how good is Chiku? He is just so dynamic, so smart, and despite Sayla having such a good time in the early game, Todak in general are able to actually buy enough time and just wait out, weather out the storm, and once they have the items, the power spikes. Initially, Chiku was the only guy with 5 kills. All the kills on Todak were on Chiku, and he was able to make it work, so credit to him. But if you take a look at the items right now, of course, the first thing you can talk about is Chiku being almost full build, with the Athena just as good measure to respect the potential for the magic damage coming in, as well as the Wind of Nature, just in case Gear has something to say about his dominance. It's just a difficult situation for Slate Esports because they had all the tools necessary to be a dominant force in the early game, but the longer the game goes, they are limited in range, they are limited in decisive engages against Todak, and I think that is one of the main reasons why they were struggling so much, because Moon, despite the very rough early game, is able to catch up, and you can see that the damage is not something that you can just shrug off with the Holy Crystal build straight after the Clock of Destiny Locking Truncheon combo. And aside from that, Rival as well on the Minotaur, in the early game, a bit lackluster, not as much damage, and the crowd control can't really be followed up. But in the late game, with Chiku doing so much damage, with Momo also following up with a Falling Star Moon, for example, there's just so many ways that he can actually have a lot more impact, and Todak played that game really, really well. not much to say about it. All the lords taken by them. And you can see that the highest damage, of course, is Chiku on their 1-1. And I feel like Slate Esports, they had the resources, they had the snowball going on, but I guess it's in their nature to play slow, to play careful, and I feel like they really could have pushed the tempo a bit more and started pressuring Todak, because despite the fact that Slate was getting a lot of success, a lot of kills onto Sayla, who was 4-0 at one point, I believe, Todak was still able to farm away. They still had control in their jungle. They still have areas where they feel comfortable moving around. Slate Esports did not contest a lot of those things. They did not suffocate Todak and squeeze away their resources. I think if Slate wants to go aggressive, they need to do that, because Todak, they are no strangers to actually being on the back foot and weathering the storm. The MVP though is going to be Chiku, guys. 10, 2, and 4. 100% kill participation. That's what's up, man. This man is just so good. Enough said. You can't sing enough praises about Chiku. The Malaysians love him for a good reason. And today, the 1-1 not banned against him, that is dangerous. And as Kolio said, in the next game, maybe it will be banned out, maybe it won't. But Slate definitely needs more of an answer. They had a Lolita, they had a Phobias. Essentially, they were prepared to deal with this 1-1. And despite all that, Todak is still able to come out on top off the back of Chiku and his insane mechanics. So something needs to change. If it's their strategy, the execution needs to be a lot better, a lot more aggressive, which is not in, I would say, not the nature of Slate Esports to begin with. But you can always adjust, right? MPLI, this is the top, a very high level competition. Clearly teams have shown that they have the adaptability and they have that learning ability to learn from their mistakes and come out stronger. So it's only game number 1, but we have to take a look at some highlights before we move on to game number 2. And we'll see, I think, the dominance coming in from Slate Esports, and unfortunately how they were slowly but surely pushed back away by Todak, and Todak is able to maintain that control afterwards. Early on, as you can see, everyone is so aggressive. Martis, Phobias, as well as the Lolita. There's just so many ways they can actually go aggressive and out-damage the members of Todak. And the Phobias in particular was just such a big issue. Chiku, as you can see, even with the crossbow of tank, does not do enough damage. And Sayla is basically doing gymnastics, man. He's just jumping left and right all over the place. And that flame shot coming up is so good from downtown. This man has skills. But unfortunately, in that late game, you cannot expect the same kind of results. Nick here has a very insane play as well, but they just seem to be so bewildered by the aggression coming in from Todak, and that's no surprise. Todak is well known for being this wild team that just goes heavily into their momentum, and here you see it again. And of course, here is that insane moment where the Maniac is there, the Savage is right there on the silver platter, but Yums gets the final kill. Very unfortunate. It seems like he was trying to give the kill away, but no matter. There will be more opportunities down the line. But after that fight, that is where the momentum truly shifted. And you can see that Slate Esports have no answer at all. They get out-crowd controlled, out-DPS'd, and out-bursted as well. The late game is just not where they need to be with this composition. And so if they want to go with the same thing, they gotta push the tempo and move faster in the early game. And understand that Todak will be attempting that comeback. So we'll see if adjustments are being made in the second game. Kolius and Mirko, take it away.
I like how you put it, Arashi. Slate Esports, if they want to do the same strategy, if they want to try to pull that off once again, they need to play with a faster tempo. Because that was their opening in the early stages. If they only use that early game to build a 3,000 gold lead, it wouldn't be enough, and it showed. It wasn't enough for Slate Esports to take control of the game.
They have the lead from the gold itself. They're using the 3 fighters to bring the pressure to the Todak itself, but we're gonna see it on the second game, Miracle. I think 1-1 gonna be respected from the draft and getting banned.
I think it's a bit too expensive to leave that 1-1 open. I think we found that out. Slate found that out the hard way with the 1-1 absolutely popping off. Maniac! It could have been a Savage, but Yums.
Yeah,
he didn't give it over.
Like I mentioned before, the Soul Bloom popped in the wrong time.
It's unfortunate, but hey, if
you're really friends with someone, if you're good friends with someone, you never let them get the Savage, right?
Yeah, but it's still a tournament. I think the focus itself is gonna be winning, but yeah, we didn't see the behind the scene. I think like
I would love to.
Chiki already pulled the hair off the Matilda.
Oh yeah, for sure. There's definitely a lot of like
my Savage.
Okay, we'll see that maybe.
Yep.
Maybe we'll see a replay of the camera, the player cams there. I would love to see the reaction of that steal.
Or if Todak win this match, we can ask them on the interview later.
Yes.
Yeah. But yeah, 5 seconds to the second game. Ban unpick. Are we gonna see that 1-1 is getting banned, or even the Sayla is using the comfort heroes high ground defensive mage?
See, that's the reason I actually expected these the Phoveus to go to the XP lane, and that's the reason I did not like the Phoveus in the mid lane. It's because they've already picked up a Martis in the jungle. They don't have enough damage output. FMM cannot deal damage solo like that against a team that's super tanky. Remember, Todak didn't have a full squishy composition. They had a Minotaur. That's a tanky man.
Okay, it's a very, very tanky. Like I mentioned before, using the minion Fury, it can bring the area of effect with a big crowd control. So the enemies need to be careful. Even the Digi is already getting banned, so there will be no save from the time journey or even the reverse time to hold the enemies run away. And now Vanny, Digi, Lucian is already banned by the both of the team and Promise. Valentina is still open, and Wan is still open.
Do they really want to play that game again? Slate Esports, they had control. Let's give them props, right? Early game, they did have the control, but knowing Slate Esports from casting their games for the past year in M3 and C games as well, when they were the representatives, they are always the slow-paced team. They like to take the game slowly, and they like to take the game objectively. That three-fighter composition is very reliant on them being very aggressive. They need to take a lot of skirmishes, and it doesn't feel like it's their style.
I think it depends on the drop hero, because if they are picking like the assassin hero or even like the fast tempo hero, if they playing very, very fast on the early game, it's gonna be disaster for them. But now, one last ban from Slate. 1-1.
It has to be, right? There's no way they leave it open again.
If they open again, maybe they have the strat or the pocket strat they want to use on the second game.
Man. They don't ban the 1-1. They let it go again. Oh, this is scary. You're not only giving a 1-1 over to a random team. This is Todak, and it's Chiku. But hey, they don't go for the 1-1. Hey, maybe that's the reason. Maybe they know that the Akai has just been prio for Todak in the regular season of MPL Malaysia. You can see the smiles as well from Slate. Maybe they were expecting the 1-1 pick. They wanted to counter it. Now it's all gone.
Yeah, Todak didn't get the bait. They picked the Akai instead, but now, 2 heroes will be picked by the Slate. Are they gonna play with using 1-1 itself?
They have to.
Yep. Or even like if they are facing Akai, maybe the Direct will be a good option because Digi is already getting
exactly. Oh man, you're right, Colius. What would be a pick, a solid pick here?
1-1 Martis? 1-1 Farsha?
1-1 Farsa. Man, the safe pick would be Lilia, honestly, but they do go for the Lilia. They go for the Matilda as well. Now, I don't know if FMM is comfortable on the 1-1. That's the big question that we have right now, because in the last game as well, they actually opted to give him the Beatrix.
And now, Todak. The Akai is still flexible, I think. Akai can be used on the XP lane, but we already rare to see Akai on the XP lane now. Mostly they are using on the jungle instead. Now the 2 heroes from the Todak itself are Marsha. Is the counter of 1-1 gonna be picked by Todak? And okay, both heroes.
Alright, there you go.
So they're trying to teach Slate how to play Phoveus.
It definitely seems that way right now, Colius. I agree with you. It definitely seems that way. Oh man. Well, Slate can just go for the exact same draft that Todak went for. The Esmeralda is up for grabs this time. But guess what? Todak can play... No. Now that Moon is here, there's no way Moon goes anywhere except the mid lane. So Chiku is going to be on the Phoveus, most likely in the XP lane. Yeah, Slate. I think Esmeralda is just the right choice here. They can't let the Phoveus scale properly. They want to try to bully it. And Esmeralda is the #1 hero to do so. Unless...
Your team is banning.
Well, Esmeralda can do the Falling Star Moon too, to like go away or like shooing the Farsha from the team fight. But now we are going to enter the second banning phase. That Todak didn't have the Roamer and the Gold League. Maybe Beatrix is the option, or even Irithel?
Yeah, I think the Irithel is going to be the #1 choice here for Slate to ban first because of that matchup. 1-1 doesn't do well at all up against the Irithel, and if 1-1 actually loses out in the early stages, doesn't get that item power spike fast enough, this Phoveus is going to be a massive problem on top of that. And guess what? You actually mentioned this, Kolios.
Your team
The
is
Farsa
banning.
is a good counter towards the 1-1 with the burst.
But they can have Cloud too. So using the Battle Mirror image and the Blazing Duet, the backline of Slate will be having a nightmare. But Cloud is still needing the item, so he need to be like babysit from his right.
Your team is
Galots becomes the option for Todak. Once again, it's the same bans coming in from Todak. They might actually just go for a Lilia ban next, right? That's what Slate did. It really feels like Todak want to teach Slate because the drafts are very similar to what Slate actually banned early on in the first game, and even in the second phase, it's the same. Slate with the Lolita ban, I think right now this is the time to go for the Irithel ban, because if they don't ban the Irithel, it's wide open.
And it's gonna be used from Todak. But one last ban, we gonna see another Roamer or Irithel, or even like the Cloud. Or what do you think about Bruno?
Oh, Bruno does really well actually. They go for the Cloud ban.
Because it have the sliding tackle to like avoid the Falling Star Moon from the Esmeralda or even the Circling Eagle when it lands on Bruno later on.
Even to maneuver himself out from the weakness point from behind from 1-1, right? So Todak now have the option. If they want to go for something a bit crazy, the Bruno is up for grabs. But if they just want to get a counter, a solid hero up against this 1-1, it has to be the Irithel. Martis gets banned out, and just like that, Adamir's fighters in the jungle have been limited to just a Paquito now.
Paquito or Bauman? What do you think?
I think Bauman. Paquito up against Phoveus. That's a lot of demonic force procs, man.
That's the problem. That's why I think Bauman can be a good hero, even though the Bauman is already getting nerfed by the lethal counter itself, so the damage to the Lord is getting nerfed. But one heroes from Slate, are they gonna pick the jungler or the mid lane?
Jungler or mid lane? I think a safer pick would just be that Yve mid lane, right? Yve can be an option here. Lilia would be a little bit more sustained. They're not going to go for Lilia. They're not going to go for the Yve. They go for the Minotaur in the jungle for Adamir. All right, so they're just swapping. Literally.
Yep, swapping the hero.
Have the same composition that Todak had in game 1.
The difference is only Farsha on Todak, because Farsha is still using by Todak on the first game. So on the second game, they have the burst damage from the mid lane, they have the mobility from the wings by wings, and now Raphael and Bruno. Told you, Miracle.
Yeah, you did. You really did. And now it's... this is such a good comp. Let's see, Slate. They really want to just go for the exact same picks? They can't, because the Farsa has been taken away by Todak. So there's going to be a difference in that mid lane. Against this comp, though, I wouldn't say Yve, right? You have so much displacement, you have a lot of CC and a lot of damage. Yve is very vulnerable to that damage, but hey, they can still pull it off. They have a Minotaur to act as a solid front line. They also have Matilda to disengage, so I wouldn't mind seeing a Yve here. A Lilia would be safer though.
Or the mid lane heroes who can...
Lunox.
Yeah, the first damage, I think they did it too, but Xavier, I just want to mention it because Xavier, using the Downing Light, it can bring the pain to Farsha, to Bruno, or even when he have the 3 stacks later on when the team fights happen. But with this draft, quick prediction, Miracle.
I think right now it's going to favor Todak again, in my opinion. Even though it's kind of the same draft, I'm looking at the styles here, Kolios. The reason I didn't go for Slate in game 1 was because I knew what they were going for. They wanted to go for early game, but Slate usually plays it very slow-paced. The slow-paced gameplay with the composition they had in Game 1 doesn't work. Here, Slate has a better chance because of the slow build composition, but Todak, when you give them that snowballing comp, it's scary, man.
Yeah, because they want to like having the high mobility using the Rafaela when the holy healing pop up, so it can bring the additional movement speed to his friends. But Slate have Matilda to even like the Minotaur is using the Minion Fury later on the Lord Pit or even the Turtle Pit. It can like stopping the Akai from using the Hurricane, the Heavy Spin.
Let's see though, right? Both of the teams have set their play styles, the game plans right now as we jump into the Land of Dawn to see the execution for both Slate Esports and Todak. Moon and Yums in that mid lane. Farsa, Rafaela versus Mathilda, Xavier. Who wins out in the clearing department there?
And they're just swapping the lanes. So yeah, Bruno facing Esmeralda right now, but with low HP using the flick out. Oh, Chico guys still survive.
It's a good swap by Slate. Wanwan does really well against the Phobias early on in the game because, again, without that ultimate, you're very vulnerable to damage and you're going to get bullied. And guess what? Bruno doesn't do well against Esme, so it's very intelligent, the lane swap coming in from Slate.
I think Rafaela gonna babysitting Chiku right now because if not, Esmeralda gonna bring the hard times to Bruno, but Momo itself, like you mentioned before, without the demonic force, it's gonna be disaster to facing 1-1 using his basic attack only.
Wait, Colius, it's my bad. I guess our bad here because it wasn't Slate that went for the lane swap. It was Todak. Bruno's in the XP lane.
Bruno is on the XP lane, yeah.
Okay, but so this is very interesting, right? I wonder what this plan really is from Todak. I guess they just want to give Chiku as much gold as possible, and the reason they need to swap him to the bottom side is for this. They can actually just go and isolate the turret.
Under 2 minutes, they already got the turrets, already got the gold shield from the outer bottom turret, and now Chiku have the advantage on the gold itself.
That's a big brain move, man. My god, now they're going to swap back, I think, right? Right after the turtle right now. They'll have a level advantage, they'll have a gold advantage. Let's see what happens here. They have a marksman as well, so in terms of damage output, Todak should have a bit more to play with. Rival jumps in, good damage coming in, but Adamir steals it away. Chiku still able to kite away right now, as Adamir is going to be caught there by Rival. Taken low, going to be healing back up. Nick flickers out. It's a good trade by Slate. They get the turtle, and they don't lose anyone. But Chiku's looking for that turret gold, looking to clear, and they're funneling so much onto Chiku.
And they didn't want to swap it very quickly because now the Esmeralda is getting targeted by the Todak itself. The energy impactors of Crow is not connected, and here still can use the recall.
That was clutch, man.
Yep. But I think if you can hear the beat drums from the hearts, I think it's gonna be from gear. Like, am I gonna get catch by the Todak?
I think it might be a bit faster, right? That was a clinching moment for sure, man. But yeah, Bruno clearing out that bottom side. So still no plans of lane swapping just yet. Chiku's still just farming around that bottom side, which is interesting, right? You would expect Bruno to rotate towards the top side after getting a level advantage so that he can bully the 1-1 even more. But why do you think they're actually staying here? Why do you think he's just playing around XP and mid?
I think it's because of the turtle position. It's on the top lane, so later on, Obvious can back up his teammates more quickly than Bruno. But now, Rival,
no threat right now, right? Rival can just get out. He's in a Kai. He also has the help of that mid control from Moon and Yum, so it's not really going to be any threat posed towards the Akai. Rival can just do this constantly, and sure, he might lose half of his HP, but he's never going to be taken down in these skirmishes. Unless 1-1 comes in.
Yep. 1-1 after he got the corrosion side, I think it can bring more pain, even if he already have the Demon Hunter sword. So later on, like Rival and Momo will gonna be facing the hard time. But now on the bottom lane, they're trying to get the inner bottom turret very, very quickly. Even first blood is got by Chiku.
But yeah, I mean, sure, they do get first blood, it's traded in, Chiku falls, but the Roamer gets the kill. It's still very much worth it for Todak, because guess what? They put on so much damage onto the tier 2, they get a kill, and they convert on the objective up top because they use that bottom side as a distraction. This is a brilliant macro play as well.
Yep. But it doesn't stay long because Slate is trying to aim for the outer bottom turret. Even they give the Todak to get the turtle very free. But now, if his spin is being pop up.
You know, right now, I'm trying to think about it right now. Adamir, oh my god, very overextended there. I think he was looking for a pick, but there's a miscommunication over from Sayla and Nick, where they didn't want to commit. But you guys can definitely level up your coin farming skills with HSBC, just like Chiku's doing right now. Level 8 to FMM's level 7, and I think in terms of gold, he definitely has an edge as well.
And he's using the Weapon Master.
Oh my god.
So all of the damage from Bruno later on gonna be painful. But Silver Eagle is trying to aim Yums. But I think Slate doesn't have the follow-up from his friends.
No, they don't have the follow-up, but they might have the unrivaled gaming experience, the Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 4 5G. You guys can also get it if you want to play like Chiku. So smooth right here. Bottom side tier 2 taken, and now Wanwan has to rotate down below. And Chiku's just energized, like you guys can be with Omne.
Energized because Wanwan is like jumping every time, so you can do it, Omne. But now, 30 seconds to the last turtle, I think, because it's already past 6 minutes. Who's gonna get it? Because like the goal difference is leading by Todak right now, 3,000 gold. And if we look at the items, Claw of Destiny already built by Moon. So later on, he gonna build like the Lightning Truncheon and even the Chiku. He already have the Berserker Fury and want to build the Endless Battle. So it can bring the true damage and later on the critical hit. It's gonna be disaster for Slate because the volleyball, if he got 10 stacks, he will get the movement speed, he will get the critical hit. Yep, it's gonna fail.
Look at how they're playing here, Colius. Todak is really playing the mind games right now. They completely ignore the bottom side. They say, you know what, if you really want that tier 1, go for it, right? The tier 2, we're not going to give you that. Phobia's going to rotate, and guess what? You take one objective, we'll take 2. That's a turret up top and also a turtle. And they also are threatening the take onto the orange buff. Chiku still gets it here. Adamir did not use the Retribution, and you're gonna go to the commitment onto the mid lane. FMM gonna be caught here by the heavy spin and the demonic force. It's a disaster. FMM gonna be taken down here, trying to get something back, compensation anywhere, but it's not happening for Slate.
Under farm, under level, and now FMM is taken down. Oh my god, 1 kill.
Look at Chiku.
Purple buff, yeah. Chiku is like he enjoying his time itself, and now he's trying to do the sliding tackle in front, but Sayla can survive.
Chiku, you are in the midst of everyone, but he does not care. That's what Chiku likes to do. I can't believe he didn't get punished at all there in a 1v3. Mid lane taken down. It's a disaster for Slate Esports currently. Everything is going the wrong way for Slate. Even Sayla with the Mystic Field, with the Dawning Light, he can only take a quarter of HP away from Chiku. And guess what? That's going to be healed back up by the Rafaela.
Yep. Chiku is cosplaying Cristiano Chiku right now. Because like the kick from the ball is very painful.
I am at a loss for words right now, Colius. This is absolute dominance from Todak. And they're playing their way.
Yep.
They have the Aurora collection for sure, man, because they're really just forcing Slate to play Todak Langar style.
They're in the zone, man. They're in the zone. But Rival using the heavy spin, maybe he can showing a lot of member from the Slate, but later on he need to be careful from the Minuan Fury because you have a big crowd control area of evac and if got follow up by 1-1. Because FMM, yes, he already get taken down 1 time by the Todak, but I think the level is not far enough from the enemies. It still have the items, and if he pop up the crossbow attack, it can bring a lot of damage.
Here, I mean, honestly, this is a very good decision by Slate Esports. Give it over to Lord to Todak, and instead just going for a trade up top, mirroring the movements of Todak to find something. Oh my goodness, that was close.
Almost.
A bit too close for comfort for Todak there.
Yeah, almost is never enough, but yeah, without Retribution, I think with a little bit HP bar, Slate almost got it, but now Gear is getting chased by Todak.
Alright, say goodbye to Gear, man. He's just gonna say, ooh, say goodbye, man. Now you see him, now you don't. It's a magic trick by Todak there. Gear definitely overextended in the top side, and now with a man advantage, it's gonna be Todak, who most probably is gonna be able to crack that base open.
Yep. with only the first Lord, they can get like the inner middle turret. Even they are gonna try to aim the base middle turret later. And Slate, what do you think? What they can do to defend their base right now with like the damage from the Chiku is very, very painful.
Well, Immediate Fury definitely is an option there as he goes for it, but the damage comes through in the back line as Chiku still is going to be able to dish out so much damage. That's 1 kill over to Chiku.
Ooh,
now,
Downing Light.
Momo jumps in, dealing so much damage, but in the end will fall to the hands of FMM. 1 for 1, but it's the top side base turret taken down. Mid lane going to be falling as well. As Todak just take it. Here, even Gear can't really look for that falling star. Like you mentioned, that sliding tackle from Chiku is just way too good.
I think Slate is saved by Sayla. If we look at the items like the Clock of Destiny, Lightning Truncheon, it's like having a lot of damage to clear the middle wave. But now Gear,
oh, he's good, right? Okay.
Yep, still survive, I think. But he using the better airstrike, but Adamir still taken down.
Okay, Coleus, that damage is definitely not legal. Adamir's a tank.
Yep.
Chiku just like 3-shot him.
Yep.
I guess you could explain it because he has the items. He has that many items already. It's a 7,000 gold lead as well, but that's a tank. That's a Minotaur. That's a pure tank.
With only 3 basic attack, Adamir is like cooked to well done steak.
Oh. Oh man, you're right.
Wow. What Slate can do to defense, like yes, they have the Savior to like have the high ground abilities to defense from the base, but Chiku, I think who can aim Chiku on the back line because they only have the Esmeralda, but I think Esmeralda is only can take 2 or 3 basic attack. It's like the Adamir itself on the last team fight. So yeah, he cannot sustain it or he cannot. Chiku's too much to bring pain.
What is that?
I'm speechless, man.
What is that damage, my guy?
40,000. Oh my god, by Chiku itself.
You can take away the rest of the Todak members and it'll probably still just be enough damage. Todak. Oh man, this is not looking good for Slate. Enhanced Lord now coming down, and this might just be the Lord to end the game for Todak. Slate can't really contest, knowing that again, the waves are just building up in a way where it's slow pushing to Slate Esports, and look at Chico. He's soloing the Lord. Oh man.
But now Rival is coming, I think.
You don't need to, Rival. You can let him solo it.
No. They're
scared.
They're scared of the Downing Light because it's almost still the Lord on the first Lord before, but now with the Lord itself, Todak is gonna like push very hard to get the base from Slate.
I think the last time I saw a Bruno this scaled up, this snowballed, this farmed, this fed was back when Bruno was played in the jungle in Season 7, right?
Yep.
I've never seen a Bruno get this far ahead since. And Chiku, well, he used to play the jungle back then, so it fits his role. But here you go, ladies and gentlemen. This might be the final push from the side of Todak. Adamir going to be the front line once again. FMM going to be jumped on by the Demonic Force. Dawning Light putting in. Chiku dealing so much damage. Adamir disappeared again. That's the frontliner. FMM with the crossbow tank dealing damage onto Rival now, but it's not going to be enough as Chiku is just going to be able to melt everyone down. Gear going to be taken down as well there by the hands of Chiku. He's flickering forward. It's another triple kill for Chiku. Absolute dominance. 2-0. The base wide open. And Slate Esports have just been eliminated for MPLI 2022.
Yep.
Holy cow.
The farmer. Look at the gold he get and look at the damage itself. Because I think with the items from like what Chiku gets, he can versus everybody with using with only like Rafaela by its sides.
Again, I'm just at a loss for words. That was probably the most dominant game we've ever seen in MPLI 2022 so far, right?
Until this day 2.
Yeah, most of the games have been 3. It has gone all the way to 3 games. Slate Esports there, I think they just got outclassed in the strategy department. That Bruno lane swap. We questioned it at first because, again, it was a Bruno against 1-1. It could have been a winning lane either way, but it showed, it really showed why they went for it. It's just to enable the Bruno even more, not by kills, not by farm, but by getting turrets.
By getting turrets, by like Akai is like moving to the bottom lane, and even the Rafaela is babysitting Bruno. That's why Bruno is very, very powerful in this second game.
Well, Arashi, dissect game number 2 here. Go ahead, take it away, man.
Hello, hello, hello. Back with Arashi in the analytics section. And Todak, it seems like this is a pattern they like doing. They will go up against a strategy, and then once they see that, okay, you're not doing it right, let us show you how it's done. So it's a bit of a swap from both teams, but Todak, as we mentioned, this is their style. They like going aggressive, they like pushing the tempo and making you think what to do, because they keep pushing and pressuring you to do something, and it's only a matter of time before you end up making a mistake. That seems to be what Todak always goes for, and today it just pays out really, really well. If you look at the items, they have a lot of damage at their disposal. Of course, Chiku, we saw the damage numbers earlier. It's kind of ridiculous, but that's what you come to expect from Chiku, man. He is insanely dangerous on those marksmen. And in the early game, as Miko and Coleus mentioned, the swap actually makes a bit of a sense, but Chiku and Todak together, they just keep pressuring. And essentially what they're doing is that they're saying, okay, Slate Esports, you guys have no real big engage, no real pick-off burst potential, especially in the early game. So if you want to avoid fights, that's fine by us. We're going to take your towers one by one. They go for the dominant takes on the neutral objectives, and afterwards, you see Chiku just keep hitting again and again the turrets right under the noses of Slate Esports players. And they can't really do much because they are really banking for that late game. If you look at the items done for both teams, I guess Sayla has the Clock of Destiny Lightning Truncheon combo, as well as FMM on the 1-1, already has 5 items. But overall, right, they're just so behind. There was a huge gold gap between both these teams, and it's by design. They were actually pressuring the right moment at the right time and ensuring that the jungles are always dangerous as well. 2 Lords taken by Todak, and the cards monopolized by Todak as well, except for the sandbag. And if you look at the damage, as we mentioned, Chiku is just on a different level. The highest damage on Slate Esports combined just about amounts to the same damage that Chiku was doing. So that is insane. And if they keep pressuring like that, then it's only a matter of time. This is exactly why it's not really wise to go with so many losing lanes, because 1-1 is kind of weak in the early game. Esmeralda is also kind of weak, and Savior, we already mentioned again and again in the current meta, Savior just doesn't have the same kind of wave clear. He does not provide the same kind of damage. And with Nick on the Matilda, yes, they have a bit more rescue tools with the Guiding Wind, and he does provide a bit of wave clear to help Sayla in the mid lane. But overall, when it comes to those fights, those skirmishes, especially if Todak are invading towards the jungle, what can they really do? The answer? I don't think there's much, which is why Mirko and Coleus were also quite confused. But the MVP is going to be Chiku, guys. No real surprise here. 7-1 and 3, 900 GPM, and 91% kill participation. That GPM comes from the kills, the farm, but also from the gold plating from the turrets as well. That's what you have to do in the early game, man. Abuse your opponents, push them to the limit, and take as many objectives as possible, especially structures. Because in the late game, maybe with some items, Slate could have came back, made a big play, but without the vision control, without the map pressure, without the lane control, because of all the structures still standing for Todak, it's a completely different story. So, soon we'll take a look at some highlights, and we are going to see quite a bit from Chiku, I feel. But as we mentioned, the Phobias also just doing a lot of damage in that early game. And it just shows that sometimes it's not just about the strats, it's about the execution as well. Right? And the small things they do, where they rotate to, where they move on after taking an objective, will decide how the game goes. And now we take a look at some of the highlights. This is 4 minutes, very early on, and look at Chiku. The members are there, but he just goes for the turret, and once you are fed up with him just taking your structures, he will eventually pick you off. He gets taken out there, which is a bit of a mistake, but overall, doesn't really matter. And if you are FMM, this is a tough game to be in, man. Feather Airstrike, Demonic Force. You have so many things to worry about, and if you're not careful, that heavy spin will also pin you up against the wall. Todak just keep pushing away Slate again and again. And with the Lord, here I feel like they went a bit too hard. And they're a bit split, right? Todak was going for a fight, but also for the tower at the same time. Maybe it could have been neater, but this is what Todak does. You know, this is their identity. They just go langar, they just keep going in very aggressively. And maybe sometimes they don't get the most optimal result, but it doesn't matter. They succeed by making you confused, by really making you panic on what to do, because looking at the situation like this, it's just so difficult for Slate to try and stop any dives, to actually trade back any damage and withstand damage coming in, especially for their frontliners. So Todak, once again, showing in the second game something more akin to what we've come to expect from Todak, that Langar style. It was slow in the beginning due to Mantilda and the passive playstyle from Slate, but it's only a matter of time, and that's it for this match. Mirko and Coleus, final thoughts on this match, please.
I think you put it best, Arashi. It's just Todak style. That's the Langar style of going in, going crazy. That's my final thoughts, but Coleus, what about you?
Yep, I think Arashi already wrapped it all.
Yeah, he did.
But later on, yep, on the match 4.
Final match.
Yep, final match of the day. We're gonna see like the Filipino Pride versus Indo Pride. But yeah, we're gonna ask why he didn't get the Savage.
All right. That's the number one question.
How does he feel? Yeah.
How does he feel? Let's see. Todak, we're gonna call him right now. Hey, it's Moon. Hello, Moon. Unfortunately, I think the camera's a bit frozen here, so we might have to wait a bit. Okay, there you go. You're moving now, Moon. How you feeling, Moon?
Yep.
Yeah, unfortunately.
They have the connection issue, I think. So we're gonna wait. Hello?
Yes.
Oh, wait. All right, let's test it again. Moon, are you good? Can you hear us?
Good.
All right. It's unfortunate. The connection is trolling us. When we speak, they freeze
No. I think they have Aurora on their gaming house.
Oh, so Aurora's freezing them with their ultimate. Okay.
Yep. So they need to take down the Aurora first, and
maybe
they're gonna get back to us.
Right. So they're getting stunned.
Just kidding, guys.
They're
Just
getting
kidding.
stunned. No, it's a joke. It's a joke, guys. Aurora is not a real human being. It's a hero in game.
Yep.
They can't happen.
Yep. Like continuing our thoughts later on, like the ONIC PH versus Aura Fire.
It's gonna be a big match. And again, hey, you know what? This bracket is the Minotaur bracket. I said it earlier on when we did the captain's draft, me and Arashi, because from every single team in this bracket, Slate, Todak, ONIC PH, and Aura, they all like to play Minotaur.
So it's gonna be a lot of bulls,
a lot of cows, a lot of bulls
on the MPL later. But we're gonna see our the Minotaur is getting picked on the match for later.
I'm just waiting for it at this point, right? It's inevitable, right? We don't even need to ask that question. Will the Minotaur be picked? It's who will pick Minotaur and when they'll pick Minotaur. Because you know it's going to be picked.
I think it's a bad day for Diggy.
You're right. Not so bad. Not too bad. Key did get a win. That's the only win, though. Yeah. So
that's the only win.
Mostly negative, but hey, that's one win. At least he got one win.
That's why we're gonna see later on. But we're gonna wait for Todak right now. We're gonna have the interview because we are curious that what does the Chiku feels when the Savage is getting snatched by his teammates.
You know what? Maybe their internet was freezing a lot because Chiku got mad. He was like, Yums, I can't believe you stole my Savage.
He pulled the cable.
Yeah.
He pulled the cable.
He smashes it. He's like, no. You don't do that again, all right? Next round, don't do that. I want my Savage.
Or it's supposed to be Chiku who are talking with us right now.
But he's like, no, you take it.
I'm not in the mood.
Someone stole my Savage. He didn't. Oh my God, Coleus, he didn't even want to play Wan in game 2. He's like, no, you stole it away from me. I'll try doing it on the Bruno.
Enough 1-1.
Enough.
Because I didn't get the Savage.
Can we talk a little bit about that though? Chiku was listed as an XP laner, and he's playing gold lane. This Todak roster is insane, man. They can literally swap all of their players into different roles.
It's very, very flexible. And like I mentioned before, it's the enemies will gonna have the hard time to read the patterns or have like what kind of heroes that they can use, what kind of rotation that they usually use on every game before.
Exactly, because it's just so hard to beat Todak here, especially with their rotating roster, their rotating lineup. Again, we're still waiting for the interview, but unfortunately, I think we're not going to be able to get a call with Todak, so we're just going to say congratulations to Todak and nice trade to Slate Esports. Hopefully, we get to see more of Slate Esports in the future, but this is the match that we've been talking about, that we've been teasing about, and we'll continue to tease you guys because it's not time just yet. We're going to take a break before this matchup, but final thoughts before we take a break on this matchup, Colius.
I think our Fire gonna have on fire tonight. What do you think?
Maybe, but ONIC PH, you can't write them off. Ladies and gentlemen, stay tuned because we'll be back after the short break.
So don't feel bad if there's a team fight happening next to you. Your job as a goal laner is to just farm all the way early game. Don't feel incentivized to join any team fights whatsoever because you will have zero contributions, but only risking yourself to die. So instead, focus on farming efficiently and planning your farming route so that eventually, towards the late game, you can carry the game. By making the right decisions, you'll be able to accumulate resources in the most efficient way.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm saying? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what's in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been late. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt. Push through the hurt, so show 'em my work. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next.
Yes, let's go.
I'm who they test. Like we playing chess. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures.
This November, watch your heroes unleash their power.
Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
To be the ultimate winner.
Play.
So don't feel bad if there's a team fight happening next to you. Your job as a goal winner is to just farm all the way early game. Don't feel incentivized to join any team fights whatsoever because you have zero contributions, but only risking yourself to die. So instead, focus on farming efficiently and planning your farming route so that eventually, towards the late game, you can carry the game. By making the right decisions, you'll be able to accumulate resources in the most efficient way.
I play for me. I play for fun. I play for real. I play for friends and Friday nights. We play for all. This is a new age of play. Play your way.
So don't feel bad if there's a team fight happening next to you. Your job as a goal winner is to just farm all the way early game. Don't feel incentivized to join any team fights whatsoever because you have zero contributions, but only risking yourself to die. So instead, focus on farming efficiently and planning your farming route so that eventually, towards the late game, you can carry the game. By making the right decisions, you'll be able to accumulate resources in the most efficient way.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true. Where everything you want can be yours. If and only if you're willing to work for them. You're willing to hurt for them. But most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm saying? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission of getting expansion my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been late. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete, well get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt. Push through the hurt just to show them my work. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next.
Yes, let's go.
I'm who they test. Like we playing chess. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures.
This November, watch your heroes unleash their power.
Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
To be the ultimate winner.
Play.
So don't feel bad if there's a team fight happening next to you. Your job as a goal laner is to just farm all the way early game. Don't feel incentivized to join any team fights whatsoever because you have zero contributions, but only risking yourself to die. So instead, focus on farming efficiently and planning your farming route so that eventually, towards the late game, you can carry the game. By making the right decisions, you'll be able to accumulate resources in the most efficient way.
I play for me. I play for fun. I play for real. I play for friends and Friday nights. We play for all. This is a new age of play. Play your way.
So don't feel bad if there's a team fight happening next to you. Your job as a goal laner is to just farm all the way early game. Don't feel incentivized to join any team fights whatsoever because you have zero contributions, but only risking yourself to die.
We're back, ladies and gentlemen, for the final match of the day. Aura Fire from Indonesia up against ONIC Philippines here in MPLI 2022 on day 2.
Yep. Hashtag Indo Pride, hashtag Filipino Pride. Who's gonna win this match today? I think both of them is a very, very strong team.
Very, right? They also have very similar styles, Kolius, in the way that both Sensui from ONIC PH and Hai has a vast hero pool that they really like to utilize in their drafts. But before that, ladies and gentlemen, MPLI 2022 and this match wouldn't be possible without our official sponsors and partners, HSBC, Samsung Galaxy, Omni by FWD, McDelivery, and Logitech G.
Yep. So thank you so much for the sponsors or official partner itself. Without them, MPLI will be facing the hard time like Slate before.
Oh, 2-0. Definitely, Todak were able to dominate that game. We'll see who gets to dominate this one here. But before that, Kolius, I do have a question for you. I'm a gold laner. I want to learn how to farm, how to spend my gold in MLBB.
Wow, you can learn up your coin farming skill with the HSBC. So you can farming in the real life.
My God. Farm in real life and get that financial stability by watching the videos How to Farm and Spend Gold in MLBB by HSBC to secure your future later on, to get a lot of money. Now, Kolius, when you already have a lot of money, you've built up this good financial status, you gotta get a good phone.
Of course, we are gonna using like the Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 4 5G because like we are already like talking before on the behind the camera that the Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 4 5G is a very, very good phone to have the multitasking.
It's insane, right? Not only just multitasking, but gaming on this device with a 120 Hz screen, 7.6 inch of AMOLED, dynamic AMOLED. That's crazy, right? High resolution, so it doesn't crack at all, and you guys can go and get it right now to get yourself the unrivaled gaming experience.
Now.
What are you waiting for? Get it now. I'm really talking about now, all right? Go and click it. No, but maybe after MPLI, right?
Yes,
we'll see.
Of course, because we're gonna start the next match before, and what do you think? If you already have the financial, you already have a good phone.
You have to be energized.
Of course.
There you go. And you guys can get energized like a winner, Kolius, like Todak earlier on with Omne.
Like one who always jumping every time.
She's so energetic, right? She plays the Land of Dawn succumbs to her. It's her way to play the game, and you guys can force that way to play like you want. Anything you want. Go ahead and download it right now for free, Kolius.
For free. Please take notes.
This one, however, the next one we have on the board isn't free, but hey, when you pay for something and it's this price, it's that premium device that you're getting, right? You guys can get this Aurora Collection headset right now. Look at how clean it is, Kolius.
Look at this beauty. It have a lot of color. It have a very clear voice. So, like I mentioned before, you can show off to your friends. Even like you can using it when you go to the coffee shop.
Exactly.
Yep. Or even when you are playing Mobile Legends and using the voice application, so it can have the clear voice.
Anywhere you go, whether it's to the gym, hanging out with your friends, or just playing MLBB in the cafe, it all works out here. Go ahead and check it out, ladies and gentlemen, because for gaming, you can also be in fashion, in style with this timeless design. But hey, it's time, Kolius. It's time. You know what time it is?
Yep, it's Follow One Esports because there will be a lot of news, a lot of information about the esports scene around the world. So you must go to the Twitter, to the Instagram, TikTok, or even the Facebook. You can mention it.
Everything. Go ahead and follow it if you guys want to get yourself all of the latest MLBB news and all the esports news in general, but also go and register and win right now on oneesports.gg/MPLI-win to get yourself a chance to win the
Venom skin.
Venom skin collection.
There will be a lot of like Direct, the Gashian, Harley, Grok. There's a lot of meta heroes that you can get the Venom skin.
There's a lot of meta heroes, and speaking of heroes, what type of MLBB hero are you guys back at home? That's a question I like to ask myself a lot when I'm playing MLBB, and I've also done the quiz, onesports.gg/quiz-MLBB. Find it out for yourself, ladies and gentlemen, to see whether you suit your role.
Yep. So after MPLI, you can push using your new role.
Maybe you can make friends by joining the MPLI watch party with a lot of people who want to watch MPLI together. You guys can support your team while you're at it right now. Presented to you by HSBC, RSVP, and guess what? You get a chance to win $500 worth of prizes and diamonds.
You can watch the MPLI, plus you can get the prize. Wow. It's gonna be interesting. And later on, if you don't want to just watching the tournament itself, you want to be the part of it, you want to be the players, you want to be the next maybe Albert Lemon or something. Nah, you can see below that you can go to the battlefy.com/ONEsports. There will be a lot of community tournament for you to join.
And if you don't have a team, find your squad today. You can do that as well. But here you go, ladies and gentlemen, for this matchup. It's going to be crazy, but it wouldn't be as crazy without skins, Golius, right? You need skins to actually elevate your game because, hey, you need to personalize your heroes, and you can do it right now with the largest annual sale in MLBB history, the Double 11 Mega Sale. It's coming very soon. Join the promo carnival right now with the event that will start on the 26th of October.
Yep.
So it's already started.
So you can buy the skin in-game only using 1 diamond. Wow, it's a very cheap one. No, I'm not lying.
1 diamond?
1 diamond only. So you can collect the promotional diamond, and you can like only top up a little bit diamond to
get him.
To get it.
Man, you know, this is what Moonton is, right? A lot of people say it's a 3, but to all the Sigmas out there, it's a W, right? It's a massive W from Moonton for that mega sale. But, Golius, I think it's time for us to finally get into the match. The final match of the day, the highlighted match of 2, I want to say crazy teams.
What?
It's Aura Fire and ONIC PH. Here you can see from today's schedule. Crazy is an understatement. You know it's crazy when crazy, the word itself, is an understatement for this matchup. I've been looking forward to this since the captain's draft.
Like we mentioned before, I think Minotaur will be the favorite heroes for both of them. So are Minotaur going to be respected by getting banned, or even the DG itself? Like I mentioned before, it's a bad day for DG because a lot of teams banning DG on the ban and pick phase.
We've only seen the Diggy played I believe once today or 2 times, and it lost once, it won once. So it's also standing at a 50% win rate. But here it is for Aura Fire and ONIC PH. Their lineups are going to be on the screen right now. Here it is, Cole, Lius, and everybody watching from around the world. ONIC Philippines with their main lineup this MPLI.
Yep, Super Friends on the mid lane, they're on the XP lane, Nats on the gold lane, Sensui on the roamer, and the Kekadot is the jungler.
Man, this is interesting, right? Kekadot is going to be playing not Rapidude, so we'll see.
Yep.
There as well instead of Ryota. So not their main lineup from MPL PH.
They used the substitution, I think.
Yeah, they
But
did.
it will be like giving them very good experience. But now we are looking on the Aura Fire, the facehugger as the mid laner, Fluffy on the XP lane, Kabuki on the gold lane, Hai on the jungler, and Godiva as the roamer.
All right, but for Aura Fire, it's a contrast. They are going with their main lineup.
Yep. And ONIC PH, are they gonna respecting the Kadita from Godiva?
They have to, right? The Kadita, the Beatrix perhaps as well, but here it is, the lane predictions for both of these teams. For Aura Fire, it is Fluffy in the XP lane, gonna go up against their Sensui in the jungler, up against the man Hai. Both of these junglers, I think the highlight has to be in the jungle and the gold lane, right? Nats and Kabuki, Hai and Sensui.
Yep. Especially Hai. There's a lot of unique heroes that he can use, like for example, Amon, the Minotaur, or even like the Uranus jungler. So there's a lot of possibilities to like predict what kind of heroes that Aura Fire want to use.
It's crazy, right? Because you mentioned the Uranus jungler. Last time we saw the Uranus jungler on High, he didn't actually go for Demon Slayer that you would actually expect him to go for Demon Slayer, but he went for Avarice. So even in the jungle, when he's playing these crazy heroes, he's going for crazy battle or for emblems as well, right? We'll see though how it works out in the end. Remember that Kabuki can also still play the jungler role if they do get their hands on the Fanny. And here it is, the gaming house, the player cam for both Aura Fire. First, we're starting with Aura Fire, but later on we will see ONIC PH as well.
If you look up at the last MPL,
okay,
Fanny, Kadita, and Faramis,
all banned.
Yep, all banned from Aura Fire. Are they gonna get those heroes tonight? Because like it's their favorite heroes, even like the Beatrix is open almost all the time. But Beatrix without the good drop or the good combo to help Beatrix get the scales, get the items, I think it's gonna be hard times for Kabuki.
It is, right? Kabuki has had a little bit of a tough time, I think, after the patches, right? His heroes were all meta at one point with the Beatrix, the Yuzong, and even the Cho in the gold lane, but ever since that Yuzong and Cho disappeared in that gold lane in terms of power, he's only ever been able to rely on the Beatrix. When it gets banned out, his Melissa, his Claude, it doesn't feel like whenever he plays those two heroes, he's not bad on those heroes, but it doesn't feel like Kabuki.
Yeah,
right? It doesn't feel like Kabuki. Kabuki, when you hear his name, you instantly think hyper carry in whatever hero he picks, in whatever role he's playing.
But we're gonna see on the first game tonight, Aura Fire versus ONIC PH.
Expect the drafts.
Digi, Vanny, I think Faramis and Kadita. It's like the templates when you are facing Aura Fire on a tournament.
It is, right? And here we're already seeing the 1-1, the Diggy banned down. And there you go. As you said it, Kadita, Fanny out of the picture already. We might see a Faramis ban as well. As we all know, Faramis was one of their keys to success in MPL Indonesia Season 10. The moment it was banned out, they did struggle, and Facehuggers only lost once in the entirety of the MPL ID playoffs on the Faramis.
It's when facing the RRQ.
Yes.
Yep.
It is RRQ in the final game. Not the final game, the third game.
The third game, yeah.
Where RRQ was able to get that point and ultimately reverse sweep them in the end. So Aura,
they almost win.
Almost. If Facehugger popped that Cult Altar, they could have gone for it. But now, with the nerfs towards Faramis, we'll see whether or not Aura still prioritizes that Faramis, right? Because remember, you need to stay within the Cult Altar range, and ONIC PH have left that open. Faramis up for grabs, Aura Fire. I think they're gonna go for it.
Yep. Is it the bait from the ONIC PH? Because like when Aura get their Faramis, I think there will be a lot of heroes to counter Faramis right now. For example, Atlas, because Digi already get banned, so ONIC PH can play Atlas very smoothly with the battling, especially when like the Cult Altar being popped up. The Aura Fire will gonna like push together 5 men, and when the battling is being popped up on the right time, it can bring up or it can fly 5 heroes.
Another option could be just the Grok here for ONIC PH, right? Or even the Minotaur that we've seen, but no, they're just choosing to take the Beatrix away from Kabuki. A very smart choice from ONIC PH, getting a comfort hero onto Nets as well, and they secure a hero that can disengage. Mathilda has been one of the tournament favorites here for the roam position because of how versatile she is. Roaming, ganking, picking, disengaging, she's got it all.
When facing Beatrix like this, I think Martis on early game will have a lot of advantage, especially when they have Veramis, so it can prolong the team fight to get the objective, like the neutral objective, like Turtle or even Lord. Now Cloud for Kabuki. And
Your team is picking.
Okay.
Well.
Well, this is exactly what we're talking about. Kabuki, he's only ever found comfort on the Beatrix throughout Season 10. Obviously, there has been a week gap before MPLI started, so that's the time maybe necessary for Kabuki to learn a new hero, to really master that hero. But is it enough? Do you think Kabuki has what it takes to be a menace on this Claude?
I think it can be because they already have time to learn new heroes or new heroes pool, and Kabuki with his Cloud, I think it's gonna be a disaster because ONIC PH now taking Farsia. So when the Feather Airstrike being popped out, I think the Black Mirror Image and Cloud will dive in using the Blazing Duet. It can shield away the Farsia from the team fight. But now we are going to the second banning phase. From Aura Fire, their lack of EXP laner and the mid and the roamer, because usually they are using the Veramis as the mid lane.
Well, we'll see. ONIC PH should just be trying to narrow down that XP lane, but remember, Aura are one of the few teams that have been able, or maybe the only team who've been able to flex the Akai into the XP lane onto the hands of Fluffy with Arrival, which is a very interesting meta that they've created for themselves. We'll see. Orifire with the Benedetta man, respecting the hero from ONIC PH as it's a very good flex pick to the XP lane and also to the jungle. And again, right? You would expect the Akai to go to the jungle, but it's Orifire. We're talking about Orifire. We're talking about a team who's so flexible. So you really don't know, even after the Akai has been picked up.
But I think it's the Paquito for Fluffy is still open. And if Orifire get the Paquito, it can instant kill on the mid or to late game, to Farsia, to Beatrix, when they are not aware the Paquito is like doing the flanking.
Let's see here on a PH. There you go. The Paquito comes in to bans over to ONIC PH. Done and dusted. Orifire, no hesitation. Barat's going to be taken out. Another hero that works really well with the Mathilda that will be respected from Orifire is now ONIC PH will look for their first pick in the second phase.
Remember, ONIC PH doesn't have like the single target lock, and Aura High can play Link. So it's gonna be interesting because Link is the counter of Beatrix and Farsia, especially on the early game.
You're right. Orifire can definitely still flex this pick, the Akai, over to that XP lane. ONIC PH now, they gotta be very smart with what they pick. They go for the Karina here. Good option to secure neutral objectives early on. Good farming as well. Just a solid pickup by Sensui. Orifire now with the 2 picks to wrap up their drafts. Is the Akai going to be flexed over to the XP lane? And will we see that Ling? Or will we see Fluffy play a hero that will dive to that back line? Yuzong is something that we haven't seen Fluffy on for a long time.
If Ling is being picked up and Akai is going to play by Diva itself, I think it will be a wise choice since Akai can join the Diva later on with Diva always following.
There you go.
Your team is picking.
So it's not going to be flexed. Akai is going to go to the jungle. The Yuzong gets picked up. That's the backline dive that Orifire were going to go for. And the Ruby is another signature for Godiva, knowing him. Even though right now the Atlas is up for oh, it is! ONIC PH have a Mathilda though, but I don't think, XP lane, Esmeralda against Yuzong, the classic duel between these two XP laners. But man, alright. Both of the drafts have been set, ladies and gentlemen. Go ahead and spam the chat with your predictions. Hashtag Orifire or hashtag it's ONIC time.
Yep. Because now you can add more hashtag IndoPrime, hashtag Filipino pride.
Because right now it's 1-1. This is the decider, Colius.
Yep.
If Aura wins it, it's 2-1 for Indonesia today. But if ONIC PH wins it, 2-1 to the Philippines.
Yes. And if we look at the draft, quick prediction, Mirko, what do you think? I think like Aura Fire gonna be strong on the team fight later on because they have Ruby, they have the Varamis, so the Ammo Vandal, Dongran Wolf King, plus Cold Altar, it's gonna be disaster for ONIC PH.
If Aura Fire can force a team fight and lock down the Farsa and Beatrix, they'll win. But if ONIC PH can play it slow and kite back, it's gonna be ONIC PH. It's a battle of styles and a battle of execution as we dive into the portal for the first game in this series. Aura Fire versus ONIC PH.
Okay, but now the game must be paused because I think they have technical issue. So yeah, of course they want to have a smooth game to like they can play more aggressively, more powerful, or like going all out on the MPL game.
They need to obviously get the time to resolve their issue, ladies and gentlemen. So please do be patient with us right now as we try to resolve the technical pause as fast as possible. Fair play is our #1 priority here at One Esports MPL Invitational 2022. So for ONIC Philippines and for Aura Fire, we'll give them the time. But we can speak, we can actually dissect the draft a bit more here, Golius.
But I want to mention something like Yuzong. It can bring a lot of this disturbance to the Farsia when he do the popping up the Feather Airstrike later on. So the Farsia need to make sure that Yuzong already using his Black Dragon form and like hiding on the team fight so he can wait for the momentum.
Okay, we're getting back into the game, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, Aura Fire versus ONIC PH, game #1. Aura. Fluffy, it's high on the Yuzong jungle.
Okay.
When you expect Aura to do normal things, that's when they surprise you.
Oh my god.
Demon Slayer. And yes, it's Fluffy. Oh my god. Colius.
I already realized when the game paused and then when the statue of Yuzong, the name below it is high. I think like, it's maybe the mistakes from the staff. But now, Yuzong jungler.
Oh my god, dude. I thought for the first time, hey, it's a normal draft from Aura. Look, it's an Akai in the jungle, a Yuzong in the XP lane. Nope. Nope, that's not what happened. All right, we'll see how this works out, but I'm amazed. I'm again amazed. I thought I would never say it again, that I'm amazed by Aura's draft, but hey, it's just typical Aura. So far, he's been able to actually farm up pretty well. A bit faster than the Karina, actually, with the Demon Slayer. He's going to go on to the gold buff, secures it with the Retribution.
So we're gonna be the witness tonight. Our Yuzong jungler be the efficient to facing like the normal, in quote unquote, meta from ONIC PH.
All right. First turtle gonna be contested here, even though ONIC PH don't have the pressure down below because of the Faramis rotation. High already putting so much pressure onto Super Prince, who's very low, but High's gonna be locked down now by the Falling Star. When Fluffy is in the midst there, gonna be able to get the heavy spin down, but that's gonna be Sensui, who secured the neutral objective. High with the Black Dragon form, zoning the other members away. First blood over down below, actually, the top side by Nets. They're gonna be taken down here as High dishes out the damage, but will fall. The Cult Altar was late by Facehugger, and it's a disaster for Aura Fire. It's ONIC PH with a 1,000 gold lead now.
Well. 3 kills, 1 turtle against 1 kill. What do you think, Mirko? I think it's not a good start for Aura Fire tonight.
Definitely not. Not a good start at all, Colius. 1.2k gold lead in the first 2 minutes, and Kabuki getting solo killed, right? So already the doubts that we had in the drafts are coming true. Kabuki on this Claude, is he comfortable or not?
Yeah, because we are rarely seen Kabuki is using his Cloud, and Sensui using the Karina. He already got the snowball points, like 1 point kill, 1 assist. It can roam everywhere to haunt Aura Fire.
Oh man, Facehugger gonna get taken very low as well. Super Friends so far absolutely lethal. He was taken low early on there, but with his escape, it basically enabled the entire team to collapse on the Aura Fire members. And I think we need to pay attention to this gold lane because Kabuki, how is he going to be performing on the Claude here? Kakadut Already putting some pressure down, but 1 level is the difference between Nets and Kabuki right now.
And we need to see until the middle to late game because Cloud will be high DPS later on to like showing away Farsha from Super Friends or even Karina that he need to take attention because like the shadow dance from Karina can like reflect the basic attack from Cloud.
It's gonna be tough, right? Again, Kabuki though, still farming pretty well, getting that DHS pretty early into the game, 4 minutes in. It's because he's being funneled the gold from the mid lane as well. The top side now going back to the gold lane. Fluffy has the arrival, so they can actually match the Esmeralda presence. But Fluffy's gonna look to cut the mini waves first right now. Facehugger trying to open up the map. Godiva jumps up the I'm offended. Furious Dive popped in. Kabuki with a blazing duet. Only onto Kekadot. That's 2 ultimates burnt out for nothing right now. High finds it. Sensui jumps in with the Shadow Assault. Gonna be taken down though right now. As that's gonna be the Black Dragon form. Popped in by High. Fluffy with the heavy spin. Sensui taken down. Feather Airstrike coming in. High still able to survive, but that's gonna be Kekadot who jumps in with the Circling Eagle. High sniped down by Nets onto that gold lane. Facer gonna be gunned down now as he's gonna get taken down as well. It's a 2-4-1 right now, but Aura did get the turtle.
I was thought that Aura Fire is paying back what ONIC PH do on the early game, but now look at the items because Nats already got the 2-point kill. Even he have the 2 Legion Sword and 1 Fury Hammer that can bring up to the Counter Strike. But now look, Fluffy even on the bottom lane, Dare can do the solo kill.
Wow, the solo kill coming in from Dare. So in every lane, I don't think they have a single winning lane going for them right now. Aura are in shambles currently.
Facehugger with the Cult Altar itself, it's not enough to help Aura Fire when the team fight happened before. So they need to wait for the right moment here because they don't have the high ground defense to clear away the minion wave very quickly. And Sensui, it's already very like brave to get in or like dive in to the enemies.
Sensui there just gonna go for a cheeky steal. I don't know, did High get it or did Sensui get it? I think Sensui was the one who got it in the end there. High on this Yuzhang so far. They're still behind Coleus. What do you think Aura Fire can do to actually nullify or equalize this gold lead from ONIC PH?
I think they need to play patiently, but on the top lane, that blazing duet going to Nets, but with one last HP bar, Nets still survive. Continuing what I'm saying before, like when they playing patiently, Black Dragon form, it's immune to crowd control, so he can dive into the turtle or even Lord and using the retribution on the right moment.
All right then. Dare with the, oh my god, good immobilization. High with the Black Dragon form, gonna be taken down again. Facehugger with the late Cold Altar is not able to save High. And it's a free turtle over to Sensui, who's now gonna go on to Godiva, placing the damage. Fluffy backing off. Aura Fire, it doesn't feel like it's the normal Aura Fire. Facehugger has been missing a lot of that Cold Altar. Coleus is there. He's gonna try his best. Godiva jumps in with I'm Offended. Blazing Duet popped in as well, but man, instant disengage from ONIC PH.
Well, yep, I know. The logo from Aura Fire is Dragon, but I think it's Red Dragon, not Black Dragon form. That's why, yeah, the strategy is not working on the early game, but we will see because as long as the base is not destroyed, I think Aura Fire still have the chance to win this game.
Definitely, man. But against ONIC PH, a team that's so good at using the death ball strategy, that snowball has already been built up to a 4.3k gold lead. They've definitely leveled up, and you guys can do the same with HSBC. Level up your coin farming skills right now by watching the How to Farm and Spend Your Gold in MLBB videos by HSBC.
Yep. So you can go farming in real life too, guys.
Ooh.
But now we are back in the game. That ONIC PH is like continuing the pressure to do the Feather Airstrike on the mid lane too. But for you guys who like to have the pressure, who do the multitasking, needs to have the device to have a good device for do the gaming experience, what they need to buy.
The Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 4 5G. That's what they need to go for if they want unrivaled gaming experience. And hey, they can do exactly that right now. But back again to the game here, Coleus. ONIC PH, this is how they like to play the game. I guess this is just how Filipinos play the game, right? They're just so efficient. Once they get that gold lead, they never go for unnecessary team fights. Always just waiting for the next neutral objective to come. Not even gonna go for these pickoffs that are risky.
Yeah, because 2 turrets already destroyed by Overfire, and now the first Lord is come on the land of down. And look how the positioning they only PH do, because they want to go to the Lord directly. But remember, Black Dragon form immune to crowd control, and I think as long as High still there, it's gonna be gambling moment if they want to continue to the Lord.
High needs to have the space to go on to Super Prince right now. There's a chance for the Feather Airstrike being popped in. A rival can be popped as well there into the mid lane. Fluffy has rejoined his team. He's not able to clear out that bottom wave though. So ONIC PH will just go at it. Derek is the frontliner. Don't think it's going to be the right target for Aura Fire right now. And ONIC PH are right now winning the macro game with that bottom side being slow pushed. Look at what Dare is doing.
Yeah, but Black Dragon farm is not being popped up yet. Even the heavy spin from Fluffy. It will be a good momentum to need to be wait from Aura Fire if they want to win this team fight or even get the Lord itself. But Feather Airstrike trying to aim to face Hugger and Godiva.
Oh, look at High even. Getting chunked down by the Esmeralda. High, though, has rotated back towards that top side. Bottom side is still pushing in. Godiva with a very risky play. Jumps in with the I'm Offended flicker. He's not able to find it, though. So that's a massive resource burnt out, and that bottom side is continuously pushing. Aura Fire will have to respond to one of these plays, and they choose to send Fluffy down below.
Because, like, High using his recall to regain his health. Even Fluffy need to do the defense on the bottom lane. And Feather Airstrike is trying to aim face Hugger, but Cold Altar is not being popped up yet. Now, pop up in the right momentum, but without Cold Altar and Black Dragon form, what do you think, Mirko?
Oh man, 2 resources burnt again. ONIC PH, so good on the disengage, and Kabuki's gonna be caught there. That's flickering forward, cutting him down. Fluffy with a heavy spin, knocking Nats down as well, but the damage will not be enough just yet. Nats able to fight back as Fluffy gets taken out. Dare in the midst of it all now. Still able to buy some time. Feather Airstrike taking high-low. Dare looking for the finish off right now. Not going to be able to get it just yet. Cancelled out by Godiva. ONIC PH here. They've just begun a 6,000 gold lead in the 10th minute.
Oh my god. It's already snowballing moment from ONIC PH. They got the Lord, they got the kills, even like 6,000 gold difference now. 7,000. And they need to wait the Lord for doing the push on the bottom lane later on. And Beatrix is having a free position in every team fight, Mirko. So the Renner's Apathy, the Nibiru's Patient, always giving her the hard time. So, like when High using the Black Dragon form and the Beatrix itself is already have the items and level, it's gonna be a nightmare for High.
Sensui though gonna be caught. Chain Sea Seed here for the damage coming in, but Dare comes in as well with a Falling Star Moon, able to bait out the Cult Altar. High still looking for a play, gonna be knocked back to the team with the Circling Eagle. High still in the front there. It's a good pick off by Aura Fire onto Sensui, but it's still just a frontliner. Falling Star Moon locking 2. Magic Sentry coming in to reveal that bottom side jungle as Dare is going to try his best to zone Aura Fire away from the Lord just to put on some damage down onto that bottom side base turret with a Feather Airstrike as well. They're doing a really good job at micromanaging the fight and the waves.
Yeah, ONIC PH is patient enough. They don't want to like take a rush to aiming for the base turret itself because Aura Fire still have the Kabuki using his Ghost Stampede. It can bring the ONIC PH member to the inside to the base of Aura Fire. So they want to play waiting, but now
Dare, oh man, he's actually gonna be locked down here, but Dare is able to use the Purify. That is what ONIC PH want. The re-engage from Kekadot. High now with the Black Dragon form, trying to go to that back line, gets the Cult Altar HP, but will be melted down before he gets to the normal form. High is out. Godiva's next. Gun down, melted down as the Shadow Assault continues. Over to Kabuki, Face Hugger. Able to get out with the Shadow Stampede, but look at the Feathered Airstrike, sniping him down from outside the base. It's absolute domination from ONIC PH.
Again, Aura Fire is always taking the bait from ONIC PH. They are using all of the resources that they have. Black Dragon Farm, Cold Altar. That's why ONIC PH is like playing with their emotion, playing with their momentum, so they can like do the kiting and fight back when Aura didn't have the resource.
High has just respawned in. Kabuki jumps into the blazing duet, but that's not the play. Kabuki gonna be taken down, not getting anything. Akai, defensive heavy spin, a Cult Alter as well. But when the HP drops down like that, Nets goes massive. He's gonna go for Godiva one more time. Amanda can be connecting there, but it's a triple kill for Nets. He's looking for the Maniac, he gets it. Nets wipes out Aura Fire. It's a 5-0. It's ONIC PH with a dominant game 1.
Well. So many momentum that ONIC PH can deliver to Aura Fire. Like I mentioned before, like they are waiting for all of the resources that Aura Fire have. Like for example, Feather Airstrike is a very painful source of damage. So he will bring it to the Facehugger, so Facehugger will pop up the Cult Altar, and then when the team fight happens, he didn't have the resource anymore. Even the Black Dragon form is always popped up by High to save Facehugger from the Varsha itself.
There was nothing available from Aura Fire, and it started with the losing lanes. ONIC PH were able to win every single lane, bottom, mid, and even that top side with the gold lane and XP lane dominating. Esmeralda versus Akai, the Beatrix versus the Claude. First blood early on. There you go.
It's a very valuable first blood. So like Kabuki is like they didn't have the gold from the lane. Even like the Beatrix itself is already fat enough. And what do you think? I think it will be a more deep analysis from Arashi. Take it away.
The Filipino Porcupines displaying some fire resistance here. Aura, what is going on? They come in with the signature style, going with very unexpected picks. They go for the Yuzong in the jungle, and in theory, it allows you to enter the Lord Pit without any contest. You are immune to CC, and you can get the reliable retribution. Of course, you like the damage output to actually get that secure, but at the same time, it makes sense to a degree. But as Mirko mentioned, the lanes were just so tough for them to win against, and in these fights, there's so many weird skirmishes, and ONIC PH, they look so solid and so calculated because you can see that there's a lot of big resources that Aura needs to save for the right moment, and ONIC Esports again and again, not once, not twice, were able to actually bait them out before going in for that decisive fight. And that is very impressive as we take a look at a bit of the items here. And if you look, Facehugger is so behind, only a Clock of Destiny and Enchanted Talisman, not nearly enough to actually provide the magic damage that Aura needs to actually take down members of ONIC Philippines. Right now, for the most part, they have to worry about that physical side, and Kabuki on the Claude. There were questions about how well he can do on this, and I don't think it was bad, but at the same time, he is so limited by a lot of threats coming in from ONIC Philippines, and considering how ahead ONIC PH was, Kiki Dot on that Matilda, I think it was just so difficult for Aura to deal with because, like a lot of different teams, Aura seems to have that kind of direct engage strategy. If the initial engage doesn't really work out, it's very difficult for them to recover. And with a Matilda on their side and superior positioning, by far, ONIC Philippines were able to dodge away from the majority of the threats. And for example, for Sensui, as we mentioned, he only itemizes the Skyguarder helmet and went straight for physical defense, which means that Kabuki can't even be the deciding factor for his team's victory. They are so limited on magic damage, and as you can see, Kabuki is the highest damage, and next up is Facehugger. And despite being the only magical damage threat, he only does 26k, so it's a huge difference compared to Super Friends and there, where they're able to do a lot of damage, especially in those chaotic team fights. It's a completely one-sided game, only one turret taken, and it's 14 minutes. With the games in the MPL so far being so long, it's just a huge stark contrast from what we've come to expect from these games. We'll have to see if Aura Fire can adjust and maybe clean up some of the mistakes, because even occasionally, we did see that Facehugger, for example, used the Cult Altar quite early. Godiva did not land the Flicker I'm Offended. So there's a lot of misplays happening and a lot of miscoordination. And we always talk about Aura being the team that is able to actually be chaotic but calculated. But in this game, it is ONIC Philippines, and the MVP will be Nets on that Beatrix. 8-0-3. 65% kill participation, but the damage is insane. And considering the amount of dive, the Cult Altar as well, that can facilitate that aggression from Aura. The fact that he is taken out 0 times here shows again his positioning and of course his team's ability to play around him and ensure that he is in the right place at the right time to get success. And I think ONIC PH, this is what I've come to expect from them honestly, but we take a look at some of the highlights here and we shall see actually later on. What are they able to do? Because early on, we saw that Aura was trying so hard to make the plays happen. They know that they need to abuse that Cult Altar to get full value from it. Otherwise, it's a bit of a wasted pick. Faramis doesn't really catch people off that well. He doesn't really do that much damage unless he's countering specific heroes with a lot of units. Like the Glue, for example, that's a very obvious counter. So we have to see. In these highlights right here, all the way in the early game, the heavy spin, the Black Dragon form, everything is used so early to try and ensure they get a dominant result. But the Matilda, the sustain, the kite back from ONIC PH is just way too good. And once they are in, the composition of Aura is very good at going into fights, but not getting out of fights. So as you can see for High here, goes in with the Cult Altar, but once that fades and he needs to make an exit, it's a bit too difficult. And Kabuki gets taken out first because he comes in alone, not with his team. So I think Aura needs to play a bit more united if they want to try and match up to ONIC Philippines, especially in these huge fights, because ONIC seems to be so comfortable in the situations, and if you give them winning lanes, they will push the tempo, and they will use every single tool efficiently. The AoE, the distance, coming in from the Feather Airstrike and the snipes as well, that's just a lot of damage, and they understand that. They maintain distance until it's way too late, and if you don't engage on them, they'll pick you off. And if you try and engage on them, they have the solutions as well. So maybe a bit of improvements on the draft will be very useful for Aura as well. At every turn here, ONIC PH, they just seem to be one step ahead, and Aura is completely bewildered. It's a very unfamiliar scene. Aura is usually the one coming in with the unfamiliar strategies, unfamiliar picks, and here they come out with 2, right? A very smart, unexpected switch between the Yuzong and the Akai with the arrival nonetheless. But it didn't work out, so we'll see what adjustments can be made. But now we go straight to game number 2. Mirko and Coleus, we are ready.
Welcome back to the caster desk, ladies and gentlemen. 1-0 to ONIC PH currently, and I agree. 2 very unfamiliar picks, very unique picks. It is within the character of Aura Fire to go for these picks, but this is where we start to question them. Is it a bit too creative? Yuzong, that could have gone to the XP lane on the hands of Fluffy, and the Akai could have been the jungler. What do you think, Coleus?
I think it's because on the early game that Kabuki is taken down, so all of the strategy that maybe they already think before, it doesn't working anymore. That's why the ONIC PH is got the snowballing point, so it can crush Aura Fire on the first game. But it's a best of 3 series in scope, so Aura Fire still have the chance to hit ONIC PH more on the second game or even the third game. We gonna see it later.
Man, again, right, we had this discussion off camera while Rashi was analyzing as well about the Cult Altar and the Faramis. The reason it was so successful for this Aura Fire lineup is because you didn't need to be constantly in the Cult Altar radius to have that Cult Altar HP in the previous patch.
But after
this,
it's same like time journey on DDs.
Exactly.
Yeah, so it need to get on the range of the Cult Altar. That's why Yuzong, when he was using the Black Dragon form too far away from the Cult Altar, he didn't get the effect anymore. And when taken down, it's already a disaster for Aura Fire.
It's a disaster. I think you put it best there, because now that the Cult Altar needs you to be within range to get that HP, it feels kind of useless there for Aura Fire, considering their draft was never meant to stick together. The quad was always meant to dive into that back line. Same goes towards the Yuzong, right? So now we might see a difference already in the draft as the Faramis becomes a questionable pick. On a PH now on the blue side, and Aura Fire will take the red side.
So they are switched side on the second game. And Kadita was fanning. Not even to Aura Fire. And Aura Fire is banning Wan and Akai. Because Wan is, like we are mentioning before, it's the tire SS for marksman itself. And Akai, using the heavy spin, it can bring a lot of crowd control effect, especially when doing the contest on the turtle bit or even the lower bit. But last hero still Gusion is getting banned, so they are like giving Faramis a game to Aura Fire, but are Aura Fire gonna take the bait, gonna take the Faramis?
No, I don't think so. After that game, after the experience they had on the Faramis, now that they understand that, again, that Cult Altar doesn't work as it did before, now Aura Fire, they're caught in a bad spot because they either let the Faramis go or the Valentina go with their ban, or both. And if it does happen, if both of those heroes are left open, ONIC PH will definitely prioritize the Valentina, not the Faramis. So Aura makes the right choice in my opinion here by banning out the Valentina. A bit too expensive to let go, especially considering Super Friends. Wow, first pick Beatrix. They know how to counter Aura. Do not give Kabuki Beatrix.
Kabuki, the signature hero of Kabuki, they don't want to give it, but now two heroes will give it by Aura Fire. I think if they want to play with Faramis again, they need to make sure that the other heroes is not too far away from the Cult Altar.
I think a solid choice here for Aura would be to firstly just secure Mathilda and Farsa. The Faramis did not work out.
Okay,
still
Faramis.
go. And
Mathilda.
Faramis, Mathilda. So I was right about the Mathilda, but the Faramis, Scolius, we mentioned this again. Now, the way Aura plays these team fights is it's that controlled chaos that we've come to know. Thing is though, this Cult Altar isn't going to be as good as it was before on Aura Fire because, again, you have to stay within the radius of the Cult Altar itself to actually get that ultimate to be useful.
That's why I'm mentioning before that maybe Aura Fire is already mastering the new Faramis, but
we'll see.
Yeah, the other heroes, I think if he want to use the Cult Altar very, very efficiently, they need to use the heroes like Karina or even Eamon, who will not go too far away from the Faramis, but Digi and Marcia. So with reverse time journey, it can save when Aura Fire is using crowd control heroes. But Barat is still open if they want to pick it, but the other heroes, Melissa is not a good or wise heroes to be picked by Aura Fire because they have Marcia, they have Beatrix, so there will be a Renner Apathy, there will be like the Feather Airstrike to give Melissa a hard time.
I think right now, if you take a look at it, ONIC PH already have drafted themselves such a good composition, right? You already have that disengage from that time journey, you have a solid backline as well. And remember, Aura Fire banned this Diggy in the first game for a reason. It really nullifies all of that crazy engage that Aura Fire usually likes to put on to their enemies. Amon becomes the choice for Aura Fire here.
Second thoughts. ONIC PH need a tanky heroes because they are using Diggy as the roamer. So there will be no frontliner for ONIC PH to like handling the damage from Aura Fire heroes, but with Eamon Miracle, I think it can bring burst damage if he didn't like get caught by the other heroes from ONIC PH. Especially Eamon have the camouflage to flank on the back line of ONIC PH and do the endless shard to power shot.
Phobius though is going to be banned out by Aura Fire, so that's an interesting pick now, but you can already see ONIC PH start to narrow down that XP lane as well. We know Fluffy, his signature pick in MPL Indonesia was that Paquito will be banned out. Aura Fire now. I think it should be another XP lane ban or a jungler ban. Minotaur would be, Minotaur works so much. It's already set up by ONIC PH. They have AoE damage from both Nibiru, from both Beatrix and the Farsa. They already have the Diggy pick, so there's no way Aura Fire can counter that Minotaur with a Diggy. If Aura let this Minotaur slide, I'm pretty sure, again, we will see that ONIC PH pick. The Barats.
The Barats
is the option.
Minotaur is open, but we gonna see like the last ban from ONIC PH or they want to use Minotaur maybe as the XP laner?
Ooh, that's an interesting concept. We haven't seen that before. Usually we just see it in the jungle because in the XP lane, it's a bit harder to pull off, right? You're up against a duelist usually in that XP lane. In terms of clear, you're not that good in the mini waves itself. In the jungle, you're doing okay because you have that Demon Slayer to help you out. So I personally don't think the Minotaur is viable in that XP lane, but again, we might just see it here from ONIC PH. Two heroes, Fluffy, two of his signature heroes in MPL Indonesia. ONIC PH have definitely done their homework here. It's looking bad for Aura Fire now. The other option for Fluffy would be the Esmeralda, the Uranus, but up against this comp, I guess the Esme would be a bit better to absorb.
Absorb the ability from DG Time Journey, or like dive in using the Falling Star mode. But again, Kabuki with his
I don't see it. Ooh. The Claude would normally be really good up against a Farsa and the Beatrix, but the thing is, ONIC PH have drafted themselves a Diggy already with the additional movement speed and shield that the Diggy has towards all the other members. I can't see the Blazing Duet dealing any sort of damage, especially after seeing Game 1, how ONIC PH played when they disengage was way too clean.
Don't forget the reverse time.
Exactly.
So Battle Mirror Image not gonna help Cloud when he dive in very not right momentum. So it gonna get back to the reverse time points, and the other heroes gonna punish Kabuki. And but last heroes from the ONIC PH, is it a sustainable hero or they want to play very fast on early game?
Esmeralda, oh my god, they take it away from Aura too. Tyroth gets picked up here by Aura. It's one of the signature picks from Fluffy that was able to steal a lot of Lords in the match against RRQ, remember? But man, it's gonna be tough for Tyroth here, even in a team fight. In lane, yes, Tyroth's gonna have a splendid time, especially with the Amon to help him. Kill pressure is the name of the game for Aura Fire, and they'll need to play around that XP lane. That's the only way I see Aura winning this.
Yeah, and Lavin need to work very hard to zoning out Farsha or even the Beatrix for not joining T-Fight later on. But if we see the drop right now, they're going to make prediction are on PH. Gonna want Game 2.
Oh man, looking at the drafts, I personally like ONIC PH's draft a bit more because again, they have a solid disengage, two solid backlines that were untargetable in Game 1. And I think it's going to continue here with the momentum on ONIC PH's side, but it's definitely winnable for Aura Fire if Tyroth and Amon scales up. What about you guys? Go ahead and spam the chat with your support as we dive into the Land of Dawn for maybe the closer. ONIC PH 1-0, match point. Aura Fire will try their best to force a third game in this series.
If we see both of the jungler, like Karina and Amon, they gonna like playing aggressively to looking for the kill points to get the snowballing factor so they can get the items, the level later on when they need for the team fight. But Karina facing Kabuki. Remember the Shadow Dance, it can like reflecting the basic attack from the Blazing Duet or even the basic attack from the Kabuki itself.
Early on as well. Here, you can say that Aura Fire will have a little bit more mid-control there. Sensui already stealing away, invading the jungle from the side of High. So early on, ONIC PH already with a pretty alright gold lead actually. Just a few, it's 300, you can't really count that, but it's still just a really good performance already in the early stages, pushing on the pace, even though, again, Aura Fire have that winning side in that XP lane.
Especially Sensui now is already on level 4.
Exactly.
Yeah, High is still level 3, so when the turtle is spawning on the Land of Dawn, I think ONIC PH gonna move first to the turtle pit. But Kabuki now, he is alone facing the Beatrix versus Diggy. Diggy is like a very annoying hero when he babysit the gold lane. We met before on the ranked game, right?
We did.
I'm using Diggy and you
it wasn't
cannot,
a fun time.
Yeah, you cannot farming. Oh my god.
Way to go, man. Opening up old wounds from me. I got absolutely destroyed by Coleus on the Diggy in the lane, right? We'll see how Aura deals with this. So far, Aura Fire will have more control in the first turtle. Feather Airstrike popped in, but the Cult Ultra comes in. Fluffy dives into the back line with the damage, but will lose out on the Cult Ultra HP. But it's Aura Fire with that strong side XP lane, utilizing it to secure the first turtle without Retry. They want to get more here. Godiva Or are they recalling, gaining a bit more confidence in game number 2, as that purple buff will surely go to the hands of High as well.
Without purple buff, I think Sensui will be a very need to be careful when using his mana. But now with 1.5 bar HP after this minion jungle, I think he gonna move to like looking for another jungle or do the recall, because like Aura Fire can do the pick off if High is standby or like camping on the bush.
Absolutely. Aura Fire, 500 gold lead early on. Thing is though, if Nats just continues to free farm like this, it's still going to be very dangerous. Aura need to find a way to shut either the Pharsa or the Beatrix down. Optimally, they would want to just shut down both of these members at the same time, but the way ONIC have been playing have just been phenomenal in the way that, sure, some members die, some members get taken down, but it's all the tanks, the roamers here, right? It's never really that important member from ONIC who gets taken down early on.
Like Digi versus like Matilda. So both of them can be like the annoying factor from both of the team. Digi with the auto alarm bomb and Matilda with the soul bloom. It can like zoning out, poking the damage. But look at the top lane, and the Shard didn't have the stack, so it didn't give a lot of damage to the Dare.
But Fluffy's looking for it still. Dare gonna be taken down there. First blood over to High. And this is what we said in the draft. Aura have that winning lane in the top side, in the XP lane, so they need to utilize it. And hey, this game, they are. They're utilizing it really well, putting a lot of gold to Fluffy and also High. With the first turret falling in the 4th minute.
Yep, with the first turret has been fallen, I think Aura will add more pressure to the ONIC, so they didn't get like the free farms factor, or now the turtle is going up again.
Alright, Super Friends there. Wings by Wings is not going to be available for this turtle fight. Maybe it will be once it gets off cooldown, but it's on a pretty long cooldown, right? Both teams going at it onto the turtle. Aura Fire once again will have a little bit more pressure. Alarm bombs being placed down by Kekedot. Godiva trying to zone the other members away. Look at the dive coming in. Kabuki comes in as well with a blazing duet, but the cold altar there provides the safety necessary for Kabuki. ONIC with a good disengage, no kills over to Aura, just the turtle.
Yeah, it's a wise decision they disengage from the team fight, because like Aura Fire have a lot of resources and now Sensui is facing them themselves. But if you want to have a lot of resources, especially on the financial, what they must do, Mirko?
Go ahead and watch the How to Farm and Spend Your Gold in MLBB videos by HSBC to level up your coin farming skills, ladies and gentlemen, because you can apply that in-game and in real life to push yourself to the next level.
Yep. But now, we're back to the game. On the mid lane, Sensui didn't get the point kills on the early game, but I think they need to fold the momentum. And to fold the momentum, you see what?
You guys can fold your phone as well with the Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 4 5G. Absolutely. Get yourself the unrivaled gaming experience. Aura Fire are trying to use the unrivaled XP lane presence from Fluffy to try to get some more done on the map. They built up a 2,000 gold lead, so it's slowly but surely still moving up, and it's getting Aura Fire to a point where they can be really energized when they go for a fight. You guys can also be energized like a winner with Omne. Every day, your way. Aura Fire wants to play it their way as well. Gonna go for a dive. Nope, no minions.
No minions, so they need to get back. And Sensui is coming, so just want to secure the neutral minion on the jungle, but he didn't get it. So Aura Fire, like I mentioned before, they adding more pressure to ONIC. So like Sensui is having a hard time right now. He are confusing, like I want to like aiming for the kill points or even the objective, because when I want to aim for the turtle itself, Aura Fire is already there. They already stand by to wait for us.
Exactly, and right now, again, Aura Fire have the gold lead. They are going to have more pressure on this turtle. Fluffy has rotated here. ONIC has to be careful from the kill pressure that can be set by Fluffy. Cold Altar and instantly the instant engage coming in. That's the time Journey popped in. Aura securing the turtle. Kabuki with the blazing duel onto the back line, doing so much damage. Nets forced to flicker out. Kekedot falling to the hands of Godiva, but Fluffy as well will fall. Godiva caught in the midst now. Sensui and Nets trying to deal the damage onto him. Flickers out. Good juke by Godiva as he gets out with a guiding win. A nice play there to get out And Aura Fire still holding, grasping onto that lead.
And it's a nice taunt to do the recall and do the sticker because like it's a good job from Godiva. He's using like the flicker, he's using the guiding wind to escape from ONIC PH. But now, reset again. It's a very objective game. So until the almost 8 minutes right now, only 3 kill points happens on the game 2. 1 from ONIC PH and 2 from Aura Fire. But Aura Fire get all the turtle. If we see the items now, Kabuki already have the golden staff, Demon Hunter sword, even 1 javelin. Maybe it's gonna build Wind of Nature. Yep, because he have the vampire amulet. But now the high with glowing 1, genius 1. I think the endless shard will be very, very painful.
Yeah, not just the endless shards, but also the combination that we've seen from the past 2 games as well. From the Renner shot combined with the feathered airstrike. Takes a whole lot of HP. Godiva opening up the map. Kekadot gonna be born there. Endless shard takes you out. Even if you have that time journey, you need to flicker out of that one. Aura Fire with another pick right before an objective take. They instantly chain it towards that top side, converting after every kill. It feels like deja vu, but it's Aura this time instead of ONIC PH in game 2.
But maybe the goal difference is not too far like the game 1 before. Like, it only have 4,000 goal difference from both of the teams. ONIC PH still can like bring back the momentum if they have like the Feather Airstrike on points, goes to the Amon High or even the Kabuki. But now the fight's happening again.
But now the Feather Airstrike has been popped in. Kabuki melting the backline down. He goes on to nets. It's a disaster. High picks up the kill. It's a double with the glowing wand. Fluffy just going for the cleanup as Kekadot will fall as well. Tensui looking for the steal as he's in the bush. Spotted by Kabuki. Forced to back off. Aura Fire this time. Strike back. 6-1 and a free Lord.
Yep. Tensui is trying to play Peekaboo, but now with Kabuki is like going to the bush and Tensui doesn't want to take the risk, so he will get back and give the Aura Fire the first Lord because they have the Varsha, they have the high ground defensive to clear the minion wave very, very carefully. But like I mentioned before, the Varsha need to be careful when High is doing the camouflage, flanking on the back line and using the endless shard.
Whew. There you go. We finally get some time to slow down because this game has been, even though if you take a look at the kills, there's only 7 kills in 10 minutes, it really feels fast-paced because the way they're rotating on the map, the way the game's been played so far is both teams are constantly rotating across the map, back and forth, just trying to fight for pressure.
But now, I think the winning condition for Aura Fire is like take down the Super Friends because the Feather Airstrike will give them a hard time to clear the minion wave, even give the damage to the Cloud using by Kabuki or even the Facehugger. But when the Super Prince is taken down or even Nats, he will be chased down by the Fluffy, right? So we already seen it happening before that Fluffy using the Abyssal Strike. It's gonna be painful.
Very painful, right? Right now, I guess you were right. In game 1, you said that the reason Aura Fire lost as hard as they did was because Kabuki fell behind a bit too early in the game. He got first blood, he got solo killed by Nets, and that just was the domino effect that turned Aura Fire around. And now, it's the opposite. Kabuki's learned from that mistake. He's no longer going to be dueling against the Beatrix level 1. It's something that he likes to do because he's usually on the bully heroes. He's not usually on the scaling heroes like the Claude. But here, he's been performing pretty well, right? His Claude has been solid with his Blazing Duets, even up against ONIC PH's Time Journey. We said in the draft, well, I said in the draft that Claude's going to have a hard time against a Time Journey because of the mobility that it has for the team together. But so far, Kabuki's been proving me wrong.
Yep, because he's smartly looking for the space to get more farm, like looking for the items. Like if you're smart enough, you can search for the Aura collection by Logitech, guys, because it has many colorful ways and it has a clear voice, so you can choose the color by your own personality.
It's amazing, it's clean, and right now Aura, we're looking for that clean engage as well. With damage coming in, Godiva jumping in, will lose the Cold Altar HP, but it's all just to zone the members away to take the first base turret up top. Aura looking to convert onto the mid lane now, but the base turret passive will be popped, bottom side as well. Base turret passive's gone completely. Aura Fire got the value off of that first Lord. 9,000 gold lead built up for the Dragons.
It's worth it for Aura because they got the top base turret right now. And if you look at the item, Nat, you only have the Counter-Strike and the Blast Officer. But now, the airstrike shut down high. Trying to get back from Kabuki. He doesn't have the Blasting Duet anymore to use him, but Kabuki inside! Use the Blasting Duet! But Time Journey is being blocked up, but Kabuki is taken down.
Oh my god! Kabuki tried to make that play happen, the miracle play, right after losing high. He jumps back onto 5 members, and that might have been the moment for ONIC PH to actually start their comeback, to build around their comeback. They've gotten 2 kills, and guess what? It's on to the 2 Cryo members of Aura. Aura couldn't have wished for... Well, no, ONIC PH couldn't have wished for better targets there. It's literally the 2 targets that they were dying for, that they've been waiting for. And we can see it again. High, way too overextended, not respecting the pick potential from ONIC and Kabuki. It was a nice try. You could definitely see what they were going for, but without the coordination with the team, as a Claude, once that Blazing Duet turns off, you won't have enough damage.
In my humble opinion, it's a very risky move from Kabuki because I was already taken down and then
And he had no sprint.
Yep, no sprint. And if we see the other members of Aura Fire are they are not ready for the movement of Kabuki trying to get in using the Battle Mirror Image and Blasting Duet. Even, it will be a high reward if they got it, but they failed.
They did. Aura Fire, though, they're still grasping onto that gold lead. Luckily for Aura Fire, when they did lose their core members, it was when the Lord wasn't up. If they lose their members now, it's going to be a disaster. ONIC PH definitely looking for that pick potential once again, but Fluffy is doing exactly what Darius was doing to him, pushing that bottom side. Godiva opening up the map. That's the shot over to Kabuki, but an endless charge with the Retri will secure the Lord. Godiva just goes in for one more circling eagle, just losing that Cult Alter HP. They might actually be looking for more here. The first time, bringing Godiva back. But Godiva is able to get out of that one with a flicker. Aura, once again, are gonna go for the push with the Enhanced Lord, Golius.
Enhanced Lord going to the top lane. I think they will manage the minion on the mid and the bottom lane, so 3 lane will get inside together and Aura Fire. The winning condition, like I mentioned before, they need to take down Super Prince because the Feather Airstrike gonna clear the minion wave very, very quickly.
It's a bit too fast. ONIC PH have the Feather Airstrike, also have the Bennett from Nets to clear out the waves. The render shot gonna be used first by Nets. Mini waves micromanaged very well by ONIC PH. Aura Fire, this is where they struggle. How do they crack the base? Siege potential not available. The only one who can really siege down the turret is Kabuki. Aura's draft rely heavily on an engage, and that's what they're going for. Shadow Stampede coming in, Kekidot taken low, but it's only the Roamer. A lot of resources burnt out already. No Cult Altar for Aura Fire. Dare jumps in with a Falling Star Moon, unable to connect onto anyone. Dare gonna lose his life to the Endless Charge. Aura now going to that bottom side. Bennett gonna be popped. The ultimate there to clear out the waves. Feather Airstrike still available as well, so Aura need to respect this. And ONIC PH with an amazing defense here, holding the game off.
Yep, still have the breath, still have the chance to win this game. They want to play very, very defensively, even now, Feather Airstrike, like I mentioned before, it's clear the minion wave very, very quickly, but he need to make sure that Kabuki didn't get inside using his Battle Mirror Image and the Blasting Duet in the right moment because he can kill Parsha very quickly.
No flicker on Nets. Fluffy caught, Abyssum Strike just to clear out the waves. Nets with Ibiru's Passion just to clear out the wave as well. Aura Fire backing off, getting a base turret. The longer the game goes though, Coleus, the better the chances, the higher the chances of an ONIC PH comeback with their draft.
Yep, because they have 3 late game heroes, like I mentioned before. Kabuki, Nats, using the Beatrix, Esmeralda on the late game is very, very sustainable, and even the Farsia, it's very, very painful to receiving the damage from the Feather Airstrike.
The main problem for Aura Fire currently with their draft, and the reason I chose ONIC PH in terms of just draft in the drafting phase after it got wrapped up, is Aura are very one-dimensional in the way that they can only look for picks and team fights. In terms of siege potential, they only have Kabuki. They don't really have that ranged ability like ONIC PH does. Godiva, good positioning, opening up that map. Conceal play, evaded away from by Aura Fire. And now Aura can actually just go, push that bottom side, top side, use the goal lead that they still have in the 15th minute.
and the map pressure that they have to go for the Enhanced Lord. But at this point, they might need an Evolved Lord to end the game.
Yes, because there will be no conceal, so there will be no sneaky play from ONIC PH. That's why Aura of Fire confidently take down the Lord very quickly. And yep, the Lord is not evolved yet, but I think it can bring a lot of power to Aura of Fire to push to get the base middle turret or even end the game if the Super Friends is taken down.
Comes down to how Aura of Fire engage, because again, they can't siege down the turrets with their composition. They can only look for fights. ONIC PH now on full defense mode. Aura of Fire with that Lord coming down to that top side. We're gonna have to see how this plays out. Nets has the flicker back up. It's back in time. 8,000 gold lead for Aura of Fire. The longer the game goes, the more irrelevant it becomes. Now, trying to go to that mid lane, but will be cleared out by the Bennett. Top side pushed in by Aura of Fire, looking for that Lord play, but it is going to be taken very low. Cold Altar bringing it back, but it is going to be Kakeda who just gets taken down. Kabuki with the Blazing Duet, and the Endless Charge almost takes there down. But the airstrike coming in to clear out the waves, but Fluffy will lose his immortality.
The base.
Super Prince looking for the timing. Fluffy flickers out the base, targeted down. Aura equalize in game 2, 1-1. Oh man, to the final second, it's always a it's very hard one on our hearts. Well, every single game Aura of Fire plays, it's always a hard game to cast.
But this is the Fire that we always looking for on the MPL Indonesia before. Aura of Fire always play like they're playing aggressively, they play waiting for the momentum itself until like from the game 1, it's a very hard time from Aura of Fire to win that game, but on the game 2, they revenge it very sweetly.
A good game by Aura of Fire, a good game by ONIC PH as well, but this is what we expected. I said it before the match even started. There's no way it's going to be 2-0. It's going to go all the way with just the nature of these two teams. And here we are, another best of 3 going all the way. Golio, so far in MPLI 2022, we've only seen 2 sweeps.
Yep.
All the other games have gone full 3 games. What does that say about the meta?
Almost all of the team have the same power, I think, because they learn a lot from the meta. Even they have their own strategy, they have their own like uniqueness to play. But I think someone will gonna elaborate it more.
Arashi, it's time for you to take it away as our analyst. Let's deep dive.
What's up, ladies and gentlemen? It's time for the elaboration sensation, the analytical part of MPLI. And wow, Aura, after a lackluster performance in game number 1, they have shown that might be a one-time thing. They played very disciplined and they use what works, right? Game number 1, something unexpected. Game number 2, good old Aura. And the Faramis, man, is left open. And this time, they have the tools necessary and they maintain their control. And we do see moments where it looks kind of dodgy for Aura of Fire, but for the most part, they were able to actually maintain that control, maintain the gold lead, and they convincingly shut down ONIC Philippines, which is very well timed, because if the game got any longer, I do believe ONIC Philippines still had a chance to come back. But credit to Aura, man, it was a great performance. Facehugger on point with the Cult Altar, and this time with a bit more gold, a bit more resources, he's actually a presence that cannot be ignored. But Fluffy on the Dairoth, man, having pressure in the lane, being able to shut there down, and then afterwards, he was the only one with a flicker that can actually make a very dynamic play. Yes, Godiva can come in with a Circling Eagle, but it's very telegraphed. So the only surprising play that Aura has is sending Fluffy in, guns blazing, and several times he was almost able to just one-shot Nets or Super Prince, which would be a very good result for his efforts. High on the Amondo, it's classic good old high. On the Amon, he is really good. And with full item build, he is a huge threat because you have to be concerned about the burst damage, not only during the fight, but then afterwards as well. You do see Athena's and Radiant armors being built. So Sensui actually has a lot of tankiness, but in the grand scheme of things, with all the damage available to Aura Fire, it's gonna be a bit difficult for him to actually sustain long enough. And even if he does, the rest of his team can't really replicate the same kind of survivability. So Aura plays it really well. Take a look at the post-game stats. It's the exact opposite. Turret, Lord, and Turtle. None given to ONIC Philippines at all. The only highest damage dealer is going to be Super Prince on the Farsa. Fortunately, a bit too behind to be that decisive source of burst damage. And if we saw that one play near the late game where they're able to pick off high, it's on the back of that Feather Airstrike. So if he had more items, more gold, he can most probably actually come out stronger in that late game. But of course, Aura knows that as well, so they ended the game feeling that sense of urgency. And Kabuki, a lot of questions are there about his performance, his ability to play the game on that Claude, but he's shown that despite several hiccups, he's able to get a great result. He is still prone to try and making those huge plays though, and I do feel like on the Beatrix, doing flashy plays still has a lot more benefit. On the Claude, it's a bit too dangerous, and we saw that happen, but afterwards, they adjust properly, and now they get that victory. The MVP though is going to be high on the Amon. 5-1 and 3, 100% kill participation, a huge threat in the jungle. This is high, man. The first team jungler for last season in MPL ID, and you cannot allow him to have a comfort hero like this without preparing some kind of counter. So it's back to the drawing board for both these teams. And for ONIC PH, maybe finding a bit more of a blueprint that works better, because obviously Aura, they work well with the side lanes, right? Their side lane pressure is, at this point, always talked about. So if they can actually have a strong side lane presence and maybe halt Aura Fire, I think ONIC PH can still maintain the kind of control. But of course, then they're trading that late game for a bit more presence in the early game. It all comes down back to the drafting phase as well. Soon though, we'll take a look at the highlights, and this game has a lot of very insane moments, to be honest. And look here, this is the 7-minute mark, so starting quite late in the game for the highlights. But Aura going very aggressively, but if they're able to actually get a decisive team fight, it's going to be very beneficial for them. And if it's a long drawn-out fight, it benefits ONIC PH. But with Aura having control over the map, over the vision, they're actually using the Lord very, very well to use it as a way to make sure that ONIC PH can't ignore them. Because they're trying to avoid fights and play defensively, but when the Lord is in the question, it's going to be difficult for ONIC to just let go. Here is that moment where they're able to pick off high, and then Kabuki comes in and almost makes a huge play, but unfortunately, members of ONIC PH are a bit too quick to actually react to that play. And again, this is that A1 power. The burst is so deceptive because you see a bunch of damage come in and you think it's over, but then the shards come in afterwards. And they just played very, very patiently. And you do see a trace of that impatience, the lack of patience for Aura Fire, but afterwards, they just wait for the right opportunities, wait for the neutral objectives, the lords they can use, and they abuse the Cult Altar. So for ONIC PH, I think the big question is, do we let this Faramis become a huge factor again? Because it's a signature pick for Aura Fire, and ONIC PH, I think it's one of the harder things for them to try and deal with. We'll just send you guys at home right back to Mirko and Coleus. Enough for me for now.
Don't worry, Arashi, we're gonna get more from you later on after game number 3, but here it is, we're back for game number 3 on the caster desk to dive into the game. Coleus, the Faramis, the Amon, the draft from Aura Fire that we doubted, they were able to execute it.
Yeah, it can bring the win points for the Aura Fire right now. And if we look at the first game,
okay,
give Aura Fire the Faramis because Faramis is not very efficient right now. Yep, they learned that the first game Faramis is not very effective, but the second game they abused, like Arashi mentioned before, they abused the Cult Altar very, very wisely, and it can prolong the team fight and bring more benefit to Aura Fire.
And it's crazy the fact that they've adjusted so fast with the Faramis, right? Because the playstyle from Facehugger here, in Game 1, there were a lot of Cult Altar misses, a lot of miscalculations from Facehugger, and again, that range. The radius of the Cult Altar, he didn't get it precisely, but after Game 1, in Game 2, he always was at the right position. He was always able to match the movement, the mobility from the other members, even Kabuki, which was
most surprising to me. Kabuki jumps in with a battle mirror image. It's very hard to actually communicate with him to use that cult altar, but hey, they were able to do it. And now it's the big question. We said, oh, Faramis shouldn't be picked up anymore. They still did it. Will ONIC PH ban it now?
Yep. Because
that's the big question.
It's game 3, and we're gonna see like our Fire gonna get the first pick or the second pick. And then, in my humble opinion, our Fire is like a diesel engine, because like the first game maybe it's a warm-up game for them.
Okay.
But now the dragon is on fire. So I think the game 3 will gonna be a bloody game.
You know, I have the same opinion as you. I've always said that Aura Fire is a momentum-based team, but hey, so is ONIC Philippines.
Yep.
So right now,
I want to mention before. Yeah.
That's why I expected ONIC Philippines to actually take the game in game 2. I said they had the better draft because it's a bit more multi-layered, right? There's more layers to that composition where even if they lose in the early stage, they can play for the mid game, they can play for the late game. Ultimately, didn't work out in the end because Aura Fire were able to execute their own playstyle really well into the game. Even though, Kolius, for Aura Fire, it was a one-dimensional draft. It only relied on them fighting, and it worked out for Aura. It's strange, because the fundamentals of MLBB, if we're just looking at it on paper, Aura should never have won that game.
Yep. And
with one dimension, with one way to win the game.
It's like already their signature.
Yeah, but they always do it.
Yeah, they always do it, and they didn't afraid because like it's their power, it's their like comfort zone to play it like that. And don't forget, Mirko, like both of the teams, ONIC PH and the Aura Fire, have one signature hero that didn't show up in the first game and the second game. My Minotaur.
You're right. I said at the captain's draft for this bracket, for the bottom side here, for RSG, SG's bracket, it is the Minotaur bracket because Slate, Todak, they both played Minotaur. ONIC PH and Aura Fire, we know for a fact that both these teams play Minotaur. Sensui, Jungle Minotaur, High Jungle Minotaur. We've seen it many times, but again, maybe they're saving it for the climactic moment for game number 3 right now. Nah, I can't wait, right? I thought for sure that ONIC PH were drafting towards that Minotaur pick, and honestly, I felt like it could have worked as opposed to the Karina pick, because with the Minotaur, they can really just stop the momentum from happening with that Faramis dive.
And even like canceling the Blessing Duet from Cloud. If Minotaur have the Rage and if he have the Minuan Fury, I think it will be a good point because they already secured the Digi on the second game, but later on, we're gonna see on the third game, our Minotaur gonna show up on this game, or it will like forgotten by both of the teams.
Now that's, you know, it's strange when Minotaur doesn't get picked up and we're questioning them, because usually we question the Minotaur pick. We don't question the people. It's strange. This is a strange series. It's a strange bracket. But hey, that's what we love about Mobile Legends. It's always so unique, especially now in the current patch. There's so many heroes that can be viable. We've seen the Leomord, the Martis. We've even seen the Terizla in the mid lane by Udil yesterday.
Yeah. And one more thing. I think the possibilities is a little bit high.
Okay.
A new jungler hero will be born tonight.
A new jungle hero will be born tonight.
Hylos. Yep, our Fire used it before, but yeah, after getting buff again about the Ring of Punishment, it will give the enemies slow evac, even like slowing their attack speed.
More utility.
So I think Hylos will be a good choice for facing. Either it will be used from ONIC PH or even the Aura Fire, as long as there will be a lot of heroes who can use the dash kill.
Okay, well, we're gonna jump in, ladies and gentlemen, to the final game of the day, the final game of the series. Aura Fire on blue side, ONIC Philippines on the red side. They've swapped places. Right now, there's a trend, Kolius. Teams who go for red side have 100% win rate in the series. ONIC PH got game 1 on the red side. Aura Fire won game 2 on the red side. So we'll see how they play around this game. Aura with the same exact bans in 3 consecutive games, except now no Diggy bans. Aura with the first pick. Faramis left open. Do they want to go Beatrix or Faramis?
Beatrix, Faramis, or even if, because there will be the Matilda is already getting banned, so I think it limiting the ONIC PH option to do like if they want to play a tanky heroes to be on the jungler side or even like on the XP lane side, because they will lack of mobility if like using the Minotaur right now without Matilda. But Beatrix and
Your team
Benedetta.
That's a hero that was banned out in the last 2 games. This time it's picked up instantly in the first phase, but this gives over the chance for Aura Fire to actually play the Farsa. We all know Facehugger likes the Farsa, but the thing is, if they do want to pick up the Farsa, this Fairness will go to the hands of Godiva, and unfortunately, I haven't seen that happen before. Claude becomes the Cryo once again for Aura, still sticking with the same picks. Matilda? I think they need a Matilda.
Ban it.
Right.
Fire and now Paquito Fluffy. Finally, it's open and Fluffy got the comfort hero even though the Kabuki didn't get the Beatrix. But knockout strike, I think it can bring a lot of momentum if using on the right moment, especially when he aim for the mid lane or even the Beatrix later on. But one last pick before we got into the second betting phase from ONIC PH. Are they gonna pick like Kai?
Your team is
So Benedetta will not playing on the jungle and it can be.
Oh man.
It can be.
Oh,
because
man.
this is ONIC PH versus Aura Fire.
Welcome to the crazy series. You're right. Nothing is confirmed yet. We don't even know if the Paquito is going to go to the XP lane. It should. Okay, for this one, I think we can say it's going to be going to the XP lane. Because Hai, throughout Season 10, has never picked up, or has only picked up Paquito once, alright?
Yeah.
So, Fluffy has just been the man who's played the Paquito for Aura Fire throughout the season. I think right now, this is the... This is interesting, right? Because for the first time ever, Aura don't have any flex picks in the first phase.
Or they want to surprise us again.
Oh my god.
Fluffy be the jungler, Hai will be the XP lane. Oh my god.
No way.
There will be a mind blown if Aura can do that. But I think it's a little bit, like the possibilities is a very, very small. But now Link from Hai will not shown on this game 3 and Aura.
Time to go to the
They ban
Your
Vanilla.
team is banning.
I think it would be wise to ban out the Farsa as well from ONIC PH, knowing again, now the Farsa will have a lot of cover from, firstly, the Benedetta with most probably the Petrify battle spell, and also a Kai with a heavy spin, right? ONIC PH don't. I think they're just going to try to narrow down as much as possible Hai's hero pool. Maybe the Diggy to set up for a Minotaur, but they already have, unless they want to play Minotaur Roamer, right? They can actually also just flex the Akai as a roamer if they want to play that Minotaur. Diggy becomes a good ban anyways because they already have a Benedetta that should be going for the Petrify and the Akai that has a heavy spin, but they instead go for a Martis. So yeah, 2 heroes from Hai taken out in the second banning phase. Aura, I think I'm staying with my gut feeling that it will be a Farsa ban here.
I want to ask something.
All right.
Why Kagura is not being picked anymore?
Your team
So
is
Kagura have the burst damage from the Yin Yang overturn, even he have the Rasho umbrella to escape from the crowd control effect. What do you think?
I think it's because there's just so much mobility in this current meta that Kagura finds it very difficult to get that combo down. Here, you can already see it from Benedetta, from the Beatrix, especially from Aura Fire. This Aura Fire side is very hard to catch. Faramis, Claude, Paquito, so much mobility, it's very hard to get that crazy combo from the Kagura.
Because a long time ago, Kagura is the counter of Cloud.
Agreed, yeah, burst.
With the burst damage, it can like instantly kill the Cloud by DP. Like I mentioned before, it's being used by the ONIC PH. They didn't want to give the DP to Aura Fire because the time journey will stop the movement from the heavy spin, even like the final blow, and Benedetta is having a hard time when he doesn't have the knife or knight anymore.
Well, now it comes down to Aura Fire. I think they were setting up for a Minotaur pick, maybe. But now, because of the Diggy, I don't think they can go for the Minotaur. They will go for the Rafaela. No jungle? Are you so? I don't know about that.
To Marshman. This is Aura Fire, man.
Oh my god.
We cannot predict it, but yep, one last hero.
Last time we saw Aura Fire, Hai, if he doesn't get the Natan. No, it's the Amon. I thought if they wanted to go for something crazy, then Natan becomes a pretty valid option. We've seen that from Hai in Season 10, but they go just for the safer pick, I would say. The Amon. Thing is, it's very different to game number 2, where they weren't able to find a lot of success on the Amon because ONIC PH didn't have a lot of dashes. Now, they have the Benedetta that can negate that damage with the Eye for an Eye. even I think with the final blow, you can dodge away from the endless shards.
Yeah, especially for the Benedetta mobility. So when the Aura Fire is trying to do the rotation, Benedetta can take like the mid lane on the early game, even on the late game itself. Like the final blow will disturbing Aura to get the objective like Turtle or Lord because it have a high DPS. And now Give, last pick from ONIC PH. So reward manipulation gonna give Aura slow evac a very slow.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, once again, both the drafts have been set for game number 3. ONIC PH with their draft once again. It's a front-to-back composition with the Diggy and the Akai to cover for their backline. Beatrix Yves. They also have a Benedetta to run wild on the enemy team. But for Aura Fire, they have a full dive comp, a pick dive comp, I could kind of say, with a little bit, well, with some utility here. There's a lot of sustain. You might see Aura Fire and you might say that they don't have a frontliner, but then you see the Faramis and the Rafaela, and everyone becomes a frontliner. We'll see, ladies and gentlemen, as we jump into the land of Dawn for the climax of the series. Aura Fire versus ONIC Philippines. Game 3.
Yeah, this is a match point for both of them. So they need to want it to get through or to continue their journey on the MPLI. But now there will be Tiki babysitting Nats again using the auto alarm bomb so it can hold Kabuki on the early game. But he proved it wrong on the second game.
Exactly, right. In the second game, you mentioned it. The way that Diggy was trying to bully... Oh, Kekada already. With an early flicker burnt away as Facehugger has rotated towards that bottom side. This will give more space towards Claude, towards Kabuki, to get to that item power spike again. This is something that I do want to point out, though, Colius. In game number 1, even though Kabuki was bullied in lane, was solo killed, he was still able to secure the Golden Staff in the 7th minute mark. So in terms of farm, Kabuki is so good at just utilizing the waves and manipulating the waves.
Or looking up the space, manipulating the wave like you mentioned before. But now, I think with Yves on the ONIC PH side, when reward manipulation is being popped up, I think Blessing Duet must aim for the Yves. So
exactly.
Is it wise if the ONIC PH is trying to bait the Blessing Duet later on? Because without Blessing Duet, our Fire didn't have enough DPS to give the damage to ONIC PH.
Well, they're already looking for that bottom side here. That's going to be a dive. And the Shard popped in early just to force that flicker from Nets. A collapse can happen as well here for the side of ONIC PH. Facehugger caught. Pops the sprint. First blood over to ONIC PH on the hands of Nets. Definitely not what Aura Fire wanted in the early stage, but they do get some gold, at least from the plating. And Nets is going to be forced to back up, so Claude can just shove the wave once again and get a better recall.
But without Heavy Spin, I think it's the chance for Aura Fire to get the turtle. Because Heavy Spin is usually being popped up when you want to show away the Aura Fire jungler later on when they want to do the contest. But ONIC PH started first, they try to engage the local turtle.
ONIC PH first onto the turtle. That's going to be the Facehugger popping it in with the Cold Altar. Cold Altar HP gone, and look at that! The final blow takes a whole lot of HP. The reverse time brings both Facehugger and High back to the final blow. ONIC PH once again are able to secure a 2-0 and a turtle.
Well, it's a good start for ONIC PH. And now, it's like deja vu because our Fire is being pressured on the early game, but the goal difference is not too far away. So it's only different like 800 from ONIC PH, and they're trying to chase it because they have the momentum hero too, like Amon, who can use the endless shard very on points. But Amon need to be careful with the 9 because he can immune the damage from the endless shard.
Not a good start for Aura Fire, but a great start for ONIC PH. Aura are trading that top side pressure for bottom side pressure. You can see the turret plating. Aura were able to get a whole lot of that gold shield turret down in the bottom lane. But Kabuki, all right, they're going to try to play for Kabuki here. Nets is there. He does have the flicker back up right now, actually. Godiva jumps in, the damage comes through. Nets taken out. Good pick off by Aura. ONIC PH, that's Aura on the board, actually. No response as of right now for ONIC.
And Kabuki will clear the way very, very quickly because he wants the plate. He wants the gold from the gold shield turret on the bottom lane. And now look at the mid lane. Heavy Spin has been popped out, but yeah, Facehugger, he even didn't pop up the gold altar because he know he can survive.
Very good calculation there. Fluffy trying to punish Dare for rotating, for putting pressure down on his jungler. But Dare will win out even in the trade against Fluffy. The nerfs towards Paquito definitely hit him quite a bit. But okay, Dare
still, yep, a little skirmish on the top lane, even there. Low HP bar, cannot escape. Oh, okay, fine.
We didn't see that high, it's
Yep,
fine.
it's fine.
It's fine, it's a kill over though to High. They are going to lose out on the turtle, so I would personally say it's an equal trade here. ONIC PH secured a turtle and traded over with a Benedetta killed in that top side. They're going to have a tougher time now because Aura, this is what they just love to do. Utilizing Fluffy's potential. Facehugger, though, going to be caught here. Baptism doesn't cancel the heavy spin, so Facehugger will still fall. Didn't have open space for that Cult Altar to be popped top side there. Very low again, and the shards! But now Dare uses the eye for an eye to get out. Good final blow as well. Bottom side traded. ONIC PH finally able to get a turret on the board as well.
But I think it's a wise decision that Kabuki goes to the mid lane because if he's not going to the mid lane, the mid outer turret will be destroyed and it will be more like Aura Fire will be lost condition. Because after the outer mid lane is destroyed, ONIC can invade the jungle, but look there.
Well, the eye for an eye was baited out with the Endless Shards, but Fluffy wasn't able to fully capitalize on that. I think he's still missing a few items to deal damage that he would usually go for. Here's Sensui. Good pin down with the real world manipulation, and the snipe from Nets. A good pickoff from ONIC PH as they push their lead even further, but it's only still just a 500 gold lead. We haven't reached that 1,000 point just yet, so it's still anyone's game at this point.
Do you realize, Miroko, that they are trying to like pressure the Facehugger, even that blessing wave from Kabuki or Sensui gonna be taken down, and yup, the DPS is already enough to take down Sensui.
And it was just such a good decision, a smart decision from Kabuki, right? He even popped the sprint, knowing that Sensui has used that heavy spin earlier in the skirmish to catch Facehugger. So it's a good punish on Aura. And with that, they're actually able to turn the gold lead back. Like I said, if it's just a 600, 500 gold lead, it's very easily overturned. And that's what you're seeing here. The game just bouncing back and forth towards ONIC, towards Aura.
And now the third turtle has been popped out on the land of them, but without Sensui, the near of them. So our Fire is trying to bait the turtle.
Kakadot with the flicker there. That's going to be the Cold Altar HP burned down. And the shard fell by High onto the minions. Onto the creep, actually. Facehugger going to be caught. Going to be gunned down by Nets. It's a disaster for Aura. Kabuki with the Blazing Duet. Fluffy with the flanks, getting one on the board. It's a 1-for-1. Not as bad as you would think initially. High needs to stay composed here. These are the little moments, the little mistakes that you can make at the highest level that can give your opponent the edge. ONIC PH capitalize with the turtle, but again, they lose out on Sensui.
Yep, because 2 times that you're doing the misplay, I think it will be dangerous for High right now because the real manipulation and DPS from Nats taken down High. So Miracle, the third game, is it a pressure for Aura Fire? Because I think I'm not seeing like Aura Fire who are playing on the second game.
I think it's not so much as Aura Fire making mistakes, but it's ONIC PH who just definitely stepped up as well in Game 3. Both teams are going at it, are just punching back and forth here. And again, it's never that dominant game. We expected this to happen all 3 games. ONIC PH, though, however, were able to dominate Game 1. Game 2 was dominated by Aura Fire. Finally, we're seeing this. Kabuki jumps in with a Blazing Duet to the back line. Sensui caught low. Holy Baptism dodged away from by ONIC PH. A good disengage once again, as they're just really good at this. And you can see the gold lead, right? It's still just so back and forth.
Even though I make a lot of misplay, but I need to mentioning something. I need to shout out that Kabuki is not taken down 1 kill points. So, like with 0 kill points from Kabuki, so he is well farmed right now, the level is good. Later on, when the team fights happen, if nobody noticed Kabuki, he can use the Blazing Duet to get inside and bring a lot of pain to ONIC PH.
That's the Bureau's passion, just to clear out the wave. Godiva gonna be caught though. Baptism doesn't connect, flickers out
Heavy
high,
spin.
gonna be caught, but heavy spin for the endless charge. Bursts him down high, gets the damage out before he dies with that call alter. Now on the back line, Fluffy, absolute menace, sandwiching Nets and Super Prince. Aura Fire finally able to crack that 1,000 gold lead, but not just yet. It's just 800 as Dare pushes in that mid wave. Fluffy goes in for the contest. Aura looking for this Lord take. No jungler for ONIC PH. Dare looking for the play. Jumps to the final blow. Cancelled out onto the back line. Real world replacement cancelled by Fluffy as well. Dare gonna be caught there by Fluffy once again. Nets looking for the miracle play. The back line gonna be targeted now as Fluffy is able to jump in. Dare still dashing away. Fluffy looking for the kill. Gets it with a knockout strike, and the Lord goes over to Aura. Endless charge over to Super Prince. Nets looking for the damage, goes right back to the Nibiru as he's looking for more. Aura Fire disengage with their sustain, 2.4k, and they have finally taken control of the game. A grasp here as it's no longer just a 500, 400 gold lead.
What a play from Fluffy. He do his job of very, I think on points because he wants to zoning out all the outnumber, but no, looking at the heavy spin, Blazing Duet has been held by the reverse time.
That's the question right now. Aura Fire, they have a gold lead, but are they actually going to be able to utilize this the longer the game goes? They're going to have to end it pretty early. If we look at it at a scaling perspective, Nets and Super Prince, oh my goodness, it does not matter. Nets didn't have the flicker, got punished by the endless charge, by the pick potential, the kill pressure. Petrify only connecting onto Godiva, the gold altar is there. Dare still able to get out, but look at the glowing wand tick. Slowly tearing him down. He gets out in the end, but it is Aura Fire who are able to translate, to convert the pressure that they placed, the kill that they placed onto Nets, onto that tier 2. All base turret passives have been popped as well. 5,000 gold lead now for Aura.
Well, it's a disaster for ONIC PH because Conceal has been popped up. Maybe they're trying to take the position and trying to pick off one member from Aura Fire, but they realize it. They want to get back first. They need to wait the momentum again because ONIC PH have the Digi, have the Akai, who have the heavy spin or even the reverse time too. Like holding Aura Fire go away from the team fight.
Aura Fire, 5,000 gold lead. We're going to take a look at the items. And this is the reason why Kabuki's been dealing so much damage, Kolios. The VHS, Golden Staff, and he's built it with a nature. Meanwhile, Nets, that's the thing. No with a nature, no defensive items yet. That's why he's been so vulnerable. And he has to really, really be careful now because I think one endless shards can actually take him down. Highest level 14.
He wants the penetration by building the Malefic Roar and even the Fury Hammer to be the Hunter Strike later on, but without Wind of Nature, like Blazing Duet from Cloud will be a painful to Nats itself. So yeah, like it can make the Nats taken down without doing nothing on the team fight. So Nats need to be careful on his positioning, especially Kakadot. So he needs to like stay beside Nats to cover him.
Even Super Prince, take a look at that. He's actually opted to go for Oracle instead of the glowing wand that you would usually see, or even a Divine Glaive this early on up against a sustainable comp. But the Dominance Ice, did you see it? Did ONIC PH have enough, or was it just one Dominance Ice? Because the sustainability from Aura has been winning them these team fights.
I think that's enough because they need the damage. The enemies have DD who can give absorb ability if they lack of the damage. Like the team fight will be not good for Aura Fire, but look at the Renner's apathy, Kabuki. Wow. Yeah, very painful.
Thing is though, he already has the Wind of Nature. He has the Holy Healing from the side of Godiva as well. And look at this, Aura Fire playing the macro game now. Pushing that top side before contesting the Lord, just Lord dancing, resetting it, not really committing onto it, and this is what you want to see from the team that's ahead. They're utilizing the gold lead really well, and this is an Aura Fire that right now I feel have improved from the playoffs, where usually they would still just be going for those coin flipping team fights.
Yep, but there is taken. Yeah, if there is taken down, I think it's the green light for Aura Fire to start the Lord because essentially he's still holding the Lord.
Oh, Kabuki!
Jumps in with a blazing duet. That's a lot of damage. Blaze can't get out, taken out. Reverse time bringing it back, but it does not matter. Sensui gonna be taken down as well as he pops the heavy spin defensively, but the endless charge finds the mark. Fluffy goes to the back line, absolutely wreaking havoc. Aura with the trigger, with the absolute menacing plays. Kabuki. We've mentioned it many times in Game 1 and Game 2. There are a lot of moments where he jumps in with those risky plays, but that's Kabuki for you.
Yep, it has been paid off. Like, from the momentum that he's using, the Battle Mirror Image, Blazing Duet, it's like scrambling the formation of ONIC PH. It's taken down the Kakadot, so the ONIC PH didn't have the time journey anymore to cover a lot of his backline heroes, and now the Lord is coming.
Top side taken down, base turret. ONIC PH looking for the defense, but Aura Fire are looking for the play. Kabuki has fully stacked his passive. He's looking for a Blazing Duet combo. Cold Altar placed in. Sensui looking for that heavy spin. Able to pin one member down, but the Cold Altar comes down again. Godiva still able to survive. Time Journey pop. 3 ultimates from ONIC PH burnt away. 3 ultimates actually also from Aura Fire, but they will be able to find a base turret in the mid lane as well. Bottom side now gonna be in the sights of Aura Fire. ONIC PH trying to stop this from happening, but the Claude is just so lethal, sieging that base turret down. 10,000 gold lead for Aura Fire, and they're staying disciplined. Kolios, this is something that we usually don't see from Aura.
Look at the gold.
Fluffy.
Even, yeah, it's not the gold laner, but it's Fluffy because from the early game, Fluffy always got the free position to like collecting the gold, collecting the level. Even like when he do the flanking, a lot of damage can happen with using the knockout strike or even the jab itself. And the second position, Kabuki have the 11,000 gold, close to the 12,000 right now.
This is insane, right? And now you really understand why ONIC PH put such a heavy emphasis on banning this Paquito away from Fluffy. Fluffy on the Paquito, it's a signature pick for a reason.
It's a monster.
He is a monster. Whoa. A monster on the Paquito.
Oh.
3-0.
I think it's because Fluffy have the nickname. Fluffy Ali.
Fluffy Ali. Oh, I like that. I like that.
Yeah, because when he using the Paquito, the hook is always on point and always give the enemies nightmare. So he can stand firmly to like looking for where is Fluffy, because he can shout anywhere on the backline.
Exactly. That's what we've been seeing, right? Man, ONIC PH, how do they come back from this position is my question right now, Kolius. I've always said, even from the early game, that if they can push it to the goal or push it to the late stages, they will actually have a little bit of an advantage coming from the damage output. But Nets needs that with the nature. He needs to start respecting the damage output from Aura Fire. There's been a lot of physical damage on him, and the reason that they've been able to, well, the reason Aura Fire have been able to win a lot of these team fights is because Nets is evading most of the time, not hitting, because he doesn't have that win in nature.
And now, Kabuki is on standby position. Maybe he'll make the miracle again using the Battle Mirror Image, but Godiva, oh my god, there's a lot of damage that been held by Godiva, so the Cold Altar has been pulled up.
This is good for ONIC PH though. That's the Cold Altar, a massive ultimate burnt out. Kabuki needs to be careful here, Kabuki!
Ooh, what a juke! So Kabuki still survive, even though he have the Immortal, I think, but it's too expensive right now because it's in 17 minutes, so if the Immortal is destroyed, I think that's the green light for the ONIC PH. But now, Endless Shard, the Sentry.
Gonna be caught in the real world. Inflation has the bit of truncheon now. Look at the Claude coming in from the black line with the blazing duet, dealing so much damage. Emerald to everyone! It's a disaster for ONIC PH as everyone will be melted, will be executed by Fluffy Ali. Nets trying to run away. Kabuki walking him down. Nets dealing so much damage. They need to respect him. Nets guns him down. Hai looking for the assassination. Nets on a mission now to kite away, to get out. 3 members down for ONIC PH. They're trying to buy the time right now as Nets is still trying to get out. Fluffy looking to play. Nets still able to get out for now. Nets finally shut down, taken out. The final blow is not enough. Aura Fire have done it. Reverse sweep is real for Aura. 9,000 gold lead here in the 17 minutes. ONIC PH put up a good fight, but in the end, it's 2-1 to the Indonesian Dragons.
GG. That's only that I want to say that Aura Fire is like being pressured on the early game, but they prove it wrong that when the Kabuki have the free position and Fluffy itself, like we mentioned before, Fluffy Ali with a knockout strike, like ONIC PH backline didn't get the chance to enjoy the big fight.
Wow, that blazing duet. In a lot of these situations, I was looking at the map.
Yep.
Polius. In that engagement by Aura Fire, the mini waves for Aura were already at the base of ONIC PH. Usually, you would see Kabuki actually go for that base, but because he's on a Claude, because he knows that he has more of that team fight presence with this Claude, he made the right decision to join his team and to go for that fight. Because again, they had a 10,000 gold lead. There's no reason to take the game into your own hands like that when you can play with a team. Aura Fire, discipline. That was a new Aura Fire that was unlocked. Kabuki now can play the Claude, so that's another hero that's on his list.
Yep. So for today, there will be a 2-1 for Indonesia and Philippines.
Yeah, 2-1.
Because like the rivalry on two countries is very, very strong.
It's also very close. All games going full 3 games, full series. Arashi, let's dive deep into game number 3, man.
Hello. Welcome back. It's dive-in time. And that was a great performance from both teams. And it's so sad because you can see that for both teams, they have their own versions, their own ideas that may have played out in that game that would have worked. But unfortunately, Aura is just more calculated, faster, smarter. Whatever it is, they come out on top today, and the Indonesian Hydras finally take down the Filipino Porcupines. It's unfortunate, but it is what it is. Credit to Aura as well. And they have done so many things different, but eventually they come out on top. In this game in particular, you see them stick with the initial game plan though. Having Facehugger on that Faramis, it just seems like they're doing a lot more of the same things, but just better in so many more ways. You take a look here at the items for that last game. The composition from ONIC Philippines seemed to be disengaged, right? With a heavy spin, with the time journey as well, and using the superior range, the runner's apathy and the runner hits, using the Yve as well to actually do damage from far away and whittle down at your opponents so that Aura Fire will not be able to actually go for a decisive fight because they're all already so low. But unfortunately, Aura is just so much cleaner, and they don't allow ONIC Philippines to just play with them like that. They will find ways to go for the engage and go for the dive. And one of the main issues is Fluffy on that Paquito, man. He is just so lethal, and he's so dynamic. At any moment, he can just strike and you wouldn't be ready. The highest damage down here is Kabuki, and of course he was doing insane plays with the Blazing Duet. Not enough crowd control in the hands of ONIC Philippines to stop him, so he completely abused that. High comes in as a close second. But I think as far as impact goes, Fluffy was just such a menace in the back line. And it's not just damage, it's also a lot of crowd control. And he has a lot more options to escape from the stickier situations, so he is diving a lot more decisively as well. If you look at the Lord and Turtle though, really since ONIC Philippines got the better of Aura Fire in the early game, with the 3 Turtles, but on the Lord game, Aura Fire comes out on top due to the fact that they can abuse that Cult Altar. I mean, in the previous game, ONIC Philippines were unable to trade out and stall for the late game. Aura Fire seems to have found a way to do that, and especially with signature heroes in the lanes. I think Aura Fire has so much going for them to guarantee their success in the final game. The MVP though is going to be Kabuki, 4-1-8 with an 80% kill participation. He just knows, man, at any moment, and he knows when to go in at the right time. And what's so terrifying is that he can adjust depending on the situation. He knows that in this game, ONIC PH, their win condition is to front to back, is to not be dove on. So he goes in from the side and gets behind all the members of ONIC PH, and he gets, again and again, just massive blazing duets. If you want to go against Kabuki, especially with his Claude, there are so many questions, but as Mirko mentioned, it has been answered. He is very adept at playing this Claude as well, so purely banning out his heroes in the gold lane will no longer be adequate if you want to take out Aura Fire. But that aside though, as you can see, the grouping, the positioning, the kite back in and out, and of course the usage of the Cult Altar is just so good. And you can make an argument that, okay, initially, Aura Fire just weren't ready. They weren't geared in. They haven't warmed up yet. But you can't deny that in the course of these 3 games, Aura Fire has shown so much improvement, and that is respectable. And with the tournament really in the early stages, there's a lot more to expect from a team that can adjust, that can improve so dynamically. So this is a big problem for a lot of teams that will be looking to take on Aura. But looking at the highlights here, as you can see, if Aura does not get the big engage and actually catch everyone off guard and burst everyone down, that's a lot of AoE coming in from such a high range. And this fight in particular was so disastrous because High's ultimate hit the jungle creep instead. So it's unfortunate, but look at that. They don't panic, they kite back away, and they let Fluffy do what he does best, beat people up in the backline. And despite their best attempts, despite the tanky itemization coming in from Kiki Dot as well as Sensui, they are just not tanky enough to withstand all the burst damage. It's essentially 2 assassins and a full DPS marksman, and along with that, it's Facehugger who actually has items. So they got baited in and out. They get just chased down by Fluffy here that cuts off any exit path. And that's what's so difficult when you play a team that needs to maintain position so well. Look at that, once they try and go for a play, any flanks coming in will be so devastating, and that blazing duet sealed the deal. And afterwards, it's just clean up for Aura Fire. And with that momentum, they just keep going. And of course, there's this very respectable try from Nats to just avoid and run back. Fortunately, in the end, it's inevitable. Fluffy will take him out. And that is Aura taking out ONIC PH. Interestingly enough though, if you actually pay attention, I think Bigetron Alpha early on today was going with a similar strategy. Give and a Diggy with the Impure Rage. In addition to that, a long-range marksman. It was Leslie for Bigetron, and now it was the Beatrix for ONIC PH. Very interesting, but now I gotta send you guys back to Mirko and Coleus to see maybe they have disagreements with me, or maybe they'll just think they agree.
Don't worry, Arashi. We always agree with you because we love you.
You're also the best analyst in the world, Arashi, so no one disagrees with you. You're always right, de facto, 100%. Thank you so much for the analysis, Arashi, for game number 3 of this incredible series. And I think we can't even... This is not debatable. This is the best series we've seen in MPL Invitational 2022 so far. And while we're at it, we're going to go with a call over to Aura Fire for an interview after such an amazing game. Who is it going to be? Facehugger!
Facehugger, hi! Hello. Well, it's a hard 3 games being played by you guys. What are you feeling right now, Facehugger? Are you are tired or even like, or something?
I think it's happy.
Happy? Why?
3 second MPLI, we lose the first game. Now we win the first game.
Wow. I see. So again, it's already an improvement for Aura Fire here in MPLI 2022. But I do have another question for you, Facehugger. The confidence in your team to go for Faramis, even after losing game 1 on Faramis. 3 games you were on the Faramis. Is this like, what is this? Is this just the identity for Aura Fire?
I think it's just our strategy for them, Faramis first pick.
But is it for every team though? Is it just your comfort as well?
Yeah, that's my comfort here too.
Okay, if you can explain us a little bit only, what do you think makes game 1 failed for Aura Fire? Are the Yuzong jungler is mistakes for you guys?
I think we have a lot of moment, but we failed it. It is about the moment to set up the team fight first, but we fail. That's
see.
Like our struggle in game.
So you learn from the game 1 and you like revenge it on the game 2 and 3. That's a good thing from Aura Fire.
But also, I have a question here. What do you personally think of the Beatrix first pick from ONIC PH, right? Because in all 3 games, they've opted to take the Beatrix away from Kabuki, always first picking it when they had the chance in the blue side, and even on the red side, they always prioritized it. Kabuki's on the Claude now. What are your thoughts on the way they try to counter you, just like in the teams were able to counter you in MPL ID playoffs?
Yeah, I think they copy the ONIC ID at playoff MPL ID, right? We just counter the... We just control the Beatrix with the Kabuki now because his hero is very powerful now already.
Well, But I agree that a lot of improvement from Cloud's Kabuki. If I can ask, like, how many times our Kabuki are always training to use the Clouds every day to reach this position? Because, like, from the MPL playoff, like, it's only 1 week.
Exactly.
Until today, yeah.
I think he's good Cloud, but at MPL ID, he's not
confident.
Confident.
No, he
comfortable.
Apa ya? Nggak nyaman tuh apa sih?
Yeah, comfortable. It's not comfortable.
Yeah, he's not comfortable with the draft. So we solve it lah at the MPL ID.
That's a good thing. That's a good thing.
It's very fast as well, the adaptations that you guys made. But Aura, I do have to ask you, Facehugger Captain, who do you want to face the most in MPLI 2022?
RSGSG.
Wow. Oh, all right, because they picked you.
Yep. Because they pick you?
That's right.
All right, then. Thank you so much, Facehugger, for the interview. Congratulations for the win, and good luck for the next round. See ya.
Thank you.
See ya.
There you go, a talk with Facehugger, ladies and gentlemen. A very humble captain. He's also I think the brains behind Aura Fire when it comes down to the shot calling in game. As soon as he joined the team, we saw instant change, an instant improvement, right? Back in Season 7, when he joined, they were able to finally get something going. The brilliance.
The secret recipe.
Secret recipe, the final piece to the puzzle.
But now, Aura Fire is different. Maybe on the MPL playoff, they have failed to move forward to get the champion. But now, maybe this is a chance for them on MPLI. Who knows?
They've got nothing to lose, right? A lot of the M4 teams were actually able to stop, to try to maybe hide their strategies for M4. But for Aura, they did not qualify to M4, unfortunately. But that just gives them another edge to play here. As you can see, ladies and gentlemen, the updated brackets for MPL Invitational 2022. Here it is. Tomorrow, we're going to be witnessing these matches right here. Starting off with
Orange Esports versus Geek Fam, and then we're gonna see RSGPH versus Alter Ego. So it's gonna be Filipinos Pride and Indonesia Pride.
Then obviously we also have EVOS Legends who are gonna go up against Bren Esports. So another IDPH matchup.
Nostalgic match too on Oh no.
But it's the champions of M1 versus the champions of M2. So two world champion organizations. And in the final match, another crazy match because the drafts will definitely be interesting to watch and the gameplay as well. Todak up against Aura Fire.
Yes. And later on, if like the prey from Aura Fire got
taken down.
Yep, they're gonna meet RSCPH, but I think Todak will be not an easy opponent for Aura Fire because we already see Chiku play very, very crazy using the Marksman hero.
The Bruno, the Claude, we saw it. No, the Claude. 1-1. Yeah, was mixed up with Kabuki that played the Claude in all 3 games as well. They really stuck with the same heroes all 3 games, a lot of them. But here it is, ladies and gentlemen, to give you guys another visual on the matches that are going to be played tomorrow. Tomorrow's schedule right here in your faces, as you can see. Here it is. Once again, Orange Esports will take on Geek Fam, Malaysia versus Indonesia. RSG Philippines will go up against Alter Ego, Philippines versus Indonesia.
Yep. On the third match, we're gonna see EVOS Legends versus Bren Esports. And on the last match, we're gonna see Todak versus Aura. Well.
Every single day, it's going to get even more exciting. I thought that day number 1 would just be the most exciting with the games going full 20 minutes and 30 minutes in the first series. Imagine that, first series of MPLI 2022, and we had like a total runtime for just that series alone of 1 hour and 30 minutes, including the draft. So this MPLI has continued to surprise us.
Not just from the game itself, but from the draft too. Yeah, we already see a lot of possibilities, a lot of synergy that can be played by the team. So it can be interesting to wait for the tomorrow match.
And obviously, with MPLI being so awesome this year, 2022, it's all thanks to our official sponsors and partners. So a big shout out and a big thank you once again to HSBC, Samsung Galaxy, Omni by FWD, McDelivery, and Logitech G.
Yep. And now we are at the end of the show for today.
For today, I know it's sad, guys, but don't worry, all right? Because now, right after watching MPLI, you guys are probably inspired by the plays, especially by the farming of all the gold laners. You guys can learn how to spend and to farm gold in MLBB with HSBC, with the videos that they have uploaded to level up your coin farming skills and to also elevate your financial skills in real life.
Yep. And if you want to looking for the gaming experience,
unrivaled,
you can look at the Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 4 5G because it will be bring up the most experience that you can have of feels to play on the Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 4 5G.
You can fold your phone and you can also fold your opponents with this phone because it's 120 Hz, good specs all around, and say goodbye to network lag, Golius. It's 5G.
5G.
Say goodbye, all right? But obviously, when you really have such a massive, crazy good device, an awesome device, you might say.
You need the energy.
You need the energy, obviously, to play those games, especially if you need to go all the way. 3 games in a series. Be energized like a winner with Omne. Every day is your way. Go and choose it because
you
it's
can download
free.
it for free. Yep, free on the Google Play Store or even the App Store.
Crazy, no? It's free. So much benefits for free. And while we're talking about free, you know, sometimes you do need to pay a premium to get a premium product, but it's fine.
You will be satisfied because
quality.
You can see this is the Logitech, the Aura collection, a lot of color, clear voice, clear communication too, so you can play together with your friend or even show it off to your friends.
It's just an all-around great device you can see as well. And usually for gaming gear, you would say that, oh man, it's cool, it's good specs, but it's kind of ugly. This one, it's so clean, it's so cool, and it's timeless with its design. And you know what else is timeless? Obviously, ONE Esports social media, because you guys can stay intact and in the know-how of everything going on in the esports world on Twitter, TikTok, Instagram, Facebook, you name it, man. Any social media, we've got it covered with ONE Esports, giving you guys memes, information, and everything good around esports.
Yep. And if you are looking for the skin, you can register and win on the website below oneesports.gg/MPLI-win. You can win the Venom skin.
The Venom skin collection.
Direct, Gashan, Grok, Harley.
Everyone is meta.
Angela.
Oh my god, a lot of those are actually meta right now, so hey, why not? Grok, Fluffy just played the Paquito as well. No Venom skin there, but it's fine, all right? Because you guys can know if you're a Paquito in-game or not with the oneesports.gg/quiz-MLBB link. Go ahead and find it out. Find out what hero you guys are. Because maybe you've been playing gold lane for the longest time, but maybe your personality screams roamer.
Or jungler.
Or a mage.
Who knows?
Maybe minion, no?
No,
not minion. All right, my bad.
Not minion.
No minion.
Well. And last but not least, here we go.
Last but not least, definitely not least, MPLI Watch Party. If you guys want to find new friends, or if you guys want to just have a fun time with your friends watching MPLI, go ahead and register, book a spot to watch together because you guys can support your teams in the process. This MPLI Watch Party is presented to you by HSBC. And with RSVP, you guys now have a chance to win $500 worth of prizes and skins.
Yep. And this is the last one.
This is the last one.
For you who are like, got a heat when watching the MPL, I want to be the players who want to join the tournaments. You can go to the website below, battlefy.com/ONEesports. So, because there will be a lot of tournaments there that you can join with your friends or even with your teams.
Show your might in the community tournaments from ONE Esports, but when you're playing in a tournament, right, you're at the highest level possible. You need a little bit of an edge, and sometimes it's just that visual, that personalization from the skins. And you guys are in luck if you're thinking exactly that, because now there is the largest annual sale ever in Mobile Legends history. Colius has the information for you because he's a skin guy. He loves skins.
Because Mobile Legends Bang Bang have the Double 11 mega sale right now. So you can get the promo diamond to buy the skin only with 1 diamond.
It's the promo diamond, right? The golden one. So go ahead, guys. What are you waiting for? You still have MPLI tomorrow. We're going to end the show right here, so it's time for you guys to go and play some Mobile Legends, top up, and get those skins. But thank you so much for watching, ladies and gentlemen, for staying tuned all the way from the morning, actually.
Yep.
It's been Mirko, and it's been Colius. We'll see you guys tomorrow for crazy matches.
Bye-bye.